The great thing about cinema is that you can lose yourself in it and you can also find yourself in it. You can use cinema for entertainment and escapism, and you can also use it, as we use all great art, to understand the world and our own selves better. Any true film lover will do both of these, often at the same time. And maybe as time passes and you grow older, you can map out your life and the person you are through the films that you have loved. And for a film lover to talk to other film lovers, there are few joys greater than that. This episode is about exactly that, as I got two close friends who are also cinema buffs to have a chat about movies. Now, I know that these days authorities scan conversations for keywords and haul people off to jail if there's any suspicious language, regardless of context. But I can't help saying this. Our recording today was a riot. We had a blast. This episode is da bomb. If you love films, this conversation may make you explode with happiness.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Scene and the Unseen. My guests today are Jai Arjun Singh and Subrat Mohanty. Jai is one of our best writers on cinema, and we've recorded a popular episode in the past. I'll link that from the show notes. Subrat was a regular contributor to the cult film blog of the Aughties, Passion for Cinema, and he also hosts a fantastic podcast called Hal Chal Theek Thaak Hai. These two guys both love cinema and also know a lot about it, and I thought I'd get them together to chat about films. The great films of the past that we miss out on because of the recency effect, how Indian cinema has developed over the years, how we watch movies as film lovers, how films have changed us, and so on. We also recommend many good films for you to watch, so you could think of this as an unstructured kind of film appreciation course. But before we talk cinema, let's talk money. Let's go to a unique kind of commercial break. Capital Gyan by Deepak Shenoy. This is like a show within a commercial from the kind sponsors of this episode, Capital Mind.
Imagine you had to bet on who will win the next Wimbledon. Currently, it seems Djokovic is a strong bet. Well, during 2003 to 2008, it was Roger Federer and Serena Williams. In the 90s, it was Steffi Graf. If you have to bet, you generally bet on the best. And the best are the folks who win consistently. Businesses are the same. A business with strong growth tends to keep growing, and this growth can often last several quarters or years. Stock prices behave even more similarly. A company whose stock price is accelerating or building momentum is often a company whose business is doing well too. What goes up continues to go up until it doesn't. Just like Federer met Nadal and those wins became rarer. What if you only held a stock when it was in form? You moved on mercilessly when it stopped performing and was still okay to come back if and when it started up again. This is the crux of momentum investing. Buy stocks in momentum, stick with the winners, prune your losers, and be vigilant about when they swap places. This isn't a new discovery. It's been studied and documented for decades. For everyone who says the market is efficient and that all information is priced in, research has shown that momentum is a well-documented anomaly. A portfolio of high momentum stocks has a strong chance of outperforming the broader market over time. Opportunities don't only lie when prices are low. Sometimes they emerge when prices are uncomfortably high too. I'm Deepak Shenoy, CEO at Capital Mind. In our portfolio management service, we have built portfolios using momentum as one of our core strategies. Talk to us and we'll tell you more about such counterintuitive but effective strategies. We're at cm.social/seen-unseen. Bet on the companies in form. cm.social/seen-unseen.
Hey, I want to repeat that URL, cm.social/seen-unseen. Deepak has been a guest on my podcast and he handles my money as well. My actions are the best endorsement. Jai and Subrat, welcome to The Scene and the Unseen.
Thanks.
Thank you, Amit.
Before I said that, I had to mentally try and figure out ki kiska naam pehle lu. And then I thought, let me go my preferred way, which is alphabetical order of first name. Yeah, because if it's last name, I always kind of come last, so I don't like that method. So first name is kind of better. Now, Jai, you and I, of course, have done an episode before, and Subrat, you're a first timer here. So I'd love to sort of start by asking you about your journey, and your journey is so intertwined with loving films and all of that, that that is not even a separate question. Tell me about, where did you grow up? What was early life like?
Right. So, Amit, if you are truly a Hindi film fan, then Jay is the thing that comes first, and after that, it's Viru. So it's usually Jay and Viru.
Even I got that reference.
Right. So about my growing up, I grew up in a really small town in southern Odisha, and like many of your guests often say, there were only few things to do in such towns in 80s and early 90s. You played cricket, you followed cricket, and every single opportunity that you got to watch a film or see the state run Doordarshan channel and watch those TV serials, you did. And you not just watch them, at least in my case. I literally, not literally, but I really drank them, in the sense that every single scene, every single dialogue has been permanently etched. I often have this sort of a bet with someone that I can pretty much sing every single 80s jingle fully. Hindi or English.
Maltova,
Watch him run, watch him play. He's a winner all the way. You become a Maltova mom.
the next one, वो जो लंबे वाले कमर्शियल
Added
होता है, ये
strength
तो
and
30 सेकंड
energy,
था.
malt and cocoa, something. That's what makes you a Maltova mom.
Brilliant.
I didn't know there would be a immediate test of
Singer sewing machine. Singer sewing machine. I like that because I thought the girls in that were cute.
the Hindi or the English one.
Any of them.
याद
whatever.
है तुमको बचपन के वो दिन सजाए सवारे तुमने मेरिट से. सिंगर यूज्ड टू बी सिंगर मेरिट इन इंडिया.
Ah.
बचपन की वो यादें वो बातें सजाए सवारे तुमने मेरिट से. By the way, singer, I didn't realize till much later when I was in Sri Lanka that it was actually a British company that was Sri Lanka based. And when they left that, they left behind the singer. It was like the Indian agency houses that were left behind for tea and other commodities. So anyway, back. Thankfully, I cleared the two quick, rapid, questions that you gave me.
It's a sign of my poor memory that I actually asked you about two of the really popular jingles. Ideally, कुछ obscure लेके test करना चाहिए ना, since you said every jingle.
I mean, yeah, the TV serials, unke gaane, so on and so forth. But so there was I think just the absolute lack of any other avenue to sort of engage yourself. But I think that was the case for most other kids also. But in my case, I guess it just became somewhat more intense than others, because I think a lot of us, who have been on your shows as well, are introverts. So you create your own sort of universe, and you stay in it. You think about it. You play it back in your mind.
Were you a daydreamer?
Lots, actually, quite a bit. I mean, all kinds of imaginary friends in my head. And they took a long time to go. They were there for a long period of time. So yeah, and then the other thing was that my father was also into films. So in our home, the idea that you would watch a film had no sort of stigma kind of thing attached to it, which oftentimes I saw in my other friends. Their parents would comment on it. But हमारे घर में था कि you go watch as many films as you want, and it used to be an event if there was a film on Doordarshan. Like my father would start telling us the previous day that "Acha, tomorrow, there is there is Kashmir Ki Kali." He would start giving us that where was he in 1964 when he watched that film, and then this song will come, and when the movie will start playing, the minute he hears the first strain of the music, he'll say, "Now this is the song." And as a kid, all of those things seemed magic. In fact, the one thing that my father did, which I genuinely thought was magic, and therefore then I sort of worked on it, was I mean, we would play the radio. And that guy will, the announcer will say that अभी आप सुनिए फिल्म मुगले आजम का, लता मंगेशकर का गाना, संगीतकार नौशाद, and whatever गीतकार है शकील. And my father will say खुदा निगहबान हो तुम्हारा.
Amazing.
And then the song will come. How did this guy know? By the time I was 12, I was beating my father in that game. So because it just became an obsession. So yeah, so I mean, just to go back, I mean, since it was a small town, we barely had any exposure to Hollywood. And the whole Bollywood scene was initially you watched whatever came in the cinema hall. There was only one cinema hall. But I possibly, this is like genuine cinema paradiso thing. मैं वहाँ होता था, प्रोजेक्शनिस्ट अंकल होते थे, हमारा काम चलता था. But then the video revolution also happened. And then this 25 rupees mein you rent out the video recording, that player for a day. And then the idea was, how do you maximize, because that's economics, fixed cost of use पे कितना variable चला सकते हो. So then we would get 6 or 8 cassettes, and then that you want to watch 2. The other 6 were tukka, whatever was there in that guy's in that library, right? You just picked up and you started watching them. So this continued till about when I was in school, and I think I can safely say that everything that was there to be shown on Doordarshan, Hindi, English, Malayalam, all regional languages, Saturday afternoon, I used to just watch every single one of them. Any film-related programs, Bato Bato mein, this Vipin Handa's program, and this Tabassum's Phool Khile Hain, Gulshan Gulshan, and just, watch every single one of them and just store it in your head. A few things happened then. One was the video library wala possibly saw the initial change in tastes of the people there, and he started stocking up some Hollywood films. So Indiana Jones was one of those early ones, which was when I first realized कि कुछ है, मतलब there is something very different about these films. And he had the usual Superman, the original, which as kids we all enjoyed. And then by the time we were 14 or so, we were interested in other kind of cassettes as well. And so then that guy would give us one of the two, right? He would either give us some horror film. And I don't know if you know this, I mean, Evil Dead as a film has been seen by every single guy in Chota Kasba of India in the late 80s, early 90s, because the video cassette of Evil Dead was possibly the most sort of ripped and copied video cassette of all times. बाद में पता चला कि वो Sam Raimi ने बनाया है. And much later I watched it again and I realized that उसमें भी the craft is good. I mean, it's quite a good film. But anyway, so either we were watching crazy horror shit, which none of us had any idea whether it's good or bad. So, Evil Dead and this whole early Craven filmography or Carpenter filmography, some random, I mean, sometimes they used to not even be full films. And we would just watch some parts of it and then the cassette would get stuck or something would happen. And then the Doordarshan, also started showing on these Friday evenings after 10 p.m. films. And because I was somewhat of a decent student, my parents thought that if he's sitting alone and, after dinner, he must be studying, which I was most of the days. But Friday, I would turn on the TV, put the volume to 0, and watch those Friday night Doordarshan English films. They were a mixed bag. I mean, some of those were really good films. Some were like, she'll be wearing pink pajamas or something, right? So uska return was variable. But I got whatever my teenage, hormonal, wants were. They were getting satisfied as part of that. So that was how it went on till about 17. At 17, I went to engineering college, which was just complete disaster in terms of, liking, getting to see things, etc. So all that I did in engineering college was watch the standard Bollywood fare. And then occasionally you would get some video cassettes again the same way and watch some of those films. But thankfully, since it was a bit of a bigger town, there used to be some like big releases, The Fugitive or something. I mean, those kind of movies would come in, The Bodyguard, in the mid 90s, early 90s films. But then in one of those years, I went to Kolkata for my summer training. And I did that at, one of those MNC plants in Calcutta. And since I was always interested in it, people told me that you must go to this place called Nandan. And I didn't have a clue about Nandan then, but then I went to Nandan and I realized that this is like, the cultural hub of Kolkata of a certain kind, of a certain Bhadralok variety. And Nandan had then 3 halls, the 2 larger ones and one small, just about 40-seater. And the 40-seater would play like great films all the time. And so those 2 months, I think I watched all kinds of things. Mind you, during the same time, because of the sort of the desert that the engineering college was, I had gotten myself a membership of the local Max Muller Bhavan. That engineering college was in a town that had a steel plant that had a German partnership. Nehru had done all these partnerships. Each steel plant had, some was German, some was Brit, some was Russian, something else was some other thing. And so I had told one of my profs that please मुझे वो membership दे दो. He was like, why would you want a Max Muller? तुम यहाँ engineering करने आए हो या Max Muller भवन में जाके पढ़ने आए हो? I said, माफ कर दीजिए, दे दीजिए. So I was reading quite indiscriminately all kinds of stuff. So I would go into the library, no idea. There was no internet or anything to guide your taste. I was decent at quizzing, so I knew some famous books. So if I saw a famous book, I'd pick it up. Otherwise, it was like Milan Kundera first. Genuinely, I thought ये कोई Indian author है. तो उठा लिया पहला वाला. First thing I remember is I read The Unbearable Lightness of Being. I was not like you, Amit, who was reading the whole of Shakespeare canon by the time he was 10. But चलो 18 में मैं Kundera पढ़ रहा था. And then when I finished all Kundera, then one day I saw Antichrist. Nietzsche. तो मैंने कहा शायद ये भी कोई अच्छी किताब है. It looked well thumbed. I don't know who was reading. Some German expats were reading him, I guess, in that place. So I picked those things up. So I did the same thing in Kolkata. कुछ भी आ रहा था, देख लिया. And that's where I think I saw some. I mean, I didn't know why they were looking different or appearing different, but I knew something intense was happening on the screen. I mean, I remember watching 400 blows, and I realized ये कुछ तो है boss, यहाँ पे something is there. And the usual thing was happening. It was some summer kind of fest, and they were just playing French New Wave and some Italian New Wave and all of those stuff. Pasolini. And so I watched a few of those, Sodor and whatever, 120 Days. Then I came back. The usual life continued, but that became a bit of a thing that I'm missing out on something big is there out there. So every couple of months I would make the Kolkata trip. It was like about 6 or 7 hours in train and watch whatever was playing in the cinema hall. And Kolkata did have reasonably good, new films coming in there. And then spend time in Nandan. And that sort of whetted my appetite quite a bit. By the time I left it, then I did my postgrad in Kolkata itself. So that became a good sort of a place to do all of this. And then after postgrad, as luck would have it, I had a job that took me all over the world for the first 10 years. That I just completely sated myself. What also had happened, one big thing that people often don't realize, these cable Walla started showing TCM in India. Again, I don't know why they don't do it now in India. Yeah, that thing just ran for some 7-8 years.
What is TCM?
It used to be called TNT. When they started out, the Turner Network television. Yeah. And then it became TCM later.
It's the Turner classic movies. It's still there actually in the US. There is an app, but you can't pay in India because that app is not available in India. There is a hack around it. Maybe I'll tell you some other time. So the TCM used to just all the time show you, the great films of the 30s, 40s and the 50s. And it was available. मतलब वो hostel के नीचे वो TV था, वहाँ चलता रहता था. So that plus I used to be at least 20 or 25 weeks outside of India. And as luck would have it, a lot of it in Europe. And as luck would have it, for a long time in places like Poland and Czech Republic, and in Poland in a place called Łódź, Lodz it's called, but it has one of the great film schools of Eastern Europe. In fact, all the great Polish filmmakers actually studied or taught at the Łódź filmmaking school, Andrzej Wajda and all of these guys. और वहाँ पे अगर आप you go in the afternoon, you can just, spend your time watching films peacefully. I mean, that it was like a completely different world. So those 7-8 years where when I sort of just watched whatever came my way, and when I would be in the US, 2 weeks in the US, my काम खत्म हुआ 6:30, get back, watch some of those US late evening television stuff, which was all great fun. I mean, all these Tonight Show and David Letterman stuff, and then around 8:30 or 9, turn on one of those film channels, and there were like 6-7 of them, and at any time something good would be coming. So the one great passion of mine during that time was I just got caught into these, this American 70s kind of one pack of filmmakers who I think are still somewhat underrated. I mean, we talk of all of these 60s and 50s guys, but these guys are great still. And that was staple HBO or whatever, that free-to-air channels fare. I mean, they used to put one or the other one that time. So yeah, so by the time, by the time I was like mid-30s, the combination of reading all kinds of stuff and watching all kinds of stuff and connecting the two had kind of made me what I am. I mean, in the sense that, I used to do my work, but, I was in a place where, all of these things were coming together. And I always had this great interest in connecting it, more than just watching one film or a book or what, just on its own. And there is a way to appreciate it on its own as well. The great fun I used to have was in sort of finding somewhat strained linkages at times, but it was good fun to find those linkages. And yeah, great memories of those days. I mean, being in New York, going to East Village, there is a Korean video store, very famous. I don't know if you shut down now. If you go there, just the best of world cinema would be there for you to buy. And I remember actually meeting Spike Lee there, who was shocked to know that somebody in India watches this film. This is 2006. So I said, you're like, what are you saying? Firstly, how do you recognize me? So I'm like, okay. You're a great guy. I mean, I recognize you. And I said, what have you watched? So I said, I watched Do the Right Thing. How? You're like, come on. And what are you getting out of that? This fight between some African American and Italian families in New York borough. But yeah, I mean, to cut a long story not so short, this is really what it is. I mean, it's a constant evolution, but a very strong passion for both books and movies.
So I sometimes feel that, a long story can never be too long. Borges once made a map of the world, wrote a story about a map of the world which was as big as the world itself.
Yes.
And I think the best stories can actually be longer than what their stories about, because like itna kuch hai. By the way, that Shakespeare Tana, just reflecting on that, I did read all of Shakespeare at 10, but my favorite play of Shakespeare was Titus Andronicus. So it is clear that I did not read with much discernment. But matlab theek hai, exciting tha, story chal raha tha, pad liya. I want to take off on something you said which intrigued me a lot and ask kind of both of you about that. You mentioned that your father would watch all of these films, and they had a lot of watch that song Walla show, and it had a lot of resonance with him, and he'd be able to name the song before it came just from who the playback singer is and all that. And you could also do that by 12. And what I see happening there is that there is obviously a part of your father which is touched by that, which is touched by a particular kind of culture, a particular kind of song. And through that, you are sharing in that. And typically what happens is men don't share feelings, especially between father and son, especially in a society like India. We're never sharing feelings. You never really know the other person. You're kind of imprisoned in your respective roles and the grooves that you've gotten into. And I'm just thinking aloud here, but when you said that, it seemed that That is a very interesting way to get to know somebody else, especially in this particular kind of relationship, through a particular kind of art. Like, I think my father also, until the end, wasn't really communicative, but I could get glimpses of his by the kind of things he wanted to read in his last days. He'd ask me to, he shared my Amazon account, so he asked me to buy some Stefan Zweig for him on the Kindle, which I did. And then I started reading Zweig myself, and all I had read of Stefan Zweig before that was The Royal Game, which was about chess and all that. But then you look at his writings on exile, on feeling not at home where you are, and there is something in that. So, what are sort of your thoughts on this, on how these shared interests between people are not just shared interests, but they are a kind of connection, because you're in a sense, when I tell you about a book I really like, I am bearing a part of myself to you, and vice versa.
Yeah, before I come to that, Amit, I just wanted to say, so listening to Subrat, I was just reminded again of how even when the specifics of our lives are different, like for someone growing up in a small town, someone growing up in Delhi, for instance, but there's something about there's a shared experience when it comes to Indians of a particular generation going through this journey of the 1980s. So much of what you said was just instantly relatable, even though the specifics of my life may have been different. What you said about the horror films, today I think of myself as someone who's at the risk of sounding pompous, something of an authority on horror cinema. It's something that I've been very interested in, going back to the 1910s, 1920s, all sorts of horror films. But listening to Subrat, I was actually reminded that one of my entry points into horror cinema was for base reasons, which is for the potentially salacious content, because that, as you know, in the 1980s, certain sorts of horror films were among mainstream films that were somewhat available at video parlors. They were the ones that where you had the most chance of seeing nudity, for instance. You have the classic American, the 1980s American cliche of the co-eds making out before the monster comes for them, and the whole moralistic thing, the Evil Dead, the Friday the 13th series, and so on. So I was reminded of that, and of course what you said about the Friday night films, and what you said about the regional language, the non-Hindi language films that would play on Sunday. There's so much shared experience there. To come to what you said just now, Amit, I was also it's true. Obviously, the way in which we get to know other people through these shared tastes. And in fact, since you mentioned parents and since you mentioned a father specifically, I was also reminded that I had quite a problematic relationship with my father, in the sense that my parents were divorced when I was 9 or 10. My father had a history of substance abuse. There was domestic violence, etc. It wasn't a very happy situation. And then he passed away a few years ago, and again in very sad circumstances. And there's a lot of regret that I have when it comes to him, not being able to bond with him or talk with him. Yet one of the fondest and gentlest memories that I have vis-a-vis my father, which is also something that's a reminder that there was a point in his life, at least, when things were relatively normal, when he was interested in the same things that I would independently become interested in later. When I was 16, on my birthday, he gifted me an old book of his, which was actually a book of his dating back to the early 70s. It's Garson Cannon's book on Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy, Tracy and Hepburn. It's a very personal book on Tracy and Hepburn, written by one of their closest friends. So it's a warm, affectionate, up close look at these two great stars. And my father, when he was fairly young, just in his early, when he was around 20, 21, he bought the book and he had it with him. He gifted it to me more than 20 years later, and I still have it with me. He has a very nice dedication on it, and it strikes me that I never actually sat with him and discussed old films with him. That never really happened. But this did provide me a window into the things that he might have been interested in as well. And of course, with my mother, it was a different relationship. It was a much closer, much more long lasting relationship. Some of my movie love came from her. She was a very egalitarian viewer. She never really had highbrow taste, but she was into all sorts of films. In the 90s, which was supposed supposedly such a bad time for mainstream Hindi cinema, she would be sitting and watching video cassettes of everything and refusing to even fast forward the songs, which is something that everybody did back then because the songs were so lousy, and you just felt like you deluded yourself that the rest of the film is worthwhile, but song ko fast forward karna hai. She would insist on the song being played all the way through, no matter how tuneless it was. So that of course also played a part. At the same time, she also, from her South Bombay childhood, she had memories of Hollywood films of another era, which were perhaps more sophisticated films. So that did come down to me a bit. But yeah, what you say about the shared experiences is obviously completely true.
I mean, just on that book, Hepburn and Tracy book, they never married. Tracy was still, he was married and he never. And Tracy was, he was really ill in his last days, and it's a industry lore as to how Hepburn took care of him in the last few years. And again, these are things that I've picked up just watching some random documentary in some evening or somewhere. I mean, it's just amazing how many things you pick up if you just are interested in films about about just the people and the characters. But going back, the interesting thing is my on about father and shared interests and things of that kind. I mean, there is always this part of you that wants to prove to your father that you are good, right? And you're good in the things that he values, right? So that obviously, so this was not the rebel phase. This was the early phase when you would like to show to him that you are really a good guy. And so I was interested in doing that. But quite honestly, somewhere the thing also changed, where I really started liking that stuff. And I have these arguments. I've sometimes written about it. I used to run that podcast, Hal Chal Theek Thaak Hai. I've mentioned this a few times. You can point to the 40s and the 50s and the 60s of Hindi cinema, and Hindi cinema is what I'm more comfortable with. I've seen some of the other language cinemas during that time, and some of that might hold true for them as well. Maybe the story might not be sometimes great. The acting could be a bit hammy and theatrical. But when it comes to music, for that 20-25 years, I mean, I've with reasonable amount of objectivity now that I've heard a lot of the just the Hollywood musical golden age of 50s and 60s, and then listen to the other songs, the other stuff. I think this was second to none. Just the idea of the composer coming up with those tunes, the lyrics being written in a way that is both relevant to that script, but on its own great poetry. Some of the best singers. I don't think the three have come together so well at any time. I mean, there might be just a few similar phases. Maybe some late, 19th century France, and maybe Hollywood, the golden age of Hollywood musicals. But it's very difficult to find that kind of coming together of talent and just the quality of that output. And I don't think people fully appreciate now in India what was that phase like. And I guess it will take maybe another 100 years later, we'll just be wondering how did this happen. And for at least me, I was deeply invested in it. And it's almost like now every day I just go deeper into it. I'm never bored of it. It's and on a standalone basis, even when I was a child, I realized this was something really good. And often I realized also it was something precious because I could compare it with what I was listening to then, which was sort of prevalent in the Ganesh puja pandals of where I was growing up. And I realized that we've lost something precious, but whatever this was, this is really, really good stuff. And that realization was, maybe my father stoked it. Maybe in order to impress, I continued to sort of invest time on it. But once I was out of it, and just on a standalone basis, I just became completely obsessed with it. And that obsession continues. I mean, I've not gone back and watched a lot of old Hindi films a second or a third time. A few I have. But songs every morning. I start my day with, after the initial Bhimsen Joshi and Mallikarjun Mansoor and Kumar Gandharv, that's like for about 20 minutes. My first port of call is Lata. So my father led me into that. And then, I'm always grateful that I discovered something that has given a lot of comfort, in some sense, meaning to my life from there on. Like I said, it's an oasis in my life. If everything else is going wrong, that thing in the morning just puts everything into perspective, that no matter how bad they are, this will always stay with me, and this appreciation of what I'm hearing will always stay with me.
If I can just add something to that, Subrat, you of course are talking more about the audio experience. The combination of the song, the lyric, the quality of the singing, the composition, and so on. There's that other dimension to it, which is not consistently there, but certainly in the films of some directors like Vijay Anand, Guru Dutt, Raj Kapoor to some degree, Bimal Roy, the visualization. Now, of course, we all know that there are many instances in old Hindi cinema of a great song not being brought well to the screen. The lip syncing is a bit off, the actors' gestures are a bit off, the editing is less than perfect. But there's so many other cases in the films of the filmmakers I mentioned, where there's so much attention to detail that's gone into how the thing appears on the screen. In films like Guide, for instance, or Kagaz Ke Phool, or whatever, and many other films. Some of Rishikesh Mukherjee's work as well, some of the later work, and it's really quite a remarkable achievement to have all that brought together so well, especially given the conditions in which many of these films were made, where music was composed separately, the lyrics were written separately. Very often, in some cases, musical sequences were shot by the assistant director rather than the main director. This wasn't the case for people like Guru Dutt and Vijay Anand and Rishikesh Mukherjee, but it was the case sometimes. So that really, and I'm speaking now as someone who has to admit to having come a bit late to that particular world. It was fairly late in life that I really rediscovered or properly discovered the Hindi cinema of the 50s, 60s, found myself sufficiently immersed in it, despite the many little flaws or little or big flaws that you pointed at, the awkwardness, the tonal unevenness of many of those films, the formulaic nature of some of them. But the good stuff, it's fairly late in life, it's just swept over me. And that's also one reason why I ended up doing this book on Rishikesh Mukherjee, because it just came from a place where I had suddenly, in my 30s, I said, wow, okay, I've discovered this world. And there was a time when I used to think of cinema only in terms of good cinema, only in terms of the Godards and the Felonies and that sort of thing. And suddenly this is a new language that I'm rediscovering and finding warmth and something really stimulating in it as well.
Yeah, so since we are talking about this, sometimes I, mention this just to give people a bit of context about some of these people and some of these names, and maybe later they became caricatures of their own, sort of what they were doing. So, for instance, take a Raj Kapoor. By the time he was 25, he was running a studio, he was a producer, he was a director, he got some of the best talents together. Shankar, Jaikishan, Hasrat, Shailendra, Lata, Mukesh, K.A. Abbas for writings for scripts. Ramanand Sagar was his assistant. Of course, he went on to make Ramayana later with those arrows flying from one end to the other, and one of them disappearing, and much to the surprise of Lakshman. This entire Kedar Sharma, there were a whole lot of people that he brought together when he was 25. He was just leader of men, women, whatever you might call it. And then he was asking them to, those initial films, Aag is a little uneven. It's still a very powerful story and very different story. It's a story of three different women, one of who actually had, and he kind of repeated the story later in Satyam Shivam Sundaram. But you take Avara, you take Shri 420. These are just almost like, for a 27-year-old, for a 28-year-old to be producer, director, then do all of these things together and bring that story to light. And these are not like just domestic successes. I mean, Avara was just a international global hit. I mean, even when you go now to Greece, forget the Eastern Europe, that is of course a well documented story. There's just fans of Nargis and fans of Avara. But just to point one particular, and sometimes people fully, don't appreciate this. So just take Sri Char Sobis, right? There's Sri Char Sobis, for those who have not seen the film, there's a classic story of a guy coming from a village, comes to big bad Bombay. He's a he's a simpleton, but he's a guy who sort of, he knows the ways of the world. Very quickly gets to sort of appreciate it. Falls in love with a girl in the juggi, who's Nargis. And so this is Raj Kapoor who comes in. And then, of course, he's really a deft hand at cards. And so, he starts playing that, Amit. and after some time, gets sort of drawn into this, people who who are rich, but also who are doing all kinds of nefarious stuff. And then there is a pivotal moment in the film, right, where he's taken Nargis to a party because he's been invited, and this is all the rich and the famous of Bombay. This is shot almost a replica of the Taj Palace, possibly in the RK studio in Chembur. And there is Nadira, who's in some sense, the other sort of love interest, who's, she has that long, thin cigarette holder, and she's smoking that, and, all of that. And then Nargis feels uncomfortable, and there are some, remarks made, and she decides to leave in the middle of the party. And then Raj Kapoor follows her, trying to, call her back. And that's when Nadira sings Mud Mud Ke Na Dekh, right? She's essentially, don't look back. If you see that whole picturization, so what happens is she says Mud Mud Ke Na Dekh, and then gradually after the first stanza, you can see that Raj Kapoor has realized there's no point following Nargis now. This place is glitz and glamour and all of this is great. I've sort of arrived. Why should I go back? And then not just he sort of, he realizes this. He decides that he will accept this, right? And then he joins in the song. So far it was just Asha singing for Nadira, Mud Mud Ke Na Dekh, right? Now, Raj Kapoor joins in as Manna Day. And there are two stanzas that he sings, right? One of them is नैनों के साथ मौसम के साथ जो बदलता जाए, जो इसके सांचे में ही ढलता जाए, दुनिया उसी की है जो चलता जाए. Right? Both the stanzas are deep in their meaning. That guy, you just need to, if you have to be in this game, you have to play the game, you have to modify, change yourself, and that's how you actually win this game. That whole picturization for about 7 minutes, you can't get more, better visual sort of storytelling, right? It just captures everything in a nice lyrical format, great song, great dancing, acting, everything together. Very difficult to have so much of information packed and so many emotions, the change, and he was doing it when he was 27. Right, he was himself dancing, and you should see the way he changes his, the demeanor changes, his sort of how he behaves changes right after he's decided that okay, she's gone. Now let me just plunge into this, head first.
He was also, I think, a wonderful song actor. Raj Kapoor, and now someone like Raj Kapoor is very easy to sort of think of in caricature terms today. Today, a lot of the cinema is just unfashionable today for many young viewers, but even people of our age who are sort of perhaps a little more intuitively drawn towards restrained, subdued forms of storytelling rather than the melodramatic or the hyper-dramatic forms. You look at someone like Raj Kapoor or an actor of that vintage. I was watching Barsat the other day on the big screen at the India Habitat Center. Now, I have to say, and I really think there was a big quality leap from Barsat to
Barsat to
Avara,
Avara,
because
absolutely.
Barsat is a film that is difficult even for someone like
Yeah,
me
yeah,
to
yeah,
watch.
absolutely.
But the number of titters in the hall, the young people were just laughing almost throughout the film at anything that seemed to them even slightly more dramatic than what they used to. So then someone like me gets a bit defensive at the same time, even if I can sort of see the point of what's going on. But I maintain that someone like Raj Kapoor, I really feel, was a wonderful song actor, which is something that, it's an aspect of acting in Hindi cinema that many people have forgotten about now, because partly also because we've entered an age where there's very little lip syncing that happens. You have the more realistic mode of a very good song maybe playing in the background, actors not lip syncing and so on. And as a result, there was the earlier generations of actors who did this sort of thing well. When you watch their films today, many people look at it and say, oh, they're just बस गाना बजा रहे हैं, नाच रहे हैं. This is not acting. Whereas, you look at some of the best of them, and they've really thrown themselves into that moment. They are performing the moment as well. Raj Kapoor was one of them. I just wanted to add very quickly, since you said this, though I don't really like facile comparisons, when I watch the best of Raj Kapoor's early work, especially these scenes in Awara and Shri 420, which are visually so striking, scenes like that long dream sequence in
Yes,
Awara,
Ghar
a moment where Prithvi Raj Kapoor is standing by the window and you have that shadow flitting across that face. It always reminds me of Orson Welles in Hollywood 10 years earlier, and that famous quote where he was given, full freedom almost by RKO to make his first film, and he said, I felt like a boy with this giant toy train set. And when I look at Raj Kapoor's early work, you see that same enthusiasm. Where can I put the camera? What can I do with it? What can I do with shadows? How can I construct this frame? And I think that there's something to be said about that as well, at that age.
Lots to double click on. And the first one is kind of this, like when you mentioned that, young people watching that, they're laughing because it's so melodramatic, it's so whatever. And that's resonant with me because once upon a time I would have been one of those young people, right? I recognize that I found a lot of I mean, my tastes were obviously drawn towards the more minimal, the more restrained. I was in a sense fortunate enough to be shaped a lot by world cinema. We discussed this in our episode together, Jay, that I once upon a time I didn't I looked down on Bollywood a little bit, which obviously was a sort of terrible attitude. And recently I was sort of watching Squid Game, right? And I loved Squid Game, but a part of me kept finding, things to quibble about the way they acted, and it's not kind of from the Western realistic school and all that. There's a particular thing happening there, and I kept realizing that the quibbler was just getting it all wrong. That I should just enjoy it for what it is and not try to fit it into my perception of what is worthy art. Like, I was reading this book called The Immediate Experience, which is a collection of Robert Warshaw's essays, famous critic from back in the day. And the title says everything, The Immediate Experience. And Warshaw's whole contention was that, you respond in a particular way to a film in the moment. And that response is what matters. बाकी सब जो theory लगाते हैं, जो ज्ञान बांटते हैं, all that is irrelevant. How are you responding to a film in the here and now? What is the immediate experience? That is what matters. And Warshaw, of course, was an enemy of pretentiousness. He never liked to use the term film. He would always say movie. He championed, B movies, action films, which were otherwise ignored by, kind of the mainstream sort of critics. And that struck a chord with me when I think that sometimes when we criticize cinema or criticize literature or whatever, are we overthinking it sometimes? That maybe what really matters is how does it make me feel in that moment? That, your father can see a classic film and hear a classic song and feel a particular way. And 30 years later, it can move you in the same way. And that alone tells me that, my God, it's achieved something to have that sort of resonance. And after that, if you're going to quibble about कि यार acting naturalistic नहीं थी या editing ऐसे की यहाँ से ये किया ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था, and I think, and it's with age that I kind of recognize this, that stop overthinking art. Sometimes you just got to sit back and soak it in. So what are sort of your ways of thinking about it? And especially you, Jay, you're a professional critic in a manner of speaking. You've made that journey through different kinds of criticism, and we've again discussed some of that journey in our prior episode. So what's your sense of that? Has there been a change in you as well with how you view films and art?
I mean, it's a difficult question. I can see both sides of it. I mean, I'd actually like to just go entirely with what you said just now about what about the washer position. Just let the experience sweep over you. React honestly to what you have experienced in the moment, and just do that. And I've had some wonderful moments of that sort also. I can just give you an example off the top of my head. I'd written a piece about this. I was watching Zoya Akhtar's Dil Dhadakne Do, which is there's this which is not really one of her most critically acclaimed films. It's one of those films that people think of as it's a film about rich people's problems, and it's not really gritty in the way that Luck by Chance or Gully Boy is. Honestly speaking, I still think it's my favorite of her films because it just worked on every level for me. And I was just watching it, and there's Ranveer Singh on the screen, just doing just walking around being this spoiled rich brat or whatever, and just interacting with his parents. And I just intuitively at one point just leant across to my wife. I was she was next to me and said, I think this guy might be our best actor since Bachchan. I just said that very spontaneously. And of course later I sort of thought about it and said, oh yeah, that was a, on the one hand, I get the value of that instinctive response, but at the same time there are practical difficulties also. You're writing a review that's being written on a 3-hour deadline or something, then of course it makes sense. You're sitting in the hall and you're taking notes there. You're trying to capture the immediacy of your experience. You're very aware that at some point you'll be exiting this dark hall, and suddenly the world, the brightly lit world, is going to be impinging on you, and then you'll be overthinking. You'll be remembering the film and maybe feeling sheepish about some things that you loved while you were watching them. You're aware of that, so you're trying to capture your reactions in the moment, and then write the review as quickly as possible and send it out. But what if if the form of writing that you have to do is a long form analytical essay with a deadline 3 weeks into the future? At some point you will, I think it's just human nature to be analyzing a little too much, to change your view, to say, okay, I sort of had this rush of emotion in the hall, but now I've thought about it a bit, and maybe I don't feel that way anymore. So I can see the value of both positions depending on the sort of piece you're writing or the sort of discussion that you're having about the film. And I think it's just a practical thing. I think I may have mentioned this in our earlier conversation, but one reason why I always found it difficult, even when I was a much younger, more energetic, more enthusiastic film buff going to film festivals in my 20s. One reason I found it difficult to watch 3 or 4 films on the same day was because I needed that time to myself after watching one film. If it stimulated me in a certain way, I would need to go and sit by myself, maybe just make some notes, maybe get my bearings, articulate to myself or on paper or whatever what I felt about that film before going in for the next film. Because otherwise you're watching one film, then you're watching another, you're watching a third, coming back home at night, and the immediacy of the experience of the first and the second film are gone. They no longer exist. So it's a difficult question. This is just, I've probably just rambled on and on, but I think I can see both sides of the way of doing this.
I mean, I have always been that viewer. I mean, I just go to a movie and I just respond to it the way it comes to me. I mean, there's not a lot of thought then, or sometimes even later. I mean, I do the connects much later, not in that day, because I have no deadline or anything of that kind. I'm not writing anything. But most of most of how I watch a film is exactly that way. I mean, it's just experiencing it at the moment, during the moment, and enjoying it. And that really, in some sense, also explains some of these things. I mean, like, I just like sort of the big, emotional kind of films. I mean, you give me a Casablanca, I'll watch it any number of times. It's just a great film. I mean, you can say that maybe there are better films in 1942 than that. Forget about in the history of Hollywood, but I mean, I remember the first time when I saw it and how great it felt. And every time I again watch it, it feels the same way, right? So, and the same thing applies to, I mean, all of the 80s and the 90s, I mean, whatever barren time they were my time. I watched all of them. I mean, Rajiv Rai for the win any day, right? you, suppose you if you watched Yudh, you know what I'm saying. I mean, Yudh and Tridev, two great films, and Rajiv Rai was just absolutely peak of his form. And for those who don't know what Yudh is, Yudh is the original film where Anil Kapoor says Jagas, right?
So if I can just add something to perhaps with a more specific, concrete example to just expand on that. I think both things can also go together if you're a professional writer. So so for instance, I mentioned the Rishikesh Mukherjee. My starting point for the Rishikesh Mukherjee book happened when I happened to watch a number of his films close together, and I suddenly felt this thrill of recognizing that in films that otherwise didn't really seem to have anything in common in terms of their plots, there were these little thematic these themes running through the films, which seem to point to a particular sensibility or a particular director or script writer who was interested in certain themes. It could be a theme like disguise, pretense, or whatever, something like that. In films where the storylines were completely different, maybe made 20 years apart, but so I felt that thrill of that recognition of that there's a sensibility here, and I want to explore this sensibility, maybe write about this director who's made these different works. So that is the immediate thing, the immediate emotional response. But then when you're sitting and working on the book over a period of 2 or 3 years, while writing those same things, you're also perforce you're just you are analyzing, you're bringing in other things about other films from similar genres, you're providing that contextual stuff in. So all that also goes in. So the starting point may be the direct, immediate emotional response, but then as a professional writer, you will also bring in some of the post facto analysis that will happen.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, first we, I guess, experience a world and then we try to understand it. And, and what you said about film festivals is really is resonant to me in the sense that until COVID happened, my annual vacation was spent in Bombay itself, where the Mami Film Festival would happen, and I would go and I would watch 4 or 5 films a day or whatever I could. I was an expert at optimizing, obviously, and just watch 28, 29 films in the week that I could. And I get that you don't have the space to sit back and reflect. So it is all visceral, visceral, visceral. You're not really thinking about stuff. But at the same time, guess, you don't have a choice. You just want to take in as much as you can because some of the greatest delights are the unexpected ones, something you've never heard of, and it just kind of blows you away. And of course, I think the last couple of years I was, live tweeting. I was putting out a tweet about every film I watched. And that was, in a sense, I realized post facto, a way of taking notes for myself also about, what I liked and didn't like there. And I'm just thinking aloud here. I remember this quote by some translator. I've forgotten who. I came across this while researching for this episode on translation I did with Aruna Vasena. And the quote was something to the effect of that even the act of writing is an act of translation because you're taking your thoughts and you're translating them into language. And it strikes me that when you're trying to write about a film or write about anything, where you come out of that experience mode and you get into describing it or understanding it, it becomes really difficult because it can then be contrived. Like when I think of the great moments in movies which really moved me at the time, which just had me tearing up immediately, as a young person, Dead Poet Society, the last scene, right? For those who haven't seen it, and enormously affecting for me. Those scenes are so powerful because they just capture the essence of the whole thing and they hit you in the gut with it. And for me, they are impossible to write about. I can write about other aspects of the craft and, other things here and there. But for me, I can't capture that essential thing, and I understand that part of our job is not just to experience the world, but to write about it. That's what writers do. That's what we all try to do at differing levels, but it seems incredibly difficult in one person. And you're right, I agree with you that it's possible for both to go together. And to me, my favorite film critic for that reason is Roger Ebert, because you got a sense of both conditions. You got a sense of how a film moved him deeply, and at the same time you got insight into the craft. And like his writing about Ramin Bahrani, for example, when he wrote about the film Goodbye Solo. The review moved me so much that I watched the film and was blown away by it, where Berani is getting to the heart of the human condition with that film. And, Ebert's writing about that film, leads you there as well.
Yeah. No, I also want to ask you a question somewhat related to this. But I'd, also before that, also just to add that you can also take this business of reacting only emotionally and only this in the moment. You can perhaps take it too far at times. Now someone like Paulie and Kyle, for instance, she was famous for, and she's been criticized a lot for it latterly. She was famous for insisting on never seeing a film a second time. Watch it once, just you scribble away sitting there in the dark, which is wonderful. And of course we know her body of work and where it came from and the passion. It's not in doubt at all. But she never kept herself open to revisiting a film and possibly changing her mind about it. That's something that can also be done, right? You might very honestly have a particular emotional experience to a film watching it the first time, and then 10 years later you're watching it again, and you have a different sort of emotional experience, which might be, it might not be as good as before, or it might be good in a different way, or whatever it is, but you feel differently about it. Someone like her did not keep herself open to that possibility, and she has been criticized for it by other critics as well, for just closing that. I wanted to ask you, Amit, since you mentioned some time back that you feel like you've become a little more open to other modes, to the more dramatic, or the other forms of expression that aren't necessarily psychological realism. I remember I'm asking you this because on two or three separate occasions on email lists that we've been on, or on conversations that we've had, I've seen you put up your list of 10 favorite films. So I remember the first time I saw this may have been around 15 years ago, and the last time may have been 4 or 5 years ago. So you have films like Decalogue in it. You have John Huston's The Dead, which is a film that he astonishingly made in his 80s, from the James Joyce story. In the Bedroom, if I remember right, films like that, films that are mostly from a certain mode of understated psychological realism. And I remember that I saw two lists that you had made maybe a few years apart that were more or less the same films in them. Do you feel like if you were to make a list today, that there would be, you don't have to name the films, but that there would be one or two films that don't fit that particular mode of psychological realism or understatement, something that's louder, brassier? Would there be something like that, a film or a web series even?
Come on, Amit. Devdas by Sanjay Leela Bhansali.
Yeah.
Never. In fact, I remember Devdas and by Bhansali's Devdas and Parinita came out around the same time. And I really liked Parinita as an example of melodrama well done. And Devdas as an example of melodrama overdone. But anyway, I won't elaborate on that. But that's a great question. And it's also a great observation because, in the note that I sent you guys in the email, I said, let's talk about 5 underappreciated film. And that got me to thinking about what are my favorite films today. And I realized the folly of ever having made a list like that. Like, of course, we love making lists, 10 top films, 10 whatever. And I think when you're a teenager, it's fine. But I think later, for me, everything contains multitudes in a way that I cannot put rankings. I can no longer, rankings and star ratings and all that just seem weird to me. And it seems to reduce a film down to a set of qualities which you are then quantifying. If I'm to talk about make a list of films, I would probably do that on the basis of what moved me at the time, what I felt like at the time, and not pontificate on greater artistic merits and all of that. And the thing is that my sensibilities are what they are and my tastes are what they are. So there's no value judgment. I may not have a taste for a particular kind of maximalist, expressionistic art or film or whatever. But unlike in the past, I will no longer say that is bad. I will simply say कि मतलब मेरे vibe का नहीं है, right? So even in terms of literature, for example, I recognize that Salman Rushdie is a great writer, that Arundhati Roy writes gorgeous prose, but their writing is, my taste is more towards the minimal, which is why, for example, Japanese and Korean authors, I'm much more likely to like them. Among Indians, I like Vikram Seth more than Rushdie, for example. So I think that is where I kind of, I mean, your tastes are what they are. You are who you are. But I can appreciate other stuff, and there are things I like now. There is art I like now which would not fall into that psychological realism sort of domain. Like, for example, I think one of the great novels of all time is Rag Darbari, right? And I loved reading Woodhouse as a kid, and those don't easily fall into those narrow categories. But broadly, I would say that, I mean, I was just about to say you'll never find a Bhansali film in my top 10, but the point is that Bhansali is a bad melodramatic filmmaker. I'm sure there are good melodramatic filmmakers. So my appreciation of melodrama exists, but not his.
We need someone like Paromita Vora here to defend Bansali now, because I don't think I can do it sufficiently.
Paro, if you're listening, yeah. So, before we get back to Subrat's life, I want to double click on one of the points you said where you're talking about the music of that era. And I have a couple of questions about that. That one, when there was such a perfect confluence of great music, which was not great music which wasn't appreciated by people, everybody loved it, when there was that confluence of great music and great cinema, all of it kind of coming together, the lyrics, the musicians, all of that. One, why did we lose it? Why did it go? Because you'd imagine that even left to pure market forces, that is what is successful, that is what is working. So why would it suddenly go, especially given that today we live in a time where there is scope for diversity? It is not as if the mainstream changes, you're stuck. That's all you have. That's not the case today. You have a thousand flowers are blooming all over the place. So one, I mean, I'll ask you two questions, but one at a time, I guess. One, why did we, why did it, what are your theories on why that era ended? Why did we lose that?
Yeah. I mean, of course, one of the good things about life is to sit and theorize on, what happened. And I think I've done this conversation with folks a few times in the past. But just one point on Rag Darbari. I don't know many people if they realize that in 86, 87, Doordarshan actually had a TV adaptation of Rag Darbari. And it used to play on Thursday nights at 10 o'clock. With the opening, the title song of just about a minute by Bhimsen Joshi.
Wow, I didn't know this.
And the song,
I don't remember.
And the song went, "Saat sur ke saath rang hai, is duniya mein saath something hai, iske uske is duniya mein Rag Darbari." It was a
Beautiful.
Yeah. And Alok Nath, fresh from his success as Master Haveli Ram of Bunyad.
And well before the world knew of his predatory ways.
And well before he became the Sanskari, father,
Also, yeah.
was the Pahalwan. in Rag Darbari. It was just 6 or 8 episodes. But I remember that because I actually saw Rag Darbari before I read Rag Darbari.
Oh my God. But was it good? What's the series?
I distinctly remember watching. I remember watching everything, and I was watching everything. But it clearly left a mark because I realized again कि कुछ अलग हो रहा है. I'm not processing. I was 10-year-old, but I could sense कि हाँ ये कुछ है, and it stuck in my head that there is a thing called Rag Darbari. And then later, the moment I came across, by the time I was 14 or 15, there used to be this magazine, Hindi magazine called Dharm Yug. It's a legendary magazine. The editor was a guy called Dharmveer Bharti. If we lived in a country that appreciated its own writers well, Dharmveer Bharti would have been in the same league as a Hemingway or a Faulkner. Because Dharmveer Bharti, before he turned 30, by 1954, had written 3 of the greatest Hindi novels of all time.
He written Andha Yog also.
Andha Yog. He wrote Suraj Ka Satwa Ghoda. And he was and then he just left. I think if you remember Sara Rai in your episode, she mentioned that her mother used to be corresponding with Dharmveer Bharti because Dharm Yog used to be a Times of India publication or whatever, Nav Bharat Times ka publication. And Dharm Yog used to have some of the best cartoons. The last page, the best writing on Hindi literature, even really quality writing on cinema. And why did I come to Dharmveer Bharati? I don't know. I've lost the thread on this one. But yeah, so sorry. Yeah, so Srilal Shukla, and then, I started reading all these Dharmveer Bharati and, all of these guys. And, I realized that there is more here, in terms of just the Indian literature, which again gave me a lot of satisfaction as I went through that. In fact, some of these things like Suraj Ka Saatwa Ghoda was an unreliable narrator way before sort of unreliable narrator was a sort of a thing in the 60s and the 70s. Anyway, coming back to the point on what happened with, the talent. One is, it is difficult for such talent to come together and then have very extended stay. We almost had 20 years of it, which is by itself just amazing. And these initial set of people, I normally start with Anil Biswas and then, possibly SD Burman. I place Shankar Jaikishan a bit lower because I think part of the reason why we lost it eventually was because of Shankar Jaikishan. These were good guys, but they were after some time just got driven by a lot by what market wanted, and also did a bit of politicking in terms of awards and all of that. It screwed up the sort of just the normal environment of people coming together and doing good quality work. But just that early set of people, Anil Biswas, S.D. Burman, Chitragupt, Roshan, they were C. Ramchandra and Madan Mohan. These are like really good quality composers. But you only had that much of time. I mean, and many of these guys actually had very poor lifestyles. I mean, almost all of them died of cirrhosis of liver. Almost all of them who died early. I mean, it's not normally not mentioned as specifically, but you will realize that some of the great names, they all died before they turned 50, only for one reason. And so, in some sense, one reason is it's just natural. I mean, they died. Well, who replaced them were somewhat, ersatz, versions of these guys. So obviously, you wouldn't have the same quality. So that was one. Second, I just think that what happened was very gradually at the margins, there was this attempt to have more and more of orchestration, which up to a point was good. So, you don't realize that by the mid-60s, there was almost this, there was this competitive race on how many piece orchestra can you put in. With Naushad hitting 100, right? I think he hit first 100 in Aan, an early 50s film. But after that, and so what he would do is he would book the studio and he would book every single, instrumentalist in town, all 100 of them. And they would play. I think the first one, where he did something of this kind was Aan. Aan, by the way, was a film, very famously, it was a long film and they took it out and, in various film circuits. And one of the famous reviews of Aan was, it went on and on and on.
Yeah.
Also the first Technicolor
film, yeah. Dilip Kumar and Nadira, Maan Mera Ehsaan, and many good songs. So this kind of a race to bottom on how many pieces you can use, how grand the music can be, in the hands of somewhat of a better quality, composer and artist, it can still be managed. And let's be honest, I don't want to get into controversies here. Many of these music composers were completely dependent on their assistants. And it's reasonably well known, most of our great music composers couldn't write music. They were just not taught that way. These were all harmonium pe baith ke, melody bana do. And then the assistants, some of whom are lost to history because they've not been documented well. Now, a lot of us and a lot of other people have documented them. They would actually fill the, the substance of the song, right? I mean, some of these great names, Sebastian D'Souza, Anthony Gonzalez, these are mostly Goan guys because they were taught in the church how to write music. And then they could write and they could, give it to other instrumentalists and they could play Dattaram. And Naushad had a very famous assistant who himself composed for Pakiza, Ghulam Muhammad, and then, of course, Muhammad Shafi. These were great names. But anyway, coming back, you had this race for more number of pieces. As it started becoming, it started going into less talented hands, it started turning into a bit of a noise. But then, people were not, bothered about that. They would push that. And for some reason, I think every decade people have lamented that music is becoming worse, but nothing would reverse it. I have no idea why, right? I mean, you just got into this gradual decline of having more and more noisy work. And then somewhere the nature of the story and the script, etc., also started changing. And I think we started taking in, a lot of this with less discernment. I think people were, chal raha hai, chalne do. There would be, sort of pauses in this. I mean, some of the good work was continued. I mean, Khayyam was there. Khayyam was one guy in every decade since 1950 to 1980. He would make good quality music. RD came in and he contributed to some of this noise, but he also continued to do good work. But I think, I mean, I don't like to take specific names, but for many of us, Kalyanji, Anandji, Lakshmikant Pyarelal, later parts, they were just creating, just noisy stuff with no melody in it, occasional good songs. And by the time then we had Bachchan, then somewhere the whole thing had changed. What people were going to watch films for had changed. And I also think that, as radio started becoming less important, because in radio you would listen to the song, you were not having the benefit of the visualization. By 80s, then radio was also on terminal decline. Then it didn't matter. Then what you were presenting and how visually attractive that was, that's all that mattered, right? So that also started changing. So I just think that the primary reason is you just had a good fortune of 20 years of great people being together. The moment some of them dropped off, you would have had the eventual decline of that quality of music.
So my second question regarding this is that, did you or do you have to be a particular kind of person to appreciate that kind of music? Because you put someone from a different environment and make him sit down and listen to, say, Anil Biswas or SD Burman or whatever, and it may not strike a chord at all. There may be absolutely nothing happening there. I shouldn't say it may not strike a chord. Of course it will strike a chord, but it won't strike a chord. And does the kind of art which you consume also shape the kind of person you are? And this could work sort of in in a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle or whatever. I mean, those kind of tend to imply that there is a judgment call about what is good and what is bad, but you know what I mean. They could feed into each other. If you are a sort of a reflective kind of person who likes quiet music and you listen to that, and it just matches. And you listen to more and more of that, and there is a market demand, and there's more and more of that getting produced, and so on and so forth. And equally you could enter a cycle of a different sort. And what I sort of find delightful about the present era, maybe the last 10, 15 years, not in terms of music, which I know nothing about, but just in terms of creativity and art and all that, is that the means of production is so democratized that everyone has it, that there is a potential for niches forming, which you would otherwise not even have assumed are there. You wouldn't know they exist. You can have a gardening podcast while you would have thought iska market kahan hai, but it can be wildly popular. Or at one point, no, people would have said, no, who will listen to a 5-hour conversation, right? And I'm just thinking in the one domain that I know about. But I would imagine the same is true for music, that what you should have in this era, I would assume, is that the long tail is being catered to, that no matter what your tastes are, someone is making something which feeds into that, and vice versa. But instead, and this kind of bewildering, that why should a particular kind of music just vanish when it was clearly so popular and pleased so many people in such a way that we still remember it fondly? And secondly, does it mean that a particular kind of life, a particular kind of therav, a particular kind of person is in a sense not there anymore?
Maybe I'll take a crack at it, and Jay, you can add. See, there is a truth to this, that you have to be a certain type, or you become a certain type as you continue to appreciate this kind of music. I've seen this for this kind, or for Hindustani classical, or even for ghazals. We tend to be of a certain kind. Although even among us, the sort of the, whatever you call it, the tyranny of small differences between us. Is often we are more judgmental about each other. That other, tum ghazal sunte ho, I listen to better stuff. But it does happen. I mean, you do tend to become a certain type, and I think that's true. The one thing in at least in my case, I've like I say, I keep मैं अपने कान खुले रखता हूँ, and I trust my ears also reasonably well. So it is that, then gradually after I sort of got deeper into this, I kept my ear open to the idea that you could have good music even in Hollywood. Because the first time when I heard, say for instance, The Sound of Music, I got that, ऐसे वो plastic का pack आता था with Rogers and Hammerstein written. पता भी नहीं था ये दोनों है कौन. The Sound of Music, right? First time I heard, barring that do re mi, everything else seemed like noise to me. ये क्या है? Then after many years, and then you heard everything, the Showboat, ye wo, I mean, Learn and Lowell and all the other greats. And then wo kaan then open to them also. Like you realize कि ये भी एक music है. In the same way, then I got into, for various reasons, into some of the opera stuff, right? I mean, some great both Picquini and Verdi. I mean, you heard, if you don't, again, many people don't remember, Doordarshan used to actually air some of the great operas as well. I mean, one of the great Saturday afternoons that I spent was actually watching Tosca on Doordarshan on DD1. Nobody remembers. Nobody even appreciates what Doordarshan was doing for us during those days. And I had no clue. It's just that for 2 days they were showing कि Tosca आएगा Saturday afternoon को. तो आएगा तो हम भी बैठ जाएंगे यार, हमें कौन सा काम है. देख लेंगे. But then I started appreciating that as well. So if you keep your ears, and off late, I mean, again, just to go back to this point, at least in the last couple of years, maybe the lockdown and everything else gave me some time. I'm listening to all these people, this Dua Lipa and Olivia Rodrigo and, the Lizzo, Billie Eilish, of course. But, there's this latest, this Lizzo song which goes as About Damn Time. I mean, great music. And whatever the latest Beyonce album, Renaissance, absolutely fantastic. I mean, mostly she's again gone back to dance, and it's quite pumped up. It's not like those reflective, like Lemonade stuff. So I mean, I agree. I am. People often say that I'm of a certain melancholic disposition. क्योंकि मैं हमेशा जब भी, like my son keeps asking me, what is this you listen to every time some lady is crying, right? So I tell her, पहली बात तो वो लता मंगेशकर है, तो you have to be careful about what you're saying. But yeah, I mean, so that sort of, I mean, people say you keep listening to these stuff, you'll become that kind of a person. But I've kept myself open, and which is why sometimes I mean, not to sort of justify this, I mean, I'm not one of those who have concluded that Hindi film music of 40s, 50s and 60s is great because I like it. I mean, and then over a period of time, I have only gotten deeper into it, and now I'm a, extremist about it, and I don't listen to anybody else, saying anything else is better. I mean, I've, sampled reasonably well some of the other stuff, and I like a lot of that. I listen to a lot of that. And after having done all of that, I still come back to this because this is where I find the most comfort. This is where my heart is. So yes, I would say that it's not easy you become a person and you continue to be that person. It's very difficult to switch tracks. But to the extent that I've appreciated that there is possibility that you might discover something better, I have gone out and tried that, and in some ways, in small little ways, I think I've succeeded as well. I mean, I like a few other genres of music as well.
I think what you said there also reminded me of that controversy about the film "Ae Dil Hai Mushkil," where the Anushka character in the film at one point says something about Mohammed Rafi itne boring gaane gaate hai or whatever, and then that of course led to a lot of outrage from Rafi fans and so on, because there was that confusion of of what the film is saying as opposed to what a character in the film is saying, which is a very standard thing now. But everything you said, for me, I just think while there probably is such a thing as a certain type of music or a certain type of film that you're naturally drawn to, depending on things like your early conditioning, the things that you're exposed to early on, and so on. Also, but I think to a great degree, this is also just a function of how much time you have and how much inclination or willingness you have to engage with many different things and to begin that process of discovering something new, something that might lie outside your comfort zone, and then going with it for a while until it sort of it burrows into your ears or whatever. So speaking for myself, I've maybe this is just a function of the fact that I've spent a disproportionately large amount of my time on movies and on cultural stuff, on movies, books, music, compared to a lot of other people. So I tend to have very, very diverse tastes when it comes to music. If my personal playlist will have old Hindi film songs from the 40s, 50s, 60s, these beautiful numbers. I was just listening to R Par songs on the way here a while earlier, Geeta Dutt and songs like that. But at the same time, I will also have Eminem, or I'll also have some heavy metal, which is stuff that when I was in my mid-teens, 15, 16 or so on, I started really listening to contemporary Western music for the first time. Became a big fan of all sorts of things, from the Pet Shop Boys to Guns N' Roses, with U2 and REM in between, and Stone Temple Pilots, everything, while at the same time retaining my basic love for old Hindi film music as well. I think it's largely a function. You actually hinted at this also in what you were saying, the Subrat. It's function of how much time you have for these things and how much you're willing to just explore different types of things, and then chances are you will find something that you like in different genres, in different modes. Also, one other thing that, since you raised the subject, Amit, one thing I've always been a bit curious about, I haven't really quite figured it out for myself yet, is that when it comes to the songs in the two main languages that I know, Hindi and English, it's a strange thing, but when I first started listening to pop and rock in English, not just with people like Dylan or Cohen, people who are known for their songwriting, for the lyric writing, but even with bands like REM, U2, etc. For some reason, once a song really embedded itself into my head, I knew the lyrics. I just learned the lyrics very quickly. Even today there are the songs, entire albums by some of my favorite artists who I first heard 35 years ago, and I just remember the whole thing. Remember all the words. But with Hindi film music, and I know there are a few others like me, I've always engaged with songs at the level of music. Primarily, and very often I just haven't registered the lyrics of even iconic songs, unless there's something really simple and straightforward like "Mera Joota Hai Japani" or something like that. So it's so relatively late in life that I've really started appreciating the nuances between a Sahir Ludhianvi or a Majrooh Sultanpuri as lyricists. It's always been engagement at the level of music. So that there could be something in the brain that just sort of prioritizes certain things depending on what language you're listening to. I think that's something to think about as well.
In my case, it's just the opposite. I mean, so for me, the Hindi film songs is first about the lyrics. That's all I remember. I mean, in the sense that's really the sort of the core of what gets me into the song, and that's again an obsession. Just hearing it so many times, I mean, and there are a few of us, lots of us now actually. It's almost like you can play any song at any time, and we can just take the lyrics and do that. I mean, some of the workplaces that I've been, I have this bit of a fun contest that goes on, that they can play 100 songs one after the other of and I can tell them the movie, the director, the music director, lyricist, that I can sing the entire song. I mean, at least the lyrics. So the lyrics are my point of entry. But you're right. There is something maybe about the brain and how we process it.
So I've been scolded a lot by poet friends and by friends who are themselves lyricists or who are very attached to the words of the great lyricists that we've had in Hindi cinema, the fans of Sahir or someone else or Kefi or whoever saying, how can you not, not engage with the song at that level? How can you just sort of have the tune of the song in your head and not really be engaging with the words? But I think it works that way for some people.
Yeah, in some of them, like for instance, I mean, if you see Do Bigha Zameen, the fact that now Balraj Sahni has to leave the village and go to the city while he's given his land is now with the landlord, and as he's walking, you get the song, अपनी कहानी छोड़ जा, कुछ तो निशानी छोड़ जा, कौन कहे किस रोज फिर तू आए ना आए, इस और फिर तू आए ना आए. I mean, if you listen to the lyrics and the fact that he's now walking and he's watching the field for the last time, that whole experience just changes. I mean, I get goosebumps. I mean, that just Bimal Roy just got everything together. It's very well shot. And Balraj Sahni is just a fantastic actor.
Presence, yeah.
So sometimes when I realize that without these lyrics, this scene would have been, would have been nothing. And Shailendra just gets in many films that, just the right amount of pathos with the right kind of words, absolutely spot on. I can just go on with about 50 songs of Shailendra. Because more than, say, Sahir and others who were great poets, Shailendra was just born to be a Hindi film lyricist. I mean, he's of course written some of the great poems as well. He was that whole communist, song, that's his. But he just knew how to write for Hindi films, and those lyrics just elevate the experience. When you hear it, you know what he's saying, and then the story and everything just falls in place together. So
Amit, Dharti Kahe Pukar Ke is of course also an absolute favorite song of one of your recent guests, Varun Grover, and they used it to great effect in the opening scene of Sacred Games episode 1. In a completely different context. So, the Ganesh Ka Gaitonde character played by Nawazuddin Siddiqui, and and Dharti Kahe Pukar Ke is being used there, and it just you've taken something that's so much of its time, belongs to the Do Bigha Zameen situation, as Subrat was saying, but you've transposed it here to a completely different, an aesthetic and a mode of storytelling, and it just works there as well.
Varun, he's a tremendous artist. I think someone who has imbibed the best of the past and is just doing this, bringing it into the work that he does now, which is influenced by so many things. So I confess I had no idea of this and we didn't discuss this. Personally, where I come from, I'm much closer in terms of that music versus lyrics thing to where Jay is, where it's always a music, it's always a vibe with exceptions, and the exceptions being the singer-songwriters like Springsteen and Dylan, where, you get into them for a specific reason and therefore you kind of remember the words. But most of the time, my experience with music is essentially of not only not knowing the words, but often misunderstanding them. So, like, my catalog of memories is full of what is called mondegreens. Like the recent one, which I just discovered yesterday that I had sort of misremembered it, was the Bee Gees song Tragedy. I always thought the lyrics were tragedy, it's a Vulcan-sonic tragedy. And obviously that's not what it is. I don't even know what it is. I've forgotten already. But in my mind it's always been that, and I'm content with it being that, because I don't need anything more than that for to enjoy the song. Though I don't even like the song. It's just one random example.
The great Hindi film Mondegreen is of course from Kurbani, Anjan song. आप जैसा कोई मेरे जिंदगी में आए तो बाप बन जाए.
Yeah, which for a lot of...
I wasn't aware of that one, but I know there are some people, some highly anglicized people of my generation who listen to Ek Akela Sheher Mein and wondered why Amol Palekar was always looking for Sabudana.
That's me right here. Yeah, exactly. So here's my next question, and it strikes at what both of you just mentioned. Like, Subrat, you mentioned about Tosca. कि ठीक है टॉस्का आया, हम तो कुछ नहीं कर रहे, हम बैठ के देखेंगे, ठीक है. एंड यू स्पोक अबाउट हाउ getting into something requires your devoting the time to get into it. You can't just listen to something casually or whatever. You actually, there's an investment you're making of yourself. Now, my thought is, and I remember having this argument with my dad back in the 90s, where he felt that so many channels wasn't such a great thing, like which is, you know, the very old Fabian socialist point of view. But my scene was ki yaar choice aa gaya hai, you know. Abhi like Star movies had just come. Star movies was heaven, boss. पूरा दिन movies होते थे उसमें. हमें, you know, where would we get to watch
And
that?
in 94, 95, they had that 100 years of cinema,
Cinema,
thing,
yeah, yeah.
which
Yeah.
went on for weeks, and
Yeah.
where you
Yeah.
just
That's great.
saw so much stuff.
पगला गए, खुशी से बौखला गए.
I remember that.
Yeah. So, and my father's sort of romantic point was कि नहीं, एक channel जब था, at least you could look forward to things you knew they were there. Today, 30, 40 years later, I kind of understand where that's coming from if I don't agree with it completely. In the sense कि टॉस्का दिखाया. बच्चे हैं जिनके पास कुछ नहीं है, they're sitting and watching टॉस्का, they're taking it in. Today, what you have is, number one, as Jonathan Haidt has pointed out, most of the content we are consuming was produced in the last 3 days. Right? We are not going any further back than that. And if I may add to that, we are just scrolling or swiping. Everything is scroll, swipe, aage chalo, piche chalo. It's, you know, we are living in a world of 15-second experiences. And that kind of immersive thing where you're not scrolling, you're not swiping, you're just sitting, you're taking something in. You know, even if it's a 3 hour Amar Akbar Anthony, you're just sitting there for the whole experience. You know, I don't mean कि आपको बैठ के Tarkovsky देखना है, but and I think that that's fundamental, because everything that you consume in terms of art is going to shape you, right? So if all the time I'm watching 15-second things, you know, the rhythm of my thinking just, you know, it's shallow. I'm not really taking anything in. The rabbit holes I enter will have this staccato rhythm to them. कि अच्छा ठीक है, ये अच्छा लगा, Wikipedia देखा, ये किया, वो किया, but that immersion is kind of not there. So is this something you've observed? Does it change society in a fundamental way when it happens? Or would you say that this is not happening to everybody? That, you know, there were enough sort of people back then there were people who didn't watch anything or read anything, you know, तो मतलब उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. The handful of people who are still going to be drawn to fine art are still going to be drawn to art, you know, pompous terms. But so what's your sense of this?
No, I know. At risk of sounding like a really conservative old fogey or whatever, I think, you know, that there is clearly a problem of attention deficit, which is something, and I'm not necessarily saying this from a position of judgment. I like to think of myself as someone who immerses in different things. You know, what I was saying earlier about even today, it's very rare for me to watch, you know, even on a day where I'm relatively free, it's very rare for me to watch more than one film in a day, because I need that time to, you know, if you're watching a 90-minute film or a 2-hour film, to then reflect, to think about it. And I try to watch it at one go, minimum distractions, darkened room, even if I'm just watching it on my laptop or whatever. But even so, I know that even I 70-80% of the time do find myself distracted by something else. You know, I won't be able to sort of resist pausing the film for a while and checking something. You know, I mean, I might just go to the film's Wikipedia page to check something that to follow, and then that might lead me to another rabbit hole, because Gmail happens to be open and there's one unread mail there, and you go there. That happens even to someone like me who you know, to whom immersion comes quite easily, and who doesn't normally get sucked into too many different things. So I can imagine that it does, on some level, it is affecting the brains of many of us, and definitely younger people who have only ever known this sort of life, who, you know, who are just inundated with information all the time. Information, the binging culture that we talk about, you know, I'm sure it's not great for the eyes as well, or for the ears, if you're listening to things or watching things with earphones all the time. That's also the physiological side to it. It's and I'm sure it does on the whole. I don't want to make very sweeping statements, but on the whole, it must be affecting people's attention spans. I think it is.
See, I mean, again, my system one response is what Jay has mentioned. I feel that way. I mean, it's all around us. I'm 46, like I said, I just turned 46. It feels like, "Arey yaar, kya kar rahe hain log?" They're missing out on so many things, right? Just sit and watch 2001 Space Odyssey and wait for 30 minutes till the first word is spoken. Just, listen to Strauss, see what is happening, look at what Kubrick is doing. But then, that there is also this system too thinking about this, which is, how was Mirza Ghalib, for instance, received in his what we might consider his peak? I think the classicists and the purists of his time, including the ones in the Darbar, and if those of us who watched the great television serial Mirza Ghalib by Gulzar in the late 80s, he wasn't necessarily the court poet or something. He was there and thereabouts, but it was Zauq, and then there was Mir Taki Mir, and so on and so forth. Ghalib was often considered to be a bit of a people's poet, a bit of someone who was pandering to popular tastes. And if you recollect the series, there was Neena Gupta, who played a courtesan, Nachne Wali, and she would often get in Raddi paper some of Ghalib's songs. Not often, she got a few times, and then she would be singing. And Ghalib himself hears that "Tere waade pe jiye to ye jaan jhoot jana ki khushi se jeena paate to ye एतबार hota." The fact that it went to those people and they sort of sang it, and therefore it sort of continued and perpetuated. And 100 years later, Ghalib is high art, high culture, while it might not have been during that point in time. So some of this, I would say that one has to look at history and pause and say that it's maybe we should reserve our judgment. Who knows that this 2-minute thing is possibly high art? I mean, for instance, we can go back into just the painting stuff, right? I mean, Liechtenstein, he did that Drowning Girl, that very famous, almost comic book like art. I mean, I'm sure nobody thought that to be anything great at that point in time. I mean, now looking back, you say, "Ye kya kiya hai?" Or even Jackson Pollock and all these abstract expressionists, or Rene Magritte, and all those crazy stuff, Golconda, and they were all interesting stuff. But people would possibly compare that and say that even Impressionism and post-Impressionist stuff was better than what are you putting up now, right? And then if you go back another 30 years, people were asking, "Yaar, Picasso kar kya rahe ho, boss? Ye kya hai? Why is everything appearing like a cube?" And then go to Impressionism, and even when Impressionism was happening, there was then in UK this pre-Raphaelite brotherhood who said that, "Listen, all these guys have gone crazy. Let's go back completely." So the likes of Rossetti and others, they just went all the way back, and so they would paint in Ophelia or something like that, which is very pre-Raphaelite. So they almost leaped back 300 years. So sometimes I'm like, history should teach us कि होता रहता है यार इस तरह का. And maybe 30 years later, you might find this very different, and this might be high art. And therefore, one has to be somewhat... obviously, in the present, you crib about it. But who knows later, how will people see this?
See, my point isn't so much that a 2-minute thing can't be good art. What I was really talking about was more about how much there is competing for people's attention right now, and how in that process, even TikTok can be good art. And I think you've pointed that out as well in your in things you've written or spoken about. But if there's so much available competing for people's attention, and people then don't approach these things with some discernment, with some regard for the limits of their own mind, what they can process in a single day, then of course you just have stuff washing over you all the time. And I think this also sort of this inevitably will lead to situations where people are not really where people are dabbling with I see this a lot in my spheres of work. Book reviewers, the reading novels or whatever, and writing reviews, and you can tell that the engagement has been very superficial. It's just been, that there hasn't been a real sort of effort to sort of get into it. It's been, it's been there's a it's skimming more than anything else to sort of just get the easy takeaway from the thing, from what might actually be quite a complex, nuanced work, but you're looking for the takeaway. You're looking for a single takeaway. That happens with films. A lot of cultural criticism these days, which we've talked about elsewhere, where you have criticism that's centered on ideology, or very often on blinkered ideology, is just sort of is centered on looking at a film and saying, अच्छा ये film क्या कह रहा है, इसका message क्या है, what is the filmmaker's own politics, what is he trying to say, what is this character representing, is he supporting this character in the film, or is he sort of judging the character, and these questions are presented as if they will always have very easy, straightforward answers, which they very often won't. With a good film, with a good complex film, they won't have those answers. And I think that also is very often a function of just, we have very finite time to, we just need to sort of watch this film, not think about it too much. We just sort of, just looking for that one easy takeaway from it. I think that some of that is happening a lot.
I think part of that tendency is that we live in the age of the gotcha moment, where you're looking for something to pass judgment on, because then and the act of passing judgment on something means you're placing yourself above it, you're elevating yourself, whether in terms of aesthetics or morality or whatever, and it's a toxic tendency, and I agree there with you. And we'll talk about politics and art later, but I'll just agree with both of you here in the sense that, yeah, I mean, I briefly taught a course, TikTok and Indian Society, in the very month that it was banned. But I thought there was some tremendous art happening there, a lot of great expression from people who don't otherwise have platforms and who don't otherwise see art from people like themselves. And suddenly you just have to turn a phone at yourself and make something. And initially you're doing lip syncs and memes and all of that, but later it was going beyond that. It blew my mind. It just like made me so happy to kind of see that happening. At the same time, Subrat, your point is great also, that one, of course, how we, if you go through history, one should learn not to place things on a hierarchy and say ki ye acha hai, ye bura hai. But also, I don't think attention spans are necessarily declining. As we are having this conversation, people listen to this show, 5 घंटे की पॉडकास्ट सुनते हैं, and one of you, I think Jay, you spoke about binging as well, and binging also indicates that. I mean, I do see the addictive nature of binging, and you're just watching mindlessly through the night, but at the same time it shows that people have that kind of stamina to really get into a story and just really get into it, right? And the fact that somebody today can binge something like The Wire or something like Decalogue is delightful to me, and that brings me to my next question about a change in form itself. Like, if you look at the history of cinema, all films are basically short stories. If you look at the literature definition of it, कि एक ही मतलब linear kind of narrative होगा, side में कुछ होगा तो छोटा छोटा होगा, there's a certain amount of depth you can get and not much more than that, and so on and so forth. Whereas with the modern web series or OTT content, you can stretch out like a novel. Like, what I loved about The Wire also was how slowly it unfolded, how there wasn't one or two or three major protagonists, where there were 14, 15, 20 people who were painted with such depth that you could care for them and remember those characters 20 years after the show was over. It's almost that long since I saw some of the things I remember. And I think that's a beautiful progression in what is possible. As much as the 2-minute form is possible, the 30-second form is possible, and all of that is not necessarily a bad thing. At the same time, now we can stretch out, पहले इम्प्रेशन था कि 1 घंटे का आपने इंटरव्यू कर लिया, डीप डाइव है. Today it feels like micro content to me, at least as a consumer. Now we can stretch out. Now we can bring that therav into our viewing experience. And in a sense, what contradicts a question I ask or makes it moot in a certain sense is that, you have long form content kind of flourishing like this. So what's your sense of it? Does it change the kind of art that is being produced? And does it also then, in a positive way, change the kind of viewer? Because consumers so hai iske liye.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree completely, and though this is what I'm saying is necessarily going to be a little more theoretical than as opposed to sort of coming from first-hand understanding of it, because I haven't watched that many of these really long series myself. I've seen enough of them to know that, enough good ones to know that it's a very exciting new development. This especially this concept of the multi-season series where you have 5-6 seasons over 5-6 years, and yet that the showrunners or the script writers had a grand design in mind right from the very beginning. So I keep hearing about this in the context of shows like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, which I haven't seen myself, but I've heard enough about it from people whose judgment I respect, whose taste I respect, to know that it's something very special and that we really haven't had a precedent for this sort of thing done well in the past. So there is something to be said about that. But I also do. I think I'm just coming back repeatedly, not to the question of quality. Whether it's something that's a 60 episode show or whether it's a 2 minute TikTok video or whatever it is, I'm just coming back to the way in which people engage. Whether it's something that I know. I suppose it sort of depends on the sort of consumer you are. That makes a difference. I still know, even in today's day and age, I know I have friends, writers among them, who manage to just switch off all social media, their phones for hours on end when they have to sit down and read a novel for work or whatever, or just for pleasure or something that they just need to do on a particular day. So I suppose that is still very much there. But on the whole, I suppose what I'm just saying is that maybe it is a somewhat conservative position that just sort of dates me in a way, is that a lot of people I know, a lot of young people in particular, do seem to be taking on more than their minds can actually process in a single day, in terms of the volume of content that's out there. And I see that when I see, for instance, on Facebook, for instance, if I'm part of a film club forum where discussions are had about films, it's very common for me to see people who are clearly very serious film buffs and who are keen to really engage with things, watch as many things as possible, but who, when they say something about a film, about a particular film, you'll find them saying something that just sort of that to my mind at least, just indicates a very superficial takeaway. Where you've just perhaps engaged with it at the level of plot. You're saying something. Also, there's this tendency to, and perhaps this is something I'm becoming more aware of because I'm in the process of teaching, and I've been doing that for a while, and I'm going to be doing it in a more consolidated way from next month. There seems to be this reluctance or inability to really research something. So someone who's clearly a very passionate film buff will watch a new film that's just come out, and will not even, after watching it, will not even take the trouble to perhaps go to the Wikipedia page to sort of find out something about the antecedents of the film, what it's based on, what it might have been inspired by. So for instance, there might be a film that is a remake of an earlier film, and this person will not know that at all, but will they write a long post on a film discussion forum discussing the film almost exclusively in terms of its plot and how it's so interesting. It's such a good film because it's such an original story or whatever it is, without even realizing that the plot is actually the least original thing about it. It's a direct remake of something that happened 30-40 years ago, and that, to my mind, is a very surface way of engaging with things. I think maybe I just come from an old school thing where I need a lot of context for things, and I need to sort of have that background, especially as a professional writer. When one is actually putting your thoughts down about something, you need to have a depth or breadth of knowledge about the background of the work that you're writing about. So that's maybe that's what I'm talking about.
I think maybe that distinction is not an intergenerational distinction, but just exists in the sense some people will always want depth and context and some people won't. But the difference today is that the shallow buggers have megaphones also, right? So because अपने ज़माने में नहीं था तो वैसा. So now what is it to do? And I love the way you're talking about, you're saying the young generation, they're not engaging. It's almost like you're telling all young people everywhere, तुमसे ना हो पाएगा. So if any of your students
No, that is, well, it's my bad to use a phrase that's much younger than I am. It was I think that no, you're right. Of course, it shouldn't be an age specific thing, and we all know people of our own generation and people older than us who have the same unwillingness or inability to do those things. I think I'm just thinking about it a lot more because I'm engaging with, or going to be engaging with, students of a certain age who who bristle at the idea that cinema existed before Christopher Nolan made movies or whoever. So yeah.
Actually, see, one, I mean, if you engage with it like the way Jay mentioned, that, understand the context, a little bit of the history, where it is, what were the antecedents of that particular film and the story. Actually, what you get out of that piece of art, increases tremendously. So you will just like it if you are getting deeper into it. So it's not about some kind of, snobbery around just knowing more about it. It just improves your appreciation of art. And the other way of coming at it, which is, if you don't believe this, for instance, is that almost everyone whose art you like, who's creating good, even these long TV series and who's creating good cinema today, you will notice that they were deeply steeped in the history of the kind of work that they are doing. Always. It's, Martin Scorsese knew every filmmaker of the 50s and watched everything, right? And, Tarantino knew everything about, whether it was French New Wave or, he knew everything, right? And even today, including Nolan, right? So if these guys appreciate what that was, right? And you have to respect the fact that they appreciated all of that, and therefore they're creating this work, which you all are, thoroughly enjoying and possibly comparing more favorably with what has gone on in the past. Then you should respect that guys, the person that you are really appreciating, their taste. And maybe give that benefit of doubt that we should go back and understand what was happening at that point in time, because they seem to be coming off a particular chain. And maybe there is something more to be done there. In fact, that's how, at least in my case, it's not, I mean, in some cases it has been random, jump into someone. But in many cases it's been this kind, you read somewhere some Coen brother interview and mentions Preston Sturges and you're like, yaar, maine ek picture dekhi thi. But I mean, I love these guys. I mean, these guys, for me, at a particular time in, early 2000s, and it was like, I mean, Coen brother to kuch bhi karega, main purana, naya, sab jaake dhoond ke dekho. So why are these guys talking about someone who was like 50 years before this time and in such favorable terms? And so then you go back to, Sturges, and then you say that, okay, by mistake, मैंने एक picture देख लिया था. I don't even remember Ball of Fire or something I'd watched. And then you figure out, that the Lady Eve or what, and then you realize कि क्या, I mean, as a scriptwriter, कमाल था. I mean, the guy could do, really great scripts, really tight. I mean, he had a fairly short sort of, real dramatic peak for 5-6 years. He just wrote, these next level screwball comedy stuff, the banter, the back and forth. So yeah, so then you discover that. Then you discover it. I mean, then you find more, then you get deeper into it, then you realize you've never fully appreciated Barbara Steinweg, then you go down Barbara Steinweg path, and you get so much out of that stuff. So I you will be richer from, the deeper dive, is my sense. I mean, you'll be richer by much more than what you
But though, you know what, I just want to say again, as someone who I think we may have discussed this before, as someone who for whom it happened very randomly, my own journey into really old cinema, including cinema that was made decades before I was born, had just happened when I was an adolescent. I mean, but through a series of events that even I can't completely make sense of. Where you just sort of you just become interested. You have an aunt somewhere who has some cassettes of 1950s films. You overhear a conversation between your mother and one of her friends, or you sort of see Laurence Olivier's obituary in the newspaper in 1989, in July 1989, front page Times of India, become intrigued, of a non-Indian actor on the front page of the Times of India, or whatever it is. There's so many things that can go into this process. I have to clarify, since I always sort of I get in my own circles I get pigeonholed as someone who's always insisting that you should see older stuff, you should make these deep dives into all sorts of things, that I have all the sympathy in the world for people, young people my own age, whatever, who simply cannot find the time to do this, because there's so much brilliant stuff, as you pointed out just now, as we were talking just now, that's happening in the here and now. The content that has been made in the last 3 days or whatever it is, or the last 5 years.
I didn't mean to indicate it was brilliant. I meant to indicate it's addictive, but whatever. I mean,
it can be both. I mean, if you're talking about stuff like Breaking Bad or The Wire or whatever, also, I mean, we're talking about those things as well. There's so much. So I have a lot of sympathy for people, including people who are trying to be professional film writers. I know some of the finest film critics in the country right now, and I know because I know some of them personally, are people who barely have any knowledge of pre-1970 cinema, and they are aware of it, and they feel a bit handicapped by it, but here they are with multiple deadlines every week, with multiple films to watch, new films to watch just for work. Where does one find the time to go back and explore films of the 20s, 30s in a consolidated, structured way, where you can really educate yourself in a meaningful way? So I get that completely. It's just that I do feel that inevitably there will be a sense of loss if you don't have some historical background. You are going to be missing out on a lot of stuff. So for instance, I was just to take one example, and what you said, is of course right. But though I have to say that Martin Scorsese is such an outlier when it comes to these things, that he should never be used as an example for anything. He's the sort of guy who will, you'll name any film to him, you're interviewing him, and you name any film made between 1910 and 1970, and he'll say, "Oh, I've seen that one 30 times," or something. And
have you interviewed him?
No, I haven't. I mean, I'm
so as if you interview him, you will find
in my dreams, yeah. So I've so he's not the best example for this sort of thing. I do know lots of contemporary Indian directors and scriptwriters who are steeped in, they are aware of stuff that has happened before, but many of them, a large percentage of them in my experience, seem to really have seem to feel like the important stuff in film history really started in the 1970s with the kids with beards in the US, with the Scorsese Coppola generation, and they are definitely lacking on the whole in knowledge about the period that you mentioned, the Preston Sturges period, the period of the 1940s or the 50s in American cinema, for instance, which I think is one of the great founts of everything, and of course what we call world cinema from the 1950s. There is that lacking to some. I know lots of Indian scriptwriters, directors who are working on some very good web series or films, or have been in the last few years, who whose film education begins with the 1970s. It doesn't go back before that. So that is there also.
Although it's a great decade to still
of course,
have your film education.
To start with. Yeah.
Of course it is. Yeah.
I mean, Coppola, De Palma.
No, it's a great decade, but then as Scorsese, who was a central figure in that decade, keeps saying, we stood on the shoulders of giants,
yes.
And people, if you're trying to appreciate our work in a deep way, you have to sort of go further back, and then further back beyond that. That's.
I mean, definitely, for at least a lot of them just had such strong Hitchcockian hangover. De Palma for sure. So yeah.
So, Subrat, will come back to your story after the break because you actually, knew a lot of the protagonists in the Indian film scene. You wanted to be a filmmaker yourself. But we'll come to that after the break. One final big question before the break, which sort of takes off from what you were just talking about. Howard Bloom has a book called How to Read and Why, right? And I'm very curious about how you guys would answer the question of how to watch a film and why. And I don't mean this in a prescriptive sense कि बच्चों को बताओ कि ये points है, ये आपको लिखना है, ये करना है. Not like that, but just in a sense of the first time we watch a film, we are as children, we are watching the film as it's a linear narrative, it's a story, you're interested, ये हुआ, इसके बाद ये हुआ, so on and so forth. But later layers begin to form. You begin to see more in the film. Layers form in your own head and of how you watch it and the different things that you look for and the different connections that you make and so on. And there are also other layers which you may or may not engage with of what the filmmaker intended, where is he coming from, and even everything you just described, the giants on whose shoulders she may stand. So in terms of just that experience of watching a film and not necessarily watching it to write a review कि आप notes ले रहे हो कि ये लिखना है, ये लिखना है, ये लिखना है, but just you're watching a film for pleasure, how has that changed over the years in the sense that you guys look at cinema?
Again, it's difficult to really say. I think it probably works differently for different people. One of the reasons why I ended up becoming a professional film critic or someone who was interested in recording his feelings about films from a very early age, going right back to the age of 9 or 10, when I was just scribbling things randomly on notepads about my favorite Amitabh Bachchan films or whatever it is, giving them star ratings, which is something that's pretty amusing because I'm so disdainful about star ratings and these rankings like you were.
You were giving star ratings to stars, so there were star ratings.
Star ratings, yes. So no, well, stars and their films. So when you have that particular imperative, that's something very just a few people have, right? I mean, most people, bless their souls, because I feel very envious of them, are just content to watch a film, with enthusiasm without necessarily getting cerebral or even putting down thoughts about it. In fact, some of my friends who I'm most envious of in this regard are massive film buffs who can have these incredibly informed and intelligent conversations about cinema, but who don't have that writerly impulse at all, that they want to sit down and put it down, and I've had that for as far back as I can remember. So then someone like that, when you're watching a film, inevitably you are sort of trying at some conscious level to pick up on certain things also, depending at what stage in your development you are as a film watcher. Of course, it's true that I think it's true for the vast majority of us that our first point of engagement with a film is purely at the level of what happens next, what happens at the plot level. Ye hota hai, ye hota hai, ye hota hai. Actors, stars. I think a majority of us as initial film buffs, and maybe even through a lifetime of film watching, are most interested in the people on the screen, and developing certain sort of affinities with star personalities, projecting their own feelings onto them, which is why we have the phenomenon of the big movie star who may or may not also be a very good actor. I don't think there can be any one size fits all answer to a question like this. It just depends on what stage of your film development you're at. Now today, if I were to watch a film, even if I'm not writing about it on a deadline, chances are that my mind is sufficiently trained to, on the one hand, pay attention to what's happening at the plot level, to sort of follow what's happening and to be stimulated by that. Ab kya hone wala hai, etc. Assuming that I don't already know much about the film beforehand, but also picking up on little things at the level of cinematography, sound design, etc., or at least deriving some enjoyment from how a well-made film is bringing all its elements together and putting them at the service of creating the experience. So just to give you one example of this very recent a Malayalam film called Malayan Kunju, which is a Fahad Fasil film, and he's already quite a big name even among non-South Indian viewers who are seeking out Malayalam and Tamil cinema. It's a film about this character played by Fahad, who who's bitter, and he's resentful for various reasons. He's not very happy inside, and then around midway through the film, he finds himself caught in a landslide, and then it becomes a survival film. And I was watching it, even though I watched it on a laptop screen. Unfortunately, I wish I could have seen it on the big screen. I missed it. I watched it on a laptop screen with the full earphones plugged in, and while I was very engaged with the story, because it is an engaging story, you want to know what's going to happen to him from one step to the other. At one point, I also found myself really reveling in the sound design of the film, because it's a large part of of the second half of the film, he's trapped underwater or somewhere in a cave below where his house used to be, and there's a sound of a baby wailing in the far distance, which is an pivotal plot point in the film. A child who he used to feel very disturbed by, but who now sort of becomes like this something for him to hold on to, an oral experience for him to remember that there's a world out there that he has to try and get back to. And I became really fascinated by the sound design of the film, and aware, while I was immersed in the film, I was also aware that this is what the sound designer and the director, what they've constructed to heighten the experience of the film. Just one example, you can apply that to cinematography, you can apply that to editing, background music, whatever. So really, that's it varies. It also varies depending on the type of film it is. There are films that are not narrative films at all. They're anti-narrative films. There's if you watch a Godard film from the 60s, which is not about telling a story in a linear way, or even about telling any sort of story. Sometimes you're sort of looking at it and trying to sort of pick up on elements of the atmosphere created by the film, the perspective that is being expressed, the little playful things he's doing at the level of, or maybe it won't be immersive for you as a viewer. It'll be more about actually sitting and being more analytical throughout the thing. Oh, what is he doing? What camera angle has he chosen here? Why is he got a camera fixed on this person for 5 minutes, or on this coffee cup with the coffee swirling inside, standing for the cosmos, or whatever it is. You start thinking about those things. It depends on the type of film, depends on whether you're writing about it, whether you're watching it primarily for relaxation, so many things.
Yeah, I mean, I think one way to look at this, Amit, is if you consume something in fairly regular and large quantities, you start then figuring out what is good or not. It's just natural. I mean, I love biryani. And over a period of time, since I've eaten so many biryani, the first morsel is enough. It's very difficult to explain कि चल क्या रहा है दिमाग में the minute you eat the first morsel, but पता चल गया कि क्या है, मतलब, and even if there are different types of biryani, within them I know the difference. चलो, Calcutta wala, I mean, the macro difference is aloo डालता है, but the micro difference is something very different. And then you have it, you realize this Kolkata biryani is better than the other one. And so might be the case with the Mopla biryani, or the the various kinds of rice that they use in the Talapkati biryani or the Dindigul biryani. So one is, if you watch a lot of it, you automatically, something, you get in your head in terms of how you are able to appreciate that. So that's definitely happened with me. So in the absence of any formal sort of learning or anything of that kind, it happened. And I'll tell you some very sort of simple things, like, you watch Muqaddar Ka Sikandar, and many people watch it. And sometimes I tell them that actually it is Devdas. And people completely find it, as a revelation कि ये Devdas का story है. Because, they've just watched it. But when you just explain it to them that it's the same thing, there is one, Paro, and then, the Rekha's character is a dancer, is a courtesan, she's Chandramukhi, and it's exactly the same. There is Chunni Lal in the form of Vinod Khanna. Chalo, Amjad Khan aa jata hai, and so on and so forth, and last mein mar jata hai. And on the, dies next to Raki and stuff. That only happens if you, after sort of, while watching it, you have watched so many films that you're not just watching it, you're just trying to make some sort of a meta connect about what the story is, and what does this sort of is this similar to some other pattern or some other kind of similar story. And that's at that level. Forget, like Jay was mentioning, the soundscape and the camera angles, etc., will come later. Sometimes people just miss the very obvious plot itself, that it seems very because you just watch and come out of it, right? So that's one thing. And I see this even in reading, right? I mean, you all of us sort of first started off with halka fulka reading. We did the Woodhouse and the Agatha Christie's and all that. And even there, by the 10th Agatha Christie, you start appreciating how firstly intricate it is, who's saying what, etc., etc. And by the time you are in the 12th or 13th, you are trying to guess, because you've now figured out how she sort of leaves red herrings and clues and things of that kind. Same with Woodhouse. I mean, those plots might be farcical and silly, but very intricate. I mean, and everything falls in place at the end, right? And in very sort of funny and in a twisted sort of logical way, but it falls in place. So I think if you just consume more, you will find it, and you might not be able to articulate it, but often you'll find it. So that's sort of one way of looking at it. The second is then, one of the things that came to me over a period of time is just the way the director is showing you the film, right? Not just you as a viewer watching it. I mean, he could have placed the camera here, or he could have taken it up and shown you a different view. What does that do to your viewing experience? And same with, the sound. And I mean, you start realizing that, he's actually, or she's actually, playing God. I mean, they're actually taking you through this, how they want you to experience that particular scene. And that, I think that was a moment of sort of, revelation that I mean, with some directors, I started realizing that there is something at work here, that they are in some sense manipulating, or in some sense they want you to watch the drama unfolding in a certain way. And that once you've seen that, then you can't unsee it. I mean, in the sense, you just next time you're watching a film, you're doing it both as a viewer and sometimes also as how you're being asked to view it. And then, of course, that plus the sort of, there is always a subtext, or sometimes a subtext or a meta-narrative in every film. I mean, even if the director sometimes is not fully thinking about it, you as a viewer can appreciate and take away. And often I've realized, even if it is Prakash Mehra in Mukaddar Ka Sikandar, boss, he's thinking about it, yeah. He's figured that it is Devdas hi bana raha hu. But he is also thinking at multiple levels. The reason he names the character Sikandar, who technically means, unconquered or whatever, cannot be defeated, but then, loses in love. वो कर रहा है बॉस, वो प्रकाश मेहरा है, पर वो पूरा दिमाग लगा रहा है, with including naming the character in a certain way, and all of that. And then, of course, with better filmmakers, and like one of the films among many Ray films, I just love Nayak. One is, it's in its own way a contained sort of environment film, right? They're all in the train, in that single compartment. There is Sharmila Tagore, who is not taken in by this guy's, the fandom or whatever, the fact that he's a celebrity. The fact that she can, critically ask him questions that makes him go back and, think and reflect about the journey that he's had. You realize then that, at a general level, it's a story of somebody sitting there, and she's there, and you're seeing a little bit of chemistry, but she's also asking him some questions. He's thinking about it. But then after some time, you realize that it's like genuinely a deeper examination of, success, also of, the fact that you are a celebrity, and how do you personally, what do you have to deal with, thinking about the compromises you have made, so on and so forth. And then you get a better appreciation of, how the filmmaker has, put that thing together. So, I mean, like I said, there are just these 2-3 things at least that I can articulate that sort of opens your mind to it. Just the idea of, is there something more where you can connect the plot to, the story to, how the director wants you to see it, and and then once you figure that out, it's how the what are the deeper questions, or things that the director is asking, and after some time you sometimes start overthinking it. Maybe even the director is not doing it, but you are like, iska naam ye kyun rakha? Why did he or she wear something there of that kind? And all of that. Then why did they suddenly show? Why was it raining at that point in time, and so on and so forth? So and then you build your own context and narrative. But again, it's fairly enriching. And then if you start seeing a body of work of a director, of you then find that then you see that there is even more a pattern, because then that guy is doing something similar for a period of time.
Yeah, that's very important. I was about to come to that. That if you're talking about the process of watching films, how does one watch films? Then of course, another important factor is you watch multiple films made by the same director, or even featuring the same actor or the same cinematographer, music director who has a certain part to play in the making of the film. You start seeing patterns as well, right? And of course, some of those patterns might just be coming as from your own projections and overthinking, overreading, or whatever you want to call it. Though, as you know, I'm also a big fan of subtextual analysis taken as far as it can go. I just also wanted to just interject, and this is the sort of thing that happens, this serendipitous sort of thing that happens when movie buffs are just sitting and talking, right? Complete coincidence. This morning, I was actually writing something about Muqaddar Ka Sikandar as part of an essay about Prakash Mehra and Bachchan, and I just wanted to add to what you said. It's not just is it very much a Devdas film. It's also one of the most interesting Devdas films we've had, because it may be the only one where across the many Indian cultures where the man is not laying this heavy guilt trip on the woman who doesn't reciprocate his. So one of the moving things about that film for me is the relationship, the fact that the Bachchan character, even though the Rakhi character, if you want to call her the Paro like figure, she doesn't, it's unrequited love, she doesn't reciprocate. He never stops feeling grateful to her and beholden to her, in a sense, because of, at a purely platonic level, what she did for him when he was a child. And that devotion is always there, that acknowledgement is there. It doesn't devolve into, I'm the angsty male who's been rebuffed, and now I'm going to put this major guilt trip on the woman. It doesn't turn into that. So it's quite an unusual Devdas in that sense.
Prakash Mehra, by the way, along with Kader Khan, he used to make a Bachchan film only to put some dialogues, I think. So, there's this film called Lawaris. All of us, Mere Angne Mein and all of that. Lawaris, though, sometimes I think is just a vehicle for Kader Khan to, just take just dalo yaar, dialogues dalo. Amitabh is standing in a queue. This is like the daily wage laborer kind of guy. You go there, the Munimji, always Yunus Parvez. There is a character. He's sitting there, right? And that when Amitabh reaches there, that guy asks naam. So Amitabh says Hira. And that guy says baap ka naam. Amitabh says kaam main karunga ya mera baap. And then there is the other one where he says there's some reference to you won't tum sudhar jao or something, he says, right? There's this Ranjit character too. So he says अपन वो कुत्ते का पूंछ की तरह है, जैसे 12 साल एक नली में डाल दो, नली टेढ़ा हो जाएगा पर पूंछ सीधा नहीं होगा.
Excellent. On that note, let's go in for a quick break. But before we do so, a question for my listeners, and you'll get the answer on the other side of the break, which is that there is a certain subset of films starring Amitabh Bachchan and Pran, in which the character plays by Pran dies, but the character plays by Amitabh does not. So, what phrase would you use for that subset of films? We'll see you after a short break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150 and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Jai Arjun Singh and Subrat Mohanty, and the answer to the question of that subset of films where the character plays by Pran dies, but the character plays by Amitabh Ji doesn't die, is Pran jaye par Bachchan na jaye. Now, having got that out of the way,
There are a couple of films that I can think of from the top of my mind.
Which ones?
Well, one I think is Dawn. The other one is a movie called Majboor, where Amitabh has this brain tumor.
He doesn't actually.
But he doesn't. But he goes to the jail because he has to do something. Whatever, Farida Jalal and all that. But there also, I think Pran is there and eventually Pran dies. Bachchan doesn't. And in Dawn, one Bachchan dies, but other one doesn't. So, Pran jaye, ek Bachchan rahe, ek Bachchan jaye.
That's too complicated.
Yeah, it reminds me of that, Sushant Singh Rajput and quantum theory. You guys know about that, right? You don't know about this? Jay doesn't know about this. So,
I don't know about anything that happened post 1940 in cinema.
By the way, we are a free country.
Yeah, we are correct. You are independent, but though you still have a My Baap state. Actually, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're a free country. Yeah. No. So basically, one of the conspiracy theories around Sushant Singh Rajput's death was that he was into quantum mechanics apparently, and he once tweeted about some phenomenon in quantum mechanics where an atom is split into two. So there's two versions of the same atom, some shit like that. So the theory was that he had used that, Sushant, to split himself into two, and the one who died was a duplicate Sushant Singh Rajput, and the real one was still alive. And then there are different versions of this theory, but the one I remember is that he was in hiding because Adityanath was looking for him because he had invented the treatment for COVID or some shit like that. I'll just link it. It's incredible. Thousands of retweets.
It sounds plausible. I hope his fans start a giant movement to address this.
Listen, they did.
Cronenberg ko bolo yaar, ek banayega kuch.
Cronenberg banayega kuch. So my next question comes from that, interesting point you raised, Subrat, about, that when you're watching a film, it's not just what you are bringing to it, but you're also thinking about the director's intentionality. Now, I had this conversation with Varun in my episode with him, which you haven't heard because it's not released, but it'll be released well before yours, of course, where I asked him about the ending of Masan, right? Beautiful film. And the film, of course, since I've already given the spoiler away in my episode with Varun, I can just do it again. But essentially, there are these two parallel tracks of these two people who have loved and lost in different ways. And at the end, they are on the steps at the ghats of the river. And that's the first time you see them in one frame. And it's a beautiful moment. And I would have ended the film there. Now, how a typical Bollywood treatment of the film would have been is that you show them talking, coming together, all kinds of things happen, they get married happily ever after. Basically, you spell everything out. The way Neeraj and Varun treated it is that they talk to each other briefly and they get on a boat and then the boat sails away. And then there's a song where the first two lines of the lyric indicate something to the effect of life not ending, the world continuing, which spells it out a little more than I would have, but in an elusive way, and it's not as the Bollywood kind of thing. And I, of course, as you know, Jay, we discussed it last time, I sort of have a bias towards, being allowed to think for myself and not being spoon-fed. And the typical Bollywood way would be spoon-fed you in every way. Show you everything that happens, put background music that forces you to feel in a particular way, all of that. And I remember, Jay, you pointed out that one of my favorite films, Moonlight, actually does have a lot of interesting background music happening, which therefore seems to go against what I'm saying. So I'm wondering if it is simply a question of taste, or is it the case that as you watch more and more movies, you sort of, sometimes you might be in the state of mind where you're completely passive, but I mean, there seems to be a continuum along complete passivity where you're not thinking for yourself, and a little bit of involvement where you are using your own imagination and putting two and two together. And it seems to me that, and perhaps it's my bias speaking, but that the more powerful kind of art is where you allow the reader or the viewer to be a participant in the sense of that, and not kind of spoon feed them. And that changes the nature of the art, that and plays to what the viewer might be wanting at that moment. What are your feelings about this? Am I
Well, I don't know. I feel like there are different ways of being a
Or
participant,
rather,
right?
if you remember the film, how would you have ended it, by the way? Just curious.
And I was fine with the way it ended.
It ended
Yeah,
beautifully,
yeah.
but
I
I
mean,
thought just I would have pulled it back just a little bit even more. But I mean, it's a great film, absolutely great film.
no. I was fine with the way. I mean, I actually watched it when it came out and didn't remember it very clearly. But then you described this quite vividly just now. So yeah. So then I remembered. I was fine with the way it ended. I sort of agree that if it would, for that film, given what the film had already been for its entire duration, it would have been a big misstep to turn it into a Bollywoodized, as you put it, spoon feeding sort of ending. That would have been that wouldn't have worked for me at all for this film, for this particular film. I don't know what you suggested, what you proposed. I suppose that could work also. It would obviously be even more subtle and spare. Could have worked. The thing is, I don't actually sort of remember the experience of Masan very clearly right now to really. But yeah, I think definitely not the hyper Bollywoodized version. That would definitely not have worked for that film. What I was saying was, there are different ways of being a participant also, right? Now, when uh, I get your point about spoon feeding, or about an insistent music score underlining things, seeming to play your emotions, seeming to sort of tell you what to feel. But and again, I suppose this is just different for different types of viewers. It works differently. The point about moonlight, by the way, was that I felt like it had a lovely lush music score. It could entirely, I haven't gone back to see the film a second time. It could entirely be that maybe when I was watching it, for some reason, for whatever reason, the score just sort of just imposed itself on me, or I paid extra attention to it, whereas objectively speaking, it may not even have been a very insistent score. Maybe it was just the right score for that film, but I liked it so much that it played a part, especially in the dialogueless portions of the film, such as the swimming pool scene, things like that. It affected me, and maybe you watched it and the music didn't even sort of feel insistent to you. So it's two different people responding to it. To come back to what I was saying, I think even a film that might seem to you to be a case of a lot of spoon feeding the viewer, just making the viewer passive, as you say, and just the film constantly telling you what to do. There is a participative process in that as well. Now, if I look at some of my favorite masala Hindi films of a past era, including the big brassy musical numbers and things, I feel like I'm participating in a different way. If I see a lovely song sequence that I'm really enjoying with a big star or three big stars, Amar Akbar, Anthony, all on the screen, I feel like I am, by virtue of enjoying the way it's done, the stars on the screen, my own projections of who these people are, Bachchan, Vinod Khanna, Rishi Kapoor, whatever. I feel like I am there. Some part of me, some closet extroverted boisterous part of me is up there with them, perhaps performing with them, just defeating the villains through the power of song or whatever. So that is a different sort of participation as well. It's not just like, to me at least, it's not like I'm just sitting back in the seat and and Manmohan Desai is just sort of feeding me mishti doi or whatever, and I'm just sort of just gulping it down without thinking about it, which is one of the reasons why I get a little defensive when people use words like mindless entertainment for mainstream films, because to me, or when they say, oh, where the default assumption is that with a Manmohan Desai film, you just sort of, it doesn't require you can sort of watch it leaving your brains at home or whatever. I need my brain for everything. I need my brain. I mean, I'd be very afraid of misplacing it. I need to have it in here for every sort of experience, whether it's the Tarkovsky experience or the Manmohan Desai experience. They're different forms of engagement, and I don't really. I've never seen myself as a passive viewer with any film that I've truly enjoyed, no matter what category of film it is.
Image of Manmohan Desai spoon feeding you won't leave my mind for a
It's
while.
lovely. It would be the Cerulak in 1978. Yeah,
Yeah,
It should be-
I don't know what Manmohan ji would have made of that, but I buy your point. I mean, in a sense, everything is spoon feeding to an extent because every choice has been made for a reason. Camera yahan hai, wahan nahi hai. That itself has been made for a reason, and I guess it's a question of degrees and quibbling and all of that. Subrat, what's your take on it? Because you are a lover of both the most overstated Bollywood films as well as the most understated and quote unquote realistic international films. Do you have to mode shift from one to the other to appreciate them as they're meant to be appreciated, or how does it work?
Yeah, so I think just picking up from where Jay left, one of the things that should be there is just within the film itself, it should have integrity, right? So that it should not be uneven within the film, because then you know that you are in for this experience, and the director is giving you all of that, and he's not thematically not sort of going in different directions within the same film. And I think that's very important, because then you can enjoy it just as a single piece of work. So like Jay mentioned on Masan, you were watching a certain sensibility right through the film, and therefore the ending could not have been a different one. And maybe you could quibble about, could they have pulled back a little bit more? And I think where they left it was in some sense still consistent with the overall sensibility that the film had. And then therefore Manmohan Desai is completely consistent, right? And therefore not mindless at all. I mean, people don't appreciate it. Oh, there was a time in 76, 4 Manmohan Desai films were running at the same time. I don't know when the guy made those 4 films together.
Which ones were these?
I think there was Chacha Bhatija,
Parvaresh,
Parvaresh,
Amar Akbar Anthony, and
Dharamveer. Dharamveer.
So it was, I think, would have been 77 actually.
77. 77. All 4 films. And it was like a combination of characters. I mean, it was same. I mean, there was Amitabh, there was Vinod Khanna. In somewhere there was Dharmendra, somewhere there was Randhir Kapoor and Dharmendra.
Yeah,
Chacha
Chacha
Bhatija.
Bhatija, yeah.
So I had all different films. I remember watching these films at different times in my life. Some mostly mid to late 80s. And much later, I realized the guy was making all these 4 films simultaneously.
All simultaneously,
Right?
yeah.
And all great entertaining films. I mean, अपने आप में बिल्कुल complete है. Parvarish is all these, one, it's like nature, nurture, one brother, other brother, all those kind of stuff happening. Chacha Bhatija is complete sort of, two tricksters and things of that kind. So, and within themselves, they are fully consistent. So that's one point. The other point is there is some cultural context to where the film is being made and who's watching it. And I sometimes think that while there is a lot of universal sort of thing about watching a good film, good cinema everywhere, I mean, a good cinema being good cinema everywhere. So a good example of this is this Man, Woman and Child, this Eric Segal's book, and then that was made into a film. And Shekhar Kapoor made it into Masoom. Had he kept that ending of Man, Woman and Child in India, it would have been it was not a mega box office hit, but it was a very well-received, popular film. But, I mean, again, this is 40 years back, so no spoilers here. So, in the original book, the Jugal Hansraj character doesn't stay back. He is sent off to the boarding school. Although the mother, accepts the fact that he's there, but he goes back. Whereas in Masoom, they accept Jugal Hansraj and he stays back as part of the family. I think, that you could not have done that. And maybe in the US, Indian ending would have felt कि यार कुछ ज़्यादा कर दिया यार, ऐसा कोई नहीं करता है. Right? Whereas in India, we needed that at the end, that emotional sort of closure. Otherwise, I mean, I would not have accepted that film if they would have sent him back.
But you would have thought about it more after it was over.
Maybe, but I would have been so disgusted with the idea that they sent him back. Because, I mean, you know, at different times in that film, you're so invested in that boy and, you know, his story and everything. You didn't want anything bad to happen. I mean, I remember that film. Even I think I watched it 5-6 years back. Not the whole film. There was something was happening. I was just watching it. There is a particular scene in the later part of the film where this young jugal actually, cuts his hand with a knife, and he winces in pain and immediately runs. But he knows that he's not having, Shabana's sympathy in any case. And Shabana looks at him. He wants to tell her, but then he knows that he will get no sympathy. So he just puts his hand behind and doesn't tell that he's actually cut his hand, right? I mean, it really broke my heart even after so many years while watching that. उसके बाद अगर उसको फिर भेज दोगे, I would have never accepted the film. So I think there are certain choices which some of the directors will have to, offer based on just what they think is right for themselves, because they are part of a particular milieu. They have grown up in a particular cultural context and they know their audience. And in some of them, I think we'll be different. And therefore, there is some merit in saying that Indian films will be of a certain kind. I mean, some of us, maybe you, Amit, might not otherwise have that Indian sensibility in general because of the, some of your, past, etc. पर लोगों को चाहिए यार वो.
Well, I think there's also within India, there are just so many cultures and subcultures anyway. I mean, it's it also depends on the type of film we're talking about. Masoom is actually a somewhat difficult to classify film in some ways, but yeah, broadly speaking, it is from a tradition of the dramatic, the emotion soaked film, even though it's got Nasir and Shabana in it, and it was made in that period. But around the same time, the stuff that Sham Benegal was making or Govind Alani was making was of course from representative of a different Indian aesthetic or sensibility, and of course that's without even getting into all the many non-Indian, the many non-Hindi films from around the country. So of course that's and today, of course, as you know, there's so many different types of Indian films or web series or whatever, from the 200 crore blockbusters that we think of as sort of catering to the lowest common denominator or whatever, to the indie film, to the South Indian films, the whatever. There's just so much. So I'm not sure there really is such a thing as an Indian film in that sense anymore.
I mean, see, like for instance, some of our early, whatever you call it, this parallel cinema movement guys, right? Money Call, Kumar Sahani kind of characters, greatly influenced by, especially by Bresson. वो सब pickpocket देख लिया, वो गधे का कहानी देख लिया.
That Ohazad Balthazar was a damn good film. I'm very offended, but anyway, chalo, theek
Yeah,
hai.
and baby donkeys are pretty much the cutest animals there are.
Okay.
So
Sorry to have hurt.
I have no
both of you.
experience with baby donkeys, but it's
Okay. But then Money Call comes back and makes Uski Roti or
Can I
Ashad.
quickly disturb you? Sorry, to tell you this great story by a former guest on my show, Naren Shenoy. So Naren Shenoy has a story that around the time Money Call Ki Uski Roti came out, they had got a TV in the house or antenna upar tha, but kabhi kabhi there would be a storm and then people would have to go and they would have to mess around with the antenna and all of that. तो मनी कॉल की उसकी रोटी टीवी पे आई. आई अज्यूम इट वाज वन ऑफ दीस टॉस्का थिंग्स दैट ठीक है फिल्म आई है अभी तो देखना
देखना
है.
ही पड़ेगा.
एंड सो दे सैट डाउन, दे आर वाचिंग द फिल्म एंड सडनली द स्क्रीन फ्रीजेस. So a few seconds pass, the screen is frozen. So immediately, boy is dispatched upstairs. Uncle is leaning out of the window. The boy is moving the antenna here and there and shouting, "Theek hua ki nahi?" And uncle is saying, "Nahi, thoda left try karo, thoda right try karo." After half an hour, they discover antenna ka fault nahi tha, TV ka fault nahi tha. It was a film. So कि मनिकॉल ने वैसे ही बनाई, and all I remember of Uski Roti is that the sound was out of sync at one point, and I asked my father what's going on because I must have been watching it with him back then, and he was like, "No, this is a film. You're supposed to appreciate it." So anyway,
Yeah,
sorry,
you
I'm sorry.
shouldn't
This
have
is
called the antenna guy. You should have called. Better call. So no, but very quickly. So sorry, we are just going on interrupting you, Subrat. But that reminds me of watching Godard's Pere Le Fou at Plaza Cinema in Delhi back in the 90s, and very poor projection generally. The International Film Festival of India was going on, but because this is a Godard film and we were all primed for, we had seen Godard films, at one point the screen sort of just goes completely out of whack. There's a sort of it becomes like a split screen with part of it going down and the bottom half going to the top half, etc. And we sat there for 2 minutes, sort of around 80% sure it was deliberate. It was part of the film, just sitting with this hallowed sort of expression on our faces.
Yeah, the reverse Naren Shenoy story.
story.
And then of course it got corrected, and then it became a very sort of very standard.
Imagine if Godard there was himself watching that and thinking,
This
that's what I should have done.
This would have been better.
This would have been better. Sorry.
Anyway, I mean, the point is, you watch Kumar Shani's Maya Darpan or Uski Roti, Ashad Ka Ek Din or whatever. I mean, boss, it's difficult to have that in the Indian context. I mean, I think there was something happening then in France. Maybe that kind of stuff was even popular. हमारे यहाँ नहीं होता है यार वो, मतलब, I mean, you could watch it, and you knew maybe there is something happening here, but क्या हो क्या रहा है? I mean, so while whatever Shyam Benegal was doing and even what Mrinal Sen was doing, they were doing it at the same time. I mean, the early 70s, Benegal just was starting off, and Mrinal Sen had possibly the Calcutta trilogy at that time. They were good films. I mean, you didn't have to do what Bresson was doing in India with this. You could still make good films. So, I mean, I never understood that phase, for instance. I can watch an interview of Mrinal Sen or whatever, Calcutta 71. I mean, but, watching Uski Roti again is very tough. I mean, not very tough. I'll never watch it again. But so I think there is something is there. I mean, I don't know. There is some aspect of storytelling, etc., that appeals to us, I have a feeling.
No, I have to also say, much as I like to, it's like a sort of confession time in a way, much as I like to, and I also take pride in the fact that I love many different types of films, across a very wide spectrum. There are certain filmmakers that I find very difficult even today. I mean, I find Tarkovsky difficult. And I wish I didn't, because I really sort of feel like there's a part of me that, with a couple of his films, there's a part of me that does manage to click into the admire the film without quite liking it mode, but that's not a mode I like to be in, because I feel like it's a bit pretentious then, and it comes back to what you said, that you need to sort of to some degree trust your initial experience of something and let it wash over. So what would I do if I were asked to sit and write a piece about Ivan's childhood or something? How would I write it? I mean, honestly, if I sort of, in some very detached, cerebral way, I appreciated the film, appreciated that here is a serious artist doing, realizing his vision, but at an emotional level, it really didn't work for me. I was sort of, befuddled by it, a little bored by it. How do I write about it? It is a question that even today, after more than 20 years of being a professional writer, I don't really know the answer to. So these things are, these are, you're and you can spend a lifetime watching films, thinking about them, engaging with them, but there are always questions that will be unanswered about the watching experience and the sort of viewer that you are. And how to deal with a particular sort of film.
I think on Tarkovsky, I mean, the only film that, I've gone through the same problem. Pehle se hi legend has reached to you that you have to appreciate this.
Like this, yeah.
So you have not organically discovered him, right? So I think the only film where I could sort of get in fully was Solaris.
Likewise.
Right, because there was a story to it. And I think a large part of that credit is to that, क्या नाम था उसका, Stanislavski Lem. I think that was the writer who wrote the original science fiction thing. So you could figure that thing out, right? After that, Andrei Rublev or Mirror or something. I mean, हो रहा है कुछ महान काम दिख रहा है, पर वो क्या हो रहा है, थोड़ा फाइट है. मुगले आजम देखते हैं. So जहाँ पे every dialogue is like, if I could say in 3 words, why not 30? Like, Zina Taman's father, by the way, script writer.
Wonderful.
Sorry, who?
Zinat Aman's father, Aman, was one of the script
right.
I thought he's saying Stanislavski Lem was the father of Zinat Aman. That would have been quite a connection.
No, I was saying Mughal Azam, where 3 ke jagah 30, where 3 words would do 30 would be used.
So, Subrat, let's, with a nod to linearity, if that's how you pronounce it, let's get back to your sort of story, where eventually, you were one of the driving forces behind passion for cinema at one point in time. You got in with the filmmaking crowd of that time, and you wanted to make movies yourself. So, tell me a little bit about that. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, just to set the record straight, driving force would be a huge exaggeration of what I was doing there. I mean, there were, just to go back to some of the origin story of that, and for those who came in late, Passion for Cinema was a blogging site where a lot of people came in and wrote about cinema with somewhat of a laissez-faire sort of attitude to quality of writing, right? So initially we were like, okay, now we'll be a bit, the original plan, of course, for any of this is Kahas do cinema. अभी यही बनाएंगे. फिर वहाँ से वो मायापुरी हो गया. So, but the initial thing was, there was a guy who was writing on cinema sitting in the US, who went by the sort of a name Oz. And then a few other people started sort of, commenting on his blog, and then, things came together, and then, the idea was we'll do something called Passion for Cinema. And I think, both of you, I used to follow both of your blogs at that time. It was a moment for blogging in India, right? With everyone doing something interesting in that. I think the two of you, there was Sepia Mutiny, and I used to follow all of them. So we, 7, 8 of us initially started writing. And everyone had a particular niche. My kind of niche was sort of humorous take on sort of social issues through the lens of some old Hindi film or song or something, and then do random connections in between Pyasa and some other, film. And then I used to have this sort of a, character called Professor, who would answer questions of people. And so somebody would ask a question on what is noir, and it would all be sort of laced with some kind of humor and, that kind of stuff. But 7, 8 of us would write. And then what happened was, just because that there was that kind of a platform, that platform was gaining salience, some people started coming in and writing. And one of the big names, not big then, but clearly someone who had a point of view at that point in time, was Anurag Kashyap, who came in and started writing. So he had his own corner. And, he came and wrote firstly about the making of Black Friday and just the fact that it wasn't released for a long period of time. And he wrote it really well. You could feel the angst of a person who has made something good but was not getting a release. And if you sort of combined it with the fact that Punch was not released as well before that, I think it touched a sort of, chord with a whole lot of people. So, just started getting a large number of people reading it. And then since all of us were also writing stuff, people started engaging with other content. And then it just took off. By the sort of 6th or the 7th month, we were getting more than 1 million page views and stuff. We would then sort of write at least I'm always ready to play to the gallery. Start writing stuff so that you could get 100 comments, and those became metrics ki kaise likhe taki 100 comment mile. I have a complete Manmohan Desai at heart. So I was starting. So it was great fun. And then, because of Anurag, others started coming in. Gradually you had Navdeep, Sudhir Mishra, and then, people would write about some of their iconic work and how that got made. So it just started becoming a bit of, history, process of filmmaking. And we started running a 1 minute short festival. People would upload their short films, and someone, Anurag and others, would judge it. Some of the guys who won that then would get a internship with Anurag, and some of them became big, And so that whole thing between 2007 to 2009 was just phenomenally, energizing. I mean, and there was just so much of talent coming in. And maybe it was always the case that Bombay was attracting some kind of talent, but just that platform made it somewhat more democratic than what it was in the past. Maybe in the past you would stand outside famous studio, Mehboob studio, RK studio, bribe the watchman, and then go in and have a cup of tea and try and get an audience. But here, somebody could come in, do something, write a good. I mean, there have been cases of that kind, right? People would come, write something good, write 2-3 times and something, and then Anurag would say that let's have a Bombay meetup, and then people would land up there, and some 2 other filmmakers or young filmmakers would come, and then 2 of them would click, and this guy would start assisting him. Which is exactly what happened with Neeraj, for instance. It's exactly how Varun possibly wrote a few things and got in, and a lot of other cases. I mean, in the early days, Chaitanya Tamhane, all these people were there. Raj Kumar, what's Raj Kumar's full name now? The guy who made No One Killed Jessica. I forget the name. मेरे दिमाग में कोहली आ रहा है, which is not the answer.
Rajkumar Gupta.
But my taste, if I can think only Rajkumar Kohli.
Very sad, very sad.
Rajkumar Kohli, by the way, Amit, if you have you seen the Rajkumar Kohli canon, any movie of that canon?
Name the movies. I may not have.
Nagin, the original
Jani
Jaane
Dushman.
Dushman.
I've seen Nagin for sure. Nagin was with Sridevi or
Sunil.
Reena Roy. Rekha. Well, lots of people.
But I think I might have seen it
Multi-starrer.
also.
It's not Nigahein.
Which was the one in which Sridevi was a snake?
Nagina.
Nagina
That
and
was
Nigahein.
Nagina.
Nagina is a slightly, I mean,
Jani Dushman with Sanjeev Kumar as a werewolf.
Wolf.
Spoiler.
I haven't seen that,
And-
but Sanjeev Kumar is quite a chilled out.
Sanjeev Kumar as werewolf only preying on young dulhans.
यार इसकी मेथड एक्टिंग कैसे करते होंगे लोग? मतलब how do you prepare for this? Like,
Watch ये सवाल तो you don't ask when American werewolf in whatever.
the American
Listen,
werewolf in London.
after this conversation, Amit's going to go and cleanse himself by watching Decalogue the whole
सारा
night.
the whole Kislovsk के 3 colors were red, blue, white.
मतलब एक हफ्ते मुझे बैठ के
Double life of Veronique सब देख रहा है.
या सब मजाक उड़ाओ और उड़ाओ. So you were saying.
So yeah, so then we used to have meetups, and there was this whole sort of. I mean, there was a certain what the French call frisson in the air. I mean, हो रहा था सब कुछ, मजा आ रहा था. People were bouncing off ideas with one another. People were getting breaks and stuff of that kind. So, I mean, my general sort of role in all of this was I've always seen myself as a consumer than creator. But I sort of fancied that I could write a little bit reasonably well, and since others were doing stuff, so sometimes the thought did cross my mind कि कुछ करते हैं ऐसा. But you should have a good, strong enough pull. All my interest that I had in films and everything, I just never was pulled strongly enough.
By pull you mean your internal desire?
Internal desire, because I mean, whatever work I was doing, I could see a lot of people were not. They used to be deeply unsatisfied with just the regular work that they were doing, which for whatever reason never happened to me. So could never go down that path eventually. But I got to know a lot of these people peripherally, sometimes directly, and a lot of them in the course of the next 3-4 years after that. And then the passion for cinema had to be shut down, because like most good things, creative people together, then they started fighting. The whole idea was, at the core of it, should we be controlling for quality on what comes on the site or not, and which way should we go down Should we start raising funds and funding our own independent cinema? All of these things happened, including pitch books were made. Some of my background in that was useful to raise funds, to say that we'll make our kinds of film and all of that. Could have happened. Something could have happened if we went down that path, because there were just reasonably talented people in the mix. But it was always, there were whatever ego battles and stuff. So after 3 years or so, it shut down. 4 years almost. But those 4 years were very good. I mean, quite exhilarating, and I think in some ways, in whatever small way, I think it contributed a fair amount to Indian films. At least I can name 15 or 20 people today who have come out of Passion for Cinema, who actually are directly involved in the Hindi cinema, whatever, in Bollywood, and doing fairly good work. So, and a lot of film critics also. Some of their early work was there. I remember, I don't want to name them, but a lot of them started writing first on the PFC site. So that was my brush with the Versova crowd. I kept in touch. I still am in touch, although it's becoming more and more distant. Many of them have done so well that it's difficult to sometimes find time. I've also kind of moved, and in my career, so it's tough. Looking back, I think it would have shut down on its own. Blogging was a certain point in time kind of a phenomena, and Twitter was already there, and it was starting to disrupt this. But maybe if we had transitioned onto something as a platform with funding and stuff of that kind, we could have done something. We could have been contenders. but hua nahi. But for me, that was a lot of my bachpan ka, all the sapna and everything of being on a film set, of meeting people who actually do make films. I think wo sab satisfy ho gaya. I could never imagine that this was possible. Although I must tell you that in the first year or so when I came to Bombay, the Kida was so strong that I did all the stuff. I went and met Babbar Subhash, B. Subhash, who directed movies like Disco Dancer, Tarzan. I just love the guy. So I went and met him. I have like all kinds of stories of meeting him. I somehow found my way into catching up with Bappi Lahiri. This dance, Kasam Paida Karne Wale ki. These are like, people later, it sort of became like you should like them because it's of one kind. But I genuinely watched these films with full enthu.
I have to say, Dance was actually one of the films of my childhood. I don't think I've ever said this in public before or written about it, but it was.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, just I think it's just lots of memories attached to it during a summer spent in Bombay when I was pretty unwell for a large part of this vacation. But listening to songs and dialogues from it on radio, which kept playing for some reason in Bombay before I actually came back to Delhi and watched the film and enjoyed it. I felt like I already knew it. But yeah.
So, I think I've mentioned this to a lot of my friends, etc. So, Dance has my sort of a single line, which is my life's philosophy, right? So there is this early in the film. This is Dance is a story of Mithun. As a child, their parents are sort of killed off by Amrish Puri, and because they go to Amrish Puri's mansion, and they start and they are like dancers and singers, and Amrish Puri takes fancy to the woman, and then he knocks off both of them after that. And so Mithun and his sister, who turns out to be Smita Patil later, they are left on their own in Bombay. So then they have to sort of make a living. So they start dancing in Chowpatty. Mithun starts dancing, and people put money and stuff. And then there is a Halva Walla who comes in, and then the Halva Walla gives them halwa. I've never seen on a Bombay Chowpatty Halva Walla ever. But, it's tribute to Babbar Subhash that he could think of Halva Walla. Not just that he thought of Halva Walla, he even decided that he will put a Halva Walla song in it. And that became the iconic song called Aa Gaya, Halva Walla Aa Gaya.
Yeah.
And somewhere in that film, just at that early stage, this Smita Patil older sister character tells Mithun that अगर तुझे हलवा खाना है तो तुझे नाचना होगा. Dance, dance. And that's when that thing comes on screen. Dance, dance. And I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. कि अगर तुझे हलवा खाना है,
It's as good a life philosophy as anything.
Brilliant.
तो तुझे
Dance Dance was also the rare heartwarming film of the 80s where Shakti Kapoor
The positive.
finds redemption at the end.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Shakti Kapoor and Mithun are part of a dancing troupe. And like the first 20, 30 minutes after they grow up, I think Babbar Subhash, I have a feeling he had just watched Saturday Night Fever and Grease. so these guys were doing that stuff. So Shakti Kapoor was doing that stuff because Shakti Kapoor was, part of the dancing troupe. So it was good fun. I mean, you did that. So yeah, so that was that. I mean, including Babbar Subhash in Tarzan. So Tarzan is this Kimi Katkar debut. And initially, there is this group who's going into some African jungle because they know that there is a Tarzan there and they want to catch him because they want to put him in a circus and make money off him. Simpler times. So how do they know ki there is a Tarzan? In the initial part of the movie, it's established they're watching some Doordarshan news. And the news reader says, ये वो जंगल है और यहाँ पे आए दिन टार्जन पाया जाता है. एक टार्जन पाया जाता है. Anyway, so I had to meet him. But anyway, going back.
What was meeting him like?
It was great. Yeah. I mean,
what did you want? What did you say?
I just said, I've grown up watching your film and everything. And he was very... they don't get irony. And not that I was coming at it that way. And many of these guys I have met, they immediately start talking about, how they did it and what were the, challenges. And, he was going in Goa one day, he was stopped at the signal and he saw a girl and a boy. And then he thought, what if these people, Michael Jackson had become very famous. Isme se agar ek Michael Jackson ban jaye to. So one of the things I learned there is that for them, it is as much passion, craft, everything as it is for some, author or whatever you might call him, because he's seeing it that way. In fact, you realize he's not seeing it as you think very commercially as well. I mean, that was my sort of, moment of understanding that, it should be commercially successful, but I think he's as commercially inclined as somebody else who's possibly making a film because it's great art. At a certain level, I sense that.
I mean, it's not a cynical exercise.
It's not a cynical exercise. Deeply invested, thinking कि ऐसा करो तो कैसा होगा, इसको करो तो उसको होगा. So, at one level, you can laugh at disco dancer that, that guy Pinchu Kapoor and Karan Razdan find some guy in London. ये दुनिया का सबसे अच्छा disco dancer killer है. इसने चार disco dancer को मारा है. That's like,
I can imagine that LinkedIn profile.
Well, around the same time that this film was being made, Jaane Bhi Do Yaron had this
Disco Killer.
Had the Disco Killer played by the young Anupam Kher, which of course never sort of made it to the finished film. But that again was a fairly similar concept. This is a short-sighted character who goes around with a Sony Walkman in his ears and shoots people while listening to music and doing the disco.
मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि if your future profession is going to be disco dancer killer, what are you interning at? Like, are you like handbreaker of break dancer or, Anyway, sorry, to continue with your narrative.
Yeah, so... No, anyway, so the broader point, Amit, is, before that, before coming into the passion for cinema kind of circle and meeting these people, I had paid my homage to a lot of these things by being at those places where these famous films were shot. I don't know, maybe you folks who've lived in Bombay long or who were in Bombay before, just going down that Marine Drive the first time. And if you're a film fan or you've watched films, it's a different feeling here. I mean, वो पहली बार, you've seen this so many times. You've seen this in लेके पहला पहला प्यार, भर के आंखों में कुमार. From then, Devanand was walking down Marine Drive, to अमिताभ रोते हुए आते हैं सब, to in रजनीगंधा कई बार यूं ही देखा है, ये जो मन की सीमा रेखा है, to रिमझिम गिरे सावन. I mean, it's like the first time I came into Bombay, and first time I went to Nariman Point. In fact, my office was at Express Towers. And before reaching office itself, I was like, I was overwhelmed, because there are just so many scenes that, you have seen the same drive. But I did all of that, and I went to different places, RK Studios and stuff like that. But Passion for Cinema became a medium where I could actually directly interact with people, see the shoots and everything. So, I mean, somehow it also took away something. Once you demystify the thing, it becomes somewhat less...
The making of the sausage.
It somewhat becomes less magical. In fact, there is a thing that from 2012, 13, 14, the intensity with which I would follow cinema, etc., started, ebbing. Maybe there was also because of other things in life, having a family and things of that kind. But and now it is definitely, it's not at the level that it was 10, 12 years back. And sometimes I regret that I've lost something by not being so deeply passionate about something. But
to what extent do you think you're deciding कि नहीं ठीक है filmmaker नहीं बनना है? One, you've pointed out the pull was not so strong, but also the push would not have been strong because you were doing well in your career, and beyond the point, it obviously didn't make sense to give this up for that. And how much of a factor is that trade-off? Because I imagine anybody who wants to be a filmmaker, there's both of these matter. One, the pull can be so intensely strong that you are like, I can't do anything else in life. But if the pull is not strong, the push could still be strong in the sense that your job could suck so bad, or you're so fed up in your family business, or you're so fucking useless at other things कि कोई नौकरी नहीं है, that you are saying कि ठीक है मैं ये कर लेता हूँ, and the opportunity cost is not that high, as it were. So how much of a factor do you think that was, and do you sometimes like go back to that where there's a fork in the road and think of the road not taken?
I mean, there are, firstly, I know people who, had they not come into films, would have almost, I mean, possibly died. I mean, in the sense that they would have just not been able to do anything else. That was never the case with me. And therefore, that itself solves for the problem. The second is, of course, how badly you feel trapped in whatever you're doing. And some of that, how badly you feel trapped in what you're doing, is a matter of pull also. But sometimes, like you said, the opportunity cost is nothing. You feel so terrible in what you're doing, and maybe what you're doing, you're also bad at it, that you go down that path. I mean, I've never thought of that folk too that often. I mean, there are some other, like, sometimes I do feel writing something. I mean, maybe even just a script, or, writing a book or something. I feel that if one had given some time to that, I might have, I don't know whether I might have been good at it, but I think I would have done something well, something good as part of doing that, getting into that. Overall filmmaking, I don't know. I think that phase has gone. I don't regret, or I don't have any what if kind of thinking in my mind. At that point in time, for a period of time, it was there. But now it's gone. It's gone. Will it come back? I think the writing thing is definitely going to come back. Filmmaking, I don't know. It's like I said, the intensity with which I feel for cinema now is much lower than what it was in the past. So that's one of the things that I think is permanent almost now. I don't think I will recover it.
But that said, there are many, I mean, history is littered with examples of late bloomers who did great work pretty late in their lives, and perhaps the diminishing of intensity may also come with a calmness of vision and a tehrav that could also lead to
Possible.
something. So I'll ask you another question, and this, in a sense, is for both of you, and partly because many of the people will, that I'll ask about personally, but also to both of you, because Jay, also seen Indian cinema evolve, and you mentioned how passion for cinema at the start wanted to be like a cahier du cinema, right? So there's a great Andrew Cyrus quote about Andre Bazin, who was one of the founders of cahier du cinema. And Cyrus wrote, quote, Bazin was the antithesis of Russian film theorist and director Sergei Eisenstein, who posited that film didn't become film until it was sliced up and served montage style. Eisenstein advocated for the collision of images and conflict of classes in films. Bazin believed that film should be smooth and needn't be so socially weighty. He felt that films should have a realism to them. He focused on mise en scene as opposed to montage, stop quote. And the sort of the progress that this indicates is, I think, also a way in which young filmmakers would mature, in the sense that when you first want to make a film, you're very conscious of it being slick, and maybe you're influenced by, maybe Nolan, as Jay says today's kids are, or before that, Tarantino and so on, and your and style matters a lot for its own sake. And at the same time, you want big ideas, you want weighty films. But I would imagine that as time goes by and you mature, you don't necessarily want to do that anymore. You just want to let stories tell themselves, and you kind of move to a different sort of place. So with the filmmakers you've known, for example, and you've known guys who've made a journey and evolved a lot in their own way. For example, I love Chaitanya Tamhane's work. I think he's just mind-blowingly good. Court must be one of the best first films ever made. And equally, I think there was a phase where a lot of young directors would possibly have been in the thrall of stylists and trying to, make films in a particular kind of way. And maybe they would have grown, maybe they did grow, maybe the ecosystem changed overall. So what's your kind of sense of the journey that these filmmakers have made and that films themselves have made in India?
I don't know about, of the recent sort of filmmakers. I don't know if I can point to a particular filmmaker and their evolution. Forget whether I know them or remotely know them. I mean, it is difficult. I can't immediately think of it. In fact, some people have gone the other way. I mean, like Dibakar.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
For instance, was very good in his first couple of films. I mean, Khosla Ka Ghosla was actually a very smooth, full sort of a film, and Oi Lucky Lucky Oi, which I think was a fantastic film, and much deeper than many things that came out. And then,
but if I can just interject for a bit, I think even between Khosla Ka Ghosla and Oye Lucky Lucky Oye, there's a vast difference in terms of the stylistic binary that Amit was talking about just now. Oye Lucky Lucky Oye is a much more fast-paced film that draws attention to the nuts and bolts of its construction. Khosla Ka Ghosla is more in the tradition of the Rishikesh Mukherjee, Basu Chatterjee middle cinema, where everything is at the service of storytelling. And to my mind, I mean, I love Oye Lucky Lucky Oye. I like it better than Khosla Ka Ghosla, and I think even something like LSD, where the Barker sort of then allowed himself to sort of just get experimental and sort of bordering on avant-garde, by the standards of the cinema of that. It's like you said, it represents a movement in the opposite direction from what Amit suggested just now. But again, I don't think it's it was to his detriment as a filmmaker. It just meant that he was trying different things out. And I also wanted to just point out, I mean, I'll just let you get back to this since you were talking, but I just want to point out that Bazin quote was also very sort of explicitly directed at these ideas that the Russians, Eisenstein in particular, had about montage, and the idea that film acquires meaning only when different unrelated images are placed next to each other, like the lions in the Odessa, the step sequence and stuff like that. Whereas what Bazin was doing, and this is still very early, relatively early in the 1940s or 50s, but Bazin was pointing to filmmakers like Renoir, etc., who didn't need to use montage in that way, who very often had gliding cameras, long takes, but still it wasn't theatrical. It was still very much cinema because the camera was still choosing what to show you, etc. So a lot of editing and a lot of cuts was not required, but it was still a different form of cinema. And I think if you're sort of moving that binary to the current day, 70 years later, I think it can sort of lead us down some to some very sweeping generalized statements about directors and their trajectories. I think the Barker, I'm glad that example came up, because he really is in addition to being a filmmaker of a certain quality, even in his lesser work, or whatever we might agree his lesser work might be, he's just done all sorts of things. And he hasn't, his career in terms of what he's done stylistically, his stylistic or formal choices, has not followed any clearly observable trajectory in either direction. He just seems to sort of just pick his subjects, his mode of storytelling, and then go with it. So Khosla Ka Ghosla can be followed by LSD, which can then be followed by, again, a relatively straightforward narrative film like Shanghai, and then something like Byomkesh Bakshi. Again, irrespective of what we think the quality of the films is, just talking about the way they are filmed, the style of it. So again, I think it's just if a filmmaker makes an honest decision based on the subject that he has and how he feels, he, given his own sensibility, how he feels that subject is best tackled, then I don't think one should sort of really get judgmental in either direction about either the Eisenstein principle or the Bazin principle. I don't know if that
I
makes
guess
sense.
I agree with you. I mean, like, for example, I think both Kurosawa and Ozu are just great filmmakers, and they are exactly the opposite approaches, right?
Yeah.
Kurosawa choreographs everything.
I was going to come to
and
Ozu.
Yeah, and I mean, I love Ozu a bit more, but I can see why they are great filmmakers. But what I kind of meant was that when you initially become an artist of any sort, and I see this with young writers also, that you'll get carried away by what you can do with words so much that the style takes over the substance instead of being a slave to it. Whereas in Kurosawa's case, of course, everything serves a film and what he's doing, and there is great style, but everything serves sort of the substance. But before we get back to Subrat, I have a question for you, Jay, which is ki is pronounced Bazin.
I'm not sure.
Because Andre Bazin, so I thought I was being damn sophisticated. यार मैं French में Bazin बोल रहा
No,
हूँ.
I just go to the opposite sort of extreme of
Okay.
the inverse snob thing of pronouncing a word as I see it. If I'm not sure.
like a Punjabi, ascetic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. I'm sorry. Let's hand the mic
No, I
back
mean,
to-
I think I was actually going to come to the Ozu Kurosawa, in some sense, the difference. And, you watch an Ozu film, actually it is like that. It's like a smooth film with, lots of emotions. And I mean, if you watch a Tokyo Story, sometimes you're not like, isme itna celebrated kya hai, isn't it? Because if there is... it's not showy at all. I mean, you watch a Rashomon, you know that there is something happening here, right? But just as a viewer myself, over the years, I have started liking that. Yeah, I mean, I like the. I don't think I've watched it, but I'm sure this time also, finally the result mein wo aayega, Tokyo Story 1, 2, 3 mein, or something like that. It'll be there.
Tell the listeners what you're talking about. Results of what?
Oh, okay, sorry. I think there is this every 10 years. I think the last was 2012, and then so on and so forth. They've gone back, and this is 2022. There's a UK magazine called Sight and Sound, where they poll film critics around the world as well as directors around the world for their top 10 films. Jay, 10?
Yeah.
And then based on the votes, they come out with the top 100.
And our man Jay is one of the critics polled
And
this year.
I'm very proud to announce that I have an Ozu on the list, but it is not Tokyo Story, and it's the second film in the so-called Noriko trilogy, Early Summer, which I have a very special fondness for. Partly because I really love the film, and partly one reason why Tokyo Story, this is just sort of an aside really. I tend not to rate Tokyo Story as highly as most people do, is simply because I'm a huge fan of a 1937 Hollywood film called Make Way for Tomorrow, which is a film that influenced Ozu when he was making Tokyo Story, and it's arguably the first major film that deals with the subject of elderly parents being neglected by their children and sort of and looking forward to a life of of neglect and just being alone by themselves. So it's a lovely, very atypical film directed by Leo Macaire from 1937, and Tokyo Story owes something to it. So because of my special fondness for that film, I just sort of feel like there are other Ozus that I prefer personally. But yeah, back to what
I
you're
think,
saying.
maybe you should talk about Early Summer.
Yeah.
I think I have watched that. Tokyo Story, just for the listeners, often gets in that ranking, often ends up at number 2 or number 3
Yeah, Citizen Kane topped it for decades.
for
I
many
guess.
decades.
Yeah.
And then I think last time,
Last time
2012 was
Vertigo.
one the first time when Vertigo. And that also reflects on who are the people who are voting, because I think
I wouldn't be surprised if there's a quite summary change in the list this time in terms of the position of all these, the films we mentioned, Tokyo Story, Citizen Kane, Vertigo. I think that there could be a pretty major change this time.
Yeah. So far, and Tokyo Story, it's a very, I think the Indian audience can relate to what the story is. It's about a old couple coming into Tokyo to live with their kids, and the older kid and his wife, they have no time for this couple, and they are also somewhat disoriented in Tokyo. Tokyo was just about sort of becoming a large metropolis then, and then they also had a second son who has passed away in the war, and the widow of that son is someone who spends time with this old couple, and it's very nice. It's really nicely done, and this is part of the trilogy that Ozu had. So, it's a very different sort of a treatment than some of the more celebrated Kurosawa kind of films. But Jai, maybe a little bit on what draws you to Early Summer.
Well, Early Summer is just it's hard to say. I think beyond a point, how do you articulate why you feel a very strong emotional connection with a film? But it's a film with the same great actress Setsuko Hara, who plays Noriko. The character's name Noriko across 3 films for Ozu, though it was not the same Noriko. It's the
flower of Japan.
Yeah. So and she passed away just a few years ago. I think just 3-4 years back. But she plays this young woman, maybe a 27, 28-year-old woman, which means that she's well past the age where a young woman of that society needs to get married.
I remember the film.
And the whole family, this joint family, everybody's very concerned about this daughter of the family who's also a working woman, the need for her to get married, and she's quite stoical about everything. And there's all this speculation about who the right groom for her will be, meeting people and so on. And I don't know, I think there's just something very spare. This is true of all of Ozu's work, I suppose, but it's very spare, very to the point about the way this, that typical tatami mat angle of Ozu, with the camera barely moving or moving maybe 2 or 3 times in the whole film, is just used to just observe this society with these shifting equations within a family, with and maybe because I'm Indian myself, there's things about it that I could relate to, the whole joint family setup, some of the themes that emerge in Hindi cinema when it comes to these subjects. Arranged marriages, things like that. Yet it was sufficiently from a different sort of culture with a different aesthetic, very subdued. I think
she makes an unconventional choice, right?
Yes, but it's again so the film really doesn't. It's not like it's underlined in any way. It's just there. It just sort of happens, and it's all sort of organically there. And
everybody accepts. There is no drama of
little things. Well, Ozu's full of those little moments, right? Tokyo Story, the famous moment where the Noriko character is asked, someone rhetorically says to her, "Isn't life disappointing?" And Setsuko Hara, with the most dazzling and beautiful and warm smile in film history, just says yes. And it's just a moment like that. There's so much of that, and yeah, so when you have things like that at film appreciation, you're appreciating a film on those terms, then of course you're looking at a film that has completely different strengths from a film made by a Godard or a Fellini, which are or a Kurosawa, films that are much more cinematic in that specific way that we describe cinema as something very visual, dynamic, kind of kinetic. But then you have Ozu, you have Bresson, you have people like that. Just again through the sheer honesty of their work and being able to convey that honesty in filmmaking using a very spare aesthetic, they are just as great filmmakers in a different way.
I mean, sometimes that this some of the Basu Chatterjee films, like for instance, Sara Akash, the first Basu Chatterjee film, was a very
It's very striking. It's a very striking film, right from that opening sequence where the through the streets
through the
of
streets of
Agra,
Agra. They just
with
show
with that music, the classical music, little glimpses of the Taj Mahal in between. It's a very and then of course he subsequently he went on to make much more like Rishikesh Mukherjee he in the 70s and 80s films that had the visual look, the aesthetic of the TV serial, basically. Nothing very exciting going on at a visual level. So it's interesting that so that's another example of someone who will closer to what Amit was saying, someone who started off in 1969 with Sara Akash making this very dynamic looking film, and of course it's a film that also has Money Call in a small role in it. So
he's the brother. He's the brother.
1969 is quite a year for the proto new wave.
Bhuvan
Before
Shom also.
Bhuvan Shom, Sara Akash, Uski Roti, all coming out in the same, all shot by the great K.K. Mahajan, the cameraman of the new wave.
Maybe if that film had proved to be something that persuaded Money Call to stay on in filmmaking, then you could have said the film didn't make money, but it made money. leaving that aside. Oh, sorry for that. So in modern times, do you think that there is a greater scope for young filmmakers to develop in unusual directions which may not depend on what their peers or the people they're working with are doing? For example, we're talking about Ozu, and earlier I mentioned Tamahane's Court, and Court has a lot of Ozu-like characteristics of the still camera and things are just unfolding and all of that. And I can't imagine how a film like that could have been made in the 1990s in India, for example. And today, I think something like that might even be more possible in the sense that the means of production have become so incredibly cheap that really anybody can make a film. Like one film that I saw in Mami, which I loved, is the Japanese film One Cut of the Dead. Great horror film, which by Shinichiro Ueda, which was made for the equivalent of 20 lakh rupees. And it ended up grossing more than 200 crores, and obviously an outlier in that sense. But in the sense that, today the means of production have become much cheaper, it's much easier for someone who wants to do audiovisual storytelling to say कि मैं YouTube में कुछ करूँगा, मैं पहले vlog करूँगा, experiment करूँगा, ये करूँगा, वो करूँगा. So the big bottleneck as far as I see in the film industry, in my naive understanding, is really distribution more than anything else. The filmmaking part and also because you learn something by doing it, and it's so much easier to do something. So one, there is that, and two, there is also the matter that now influences from everywhere are pouring in. You no longer need to be, say, in a particular theater in Calcutta at a particular point in time to be exposed to good cinema. Good cinema is all around you. In fact, just leaving the term cinema aside, good audiovisual content is all around you. You can get inspired by anywhere. So do you think that that one should therefore be hopeful about a greater diversity of influences and therefore styles and growth in young Indian filmmakers today?
I think we already have that, right? Don't we already have? I mean, I just feel like when people engage in a certain form of golden ageism, and I'm a big fan of old cinema. From various decades, and very defensive about it in some ways also, but I always sort of find myself disagreeing when there's a certain sort of nostalgic talk on social media about how जैसे पहले फिल्म्स बनते थे वैसे फिल्म्स अभी नहीं बनते, and I feel like we are living in an age where pretty much any sort of film can get made and is getting made to some degree or the other. Now, of course, like you also pointed out, it's a distribution or the right sort of publicity is a different matter. There'll obviously be, with the amount of material there is and the amount of content there is now, there will always be films that many people won't even notice or won't realize are available out there. I'm regularly sort of, I'll see someone mention something on Facebook about a film that's on Amazon Prime, that's on Prime or Netflix or whatever, which I didn't even realize was there or exists. Despite the fact that this is partly my job to know about these things, but I think already we are in the situation where all sorts of films are being made, all sorts of there's probably a greater variety of approaches currently than there has been at any time in the past, in terms of the different aesthetics, different approaches to form and content, everything. So I think that's already happening. And of course, in terms of the means available, you have internationally, I suppose in India also, but internationally you have a filmmaker of the stature of Steven Soderbergh shooting a film on a phone, and a good film, a film with an A-list star like Claire Foy. I'm talking about this film called Unsane, which was shot on an iPhone, directed by Steven Soderbergh, starring Claire Foy, and solid feature film that just sort of works as a very immersive experience. You have someone like that. So then, of course, younger filmmakers will also have all sorts of tools available to them.
I think the production is democratized. The challenge really is both the distribution and discovery. Then, the fact that Jay can't find a film while it's his professional sort of pursuit.
You had one job,
right? So it's impossible for others to find it, right? I mean, and that really is. Then you don't know whether you are actually getting, and then who are you, I mean, who's promoting you, in the sense somebody, I don't know whether those kind of things will happen ever again, that some koi hai John Dahl ya koi, and Ebert finds him and starts doing that, and that guy makes Rounders or something, I mean, and it's like that. I don't know whether that's possible or is going to happen, but I agree with you that, I mean, there are all kinds of talent. I mean, there's this movie called Promising Young Woman. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah.
This lady, Fennell.
Emerald Fennell.
Emerald Fennell, who also was the showrunner for Killing Eve.
And who also played
Helena Bonham Carter for...
who played Camille.
Who played
Camilla in The Crown.
In The Crown. So, I mean, just sometimes you're like, boss, ye kitna talent hai yaar.
It's a very, very fine film. Promising Young Women is one of my favorite films of the last few years.
So there's this Carey Mulligan film, and she's very good. So when you see and then you realize that she's made the film, then she's the showrunner for Killing Eve, and then she herself acted in that, and you're like, boss, one has to keep an eye out. I mean, these guys will do things, right? So I think that, I mean, the talent sort of, coming through of all kinds, making different kinds of films, etc., I think that will continue. And it'll only become easier, but you're right. The discovery is what I sometimes worry about. Who's going to find, who's going to champion? Will enough people get to know, or by the time you champion, it's an avalanche. You're buried under another 20.
Yeah, that's again a function of the sheer volume of things that's available out there. So of course one does feel sorry for a lot of potentially upcoming directors, script writers, etc., who might have very good stuff with them, but might just get buried under everything that's already available and not quite get the opportunities. That's it is a problem of plenty in that sense. When it comes to the distribution thing or whatever.
In fact, just thinking aloud, maybe the focus and the importance will shift from producers and studios to filters, because we discover content typically through, we have different kinds of filters. Maybe it is a film blogger, maybe it is a particular YouTube channel which is talking about films or whatever. And I think there's a lot there to happen. We were talking about Andrew Saris earlier, and Andrew Saris, of course, came to fame or notoriety as it then was when he did this review of Hitchcock's Psycho, which I know you're also a fan of Hitchcock, where he praised it to the skies and he said it's such a great film and all that. And at that time, Hitchcock wasn't particularly taken seriously, and Saris was attacked for it, and so on and so forth. Which
Pretty much anyone who wrote anything good about Psycho in 1960 was attacked. I mean, Robin Wood, who's one of my favorite writers, semi-academic writer, who wrote this great book called Hitchcock's Films Revisited. He submitted a review of Psycho when he wasn't a professional film critic, to Sight and Sound, run by Penelope Houston at the time, and a very detailed, wonderful piece, which of course made it to his book eventually. But she rejected it politely, saying, you failed to grasp that Hitchcock did not intend this film to be taken seriously. So it's so that of course. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah. So my question here is that's a way of looking at what Subrat also said earlier about history being fickle, about you can regard something as highly at one point and not think of it 100 years later, and vice versa. And today, of course, Hitchcock is right there at the top of everybody's mind, including the Sight and Sound poll last time with Vertigo and so on and so forth. If you had to, out of your personal favorites, urge that someone be taken more seriously, that, I mean, obviously not comparing anyone to Hitchcock, but in the sense that this person is not taken seriously enough, yaar, isko dekho, what would kind of come to your mind, either in terms of filmmakers or films or really anything at all?
What a question to ask. Are we here for another 5 hours or something? I mean, it's.
I'm not kicking you out. So
I mean, my sort of, again, system one answer, and I guess a few days back on another WhatsApp group we sort of touched on this. My system one answer would be Peter Weir.
Sorry?
Peter Weir.
Oh, yeah, right.
That would be my immediate answer.
He was taken very seriously.
But see,
right?
Amit, now there we're entering very subjective territory. Once we start talking about underappreciated films or filmmakers, then everything. I was going to. This sounds funny now, but Buster Keaton. Okay, who most knowledgeable film viewers today, or people who know anything about film history, actually regard him quite rightly, in my view, as one of the most important figures in film history. There's revisionist thinking now that places him above Chaplin, which I don't quite agree with, but I see the point, because Keaton was known for his deadpan expressions and his lack of emotion, expressiveness, this athleticism, whereas Chaplin was more about the pathos and so on. And when we're living in a time where that sort of melodrama is out of fashion, as mentioned, so it's easy to see why Keaton is so highly regarded. But he was an absolute great who was neglected for several decades. And yet, if you were to ask me about some of my favorite underappreciated films, I might actually mention Keaton for no better reason than because so many people, and I'm not just talking about young people,
the snappers who don't even know who Chaplin is because he was before Nolan.
Yeah. So there's so many people have no idea about Keaton and his importance, and so I would probably, I might even name one of his films as an underappreciated film that needs to be rediscovered. So that's a subjective thing. So if you were to ask something like that, Peter Weir is actually a pretty good name, I think, because he's really not.
Yeah, I mean, I think of course he was big, but he's sort of, even decently aware people today about films will struggle, on who he is or he was.
But they'll kind of have a sense of what his films are, like Witness, Dead Poets Society, Truman Show.
Yeah, but again, I think he's been, I would still sort of put him under the underappreciated category right now.
Fair enough.
I mean, if you take, I think with that day we were sort of we just alluded to the kya tha wo, what was that, the Hanging Rock film.
Picnic at Hanging Rock.
Hanging Rock, yeah. It's like the way it's done, plus just the meta point around these white people not understanding that the land that they are in has this other mysterious stuff that happens, etc. I think he did it really well. I mean, that film really holds, I would say. I think I watched it again some 7-8 years back, it really holds. And that other one, the Mel Gibson,
Year
Gallipoli.
of Living. Acha,
No, Gallipoli, about the war.
Or the war, yeah.
Gibson is just amazing. I mean, nobody considers Gibson amazing these days. Politically wrong statement.
Well, you've pretty much put an end to my plan of naming John Ford as one of the underappreciated filmmakers. But the reason I say that, of course, he's in his time, and again for knowledgeable people, one of the most iconic directors of all time.
Most number of Academy Awards.
But Ford, also, but that's the least sort of interesting thing about him. But today, he's so out of fashion because there's this, in my view, very unfair. And I had a long chat once with our mutual friend Girish about this. Girish Shah. Ford just is out of favor in so many liberal, quote unquote, liberal circles, because many people, including people who should know better, people like Quentin Tarantino, have just got him pigeonholed as someone who just made these racist films about cowboys killing Indians and Indians deserving it. And you go back and actually look at his filmography, look at it closely, you see much more nuance than that. In addition to him just being a very important filmmaker who influenced people like Orson Welles and Kurosawa, etc. But so on one level, it would be laughable to refer to John Ford as an underappreciated filmmaker, because he's one of the most well-known directors of all time in most film circles, knowledgeable film circles. But in this context that I'm discussing, you could probably sort of name even someone like him. But to give perhaps a more satisfactory answer to your question, looking at someone contemporary, there's one filmmaker, as you know, one of the most revitalizing things for me personally has been getting into contemporary Malayalam cinema and to a slightly lesser degree Tamil cinema in the last few years. In your 40s, to suddenly discover a completely new filmic culture and to sort of start engaging with it the same way that I was engaging with Kurosawa, etc. as an adolescent, that's very empowering. It's exciting. It sort of makes you feel alive again as a film buff. But even within Malayalam cinema, which tends to be somewhat rooted, grounded compared to the mainstream Hindi cinema, there's a filmmaker named Don Palathara, who I have a lot of regard for. He's, even within the world of Malayalam cinema, he's someone who's a bit of an outlier. He works outside even what might be called the mainstream of Malayalam cinema. He's made 5 films so far. I've watched all but one of them, and he just has this very distinct sensibility where you just sort of watch his films and you get a sense of honesty. That here's someone who's just being true to what he sort of wants to do, without any sort of frills, or without being influenced by the outside world. Most of his films are in black and white, by the way, very, very arresting black and white. One film of his that I really, really liked, even though it's a sort of film that some people might find pretentious or problematic in terms of, if you look at it in a very superficial sense, from the gender lens, it's a film called Everything is Cinema, which both in terms of the title and in terms of the treatment of the film could easily be a 1960s Godard film. It's just it's a story about a documentary filmmaker whose face we never see and who is voiced by Palathara himself. So it's got this meta quality. He's in Calcutta to shoot a documentary along the lines of Louis Malle's Calcutta film, and he's there with his wife. And then the lockdown happens in 2020. So they are basically stuck. They can't go out and do their research, etc., any shooting, etc. They are stuck in one room together, in one little flat together. And then, the whole film basically just takes the form of this guy whose face we never see. We only hear his voiceover, pointing his camera repeatedly at his wife. He's getting fed up of her. They're sort of cloistered together, and saying these extremely chauvinistic things about her, criticizing her, just saying things like that. And it's such an interesting film in terms of what it this perspective it provides of the nastiest aspects of the male gaze or whatever it is. Plus it's got this experimental side to it because of the very nature of the filmmaking, the handheld camera, the meta-ness of it. It's very interesting. It was, along with all of Palathara's films, it was on Mubi India. I don't know if it still is. It might be. But that's one example of someone who, even within the world of Malayalam cinema, I feel he's someone who's just so interesting and should get a wider audience at some point.
I was just curious. We were getting into that conversation before we started the recording. Who else do you have on that list?
Well, from filmmakers of an earlier time, like I said just now with Keaton and John Ford, I mean, my interpretation of someone who's underappreciated might be very different from what Amit had in mind.
I meant the sight and sound list.
Oh, I'm not sure that I should speak
sorry,
about that
sorry,
at the moment.
sorry.
When does the
But
Sight and Sound list come out? This episode could come after that, so then it would be fine.
should be sometime in the next 2 or 3 months.
Okay, so I
Uh,
mean, I don't know when this will come
but
out.
but I'm not sure exactly, so I'll just sort of be prudent. It's
But
just-
you did mention about, in general, about your Brian De Palma.
I am, yeah. Well, there is a De Palma film there. I don't know if you've seen this very early De Palma film called, well, no, not very early, but it's called Hi Mom.
The dinner of film.
1970 film. It's very very interesting. It just sort of points, among other things, that I see it as pointing the way forward to Travis Bickle, uh, 6 years later. But it's just it's got this. Is this film that just has this film within a film called Be Black Baby.
The theater stuff, right? They
Yeah,
paint
which,
their faces.
which to my mind is one of the most interesting, films of that period. That's actually providing a commentary on bleeding heart liberals who just want to empathize with the underprivileged, but do it from a safe distance and and from a position of some comfort, which is all of us, basically.
But I find there'll be a tactical element to making your list and sending it to them, right? The two films that at least so far you've named from the list, which you've put in, the Ozu film and the De Palma film,
Very different types of films.
are different types of films and not films anybody else would name. So they're not going to be in the top 100. Whereas a tactical way of doing it would be to think that what are the films I really like that are also likely to be named by other people. So let me at least make sure they get a little higher up.
No. So that wasn't a consideration for me at all. I mean,
you just said I'll name my best 10. Nahi aayega to nahi aayega.
No, or I'll name the 10 films that come to my mind at this moment as opposed to 10 minutes later, because then the list would be different 10 minutes later.
But is there any standard choice in that list, or they all?
Yeah, there are three that now again am I going to start naming all the films like this?
I think Subrat and I were sinisterly thinking that he has nikal lete
No,
hain sab.
no, there are of the 10, there are three films that would be broadly
Canonical.
also when I looked at the 2012 list, I think all three of these films figure in the top 50 or 60. So then with them there is the the possibility that my vote might actually make a difference to the pecking order, but with none of the others. The others are all films that are really not going to make it to the top 100 or whatever.
कोई बंदा है जो 51 से 49 जाएगा और उसे पता भी नहीं चलेगा कि जय अर्जुन सिंह ने किया है कि नहीं?
पता चलेगा, सारा वेबसाइट पे सारे लिस्ट होंगे.
सबके लिस्ट आते हैं क्या?
अच्छा, आते हैं सबके लिस्ट.
Yeah.
So your list will also be there. And you're not telling us. Anyway,
not now. When it publishes,
we'll see it. Yeah, and if it's published before the episode, I'll just put it in the show notes as well. Okay, so you guys have been kind enough to spend a lot of time. Is there anything else you like before? I'll end, of course, by asking you to recommend films, books, music, whatever for the listeners, especially ones that you feel are underappreciated. But before that, is there anything else you'd like to talk about with that I might have missed?
There's plenty that I'm sure both of us would like to talk about, but again, it's just a matter of call us again tomorrow or whatever. No, you're busy tomorrow.
I'm booked. I'm recording 11 episodes in 11 days. You guys are number 4, which is why I still have some energy. ठीक है, so let's go with recommendations, which I did warn you about before.
Well, I've already given one,
which is
the Palathara.
Correct.
The Don Palathara.
Can
film.
you just name all his films, because I really want you to pronounce them?
No, these are not difficult films to pronounce. Actually, there's 1956 Central Travancore, which is one. There's one that's very difficult to pronounce, which I won't even try. But the English title is Joyful Mystery, which is a very interesting film. Also, it's his only color film. It's a film. It's an 84-minute film that's shot in a single take, which is entirely from the front of a car where two people are on their way to drop off a report to sort of find out if the woman is pregnant, and the conversation that goes on. So it's just a single take film, the English title of which is Joyful Mystery. And there's the one I mentioned, Everything is Cinema, 1956, Central Travancore, Shavam, The Corpse, there's With, which is The Seed, I think. So those are the five. That's and I
Of
think
his. So you have four more to name. Because you were going to name a total of five, and one of them was Palathara, which you named. So what are the others?
That was a cluster.
Yeah, that was a cluster. It counts as one. Like when I say Decalogue, I can't say मैंने 10 film के नाम बोल दिए.
let Subrat go. What are you asking? Are you asking for underappreciated films?
No, I'm asking for just what you'd like to recommend that people watch. But obviously, there's no point naming a mainstream thing that everyone has seen,
Let
like a
Subrat
Nolan
go
film or something.
while I refresh my memory by looking at my films watched notes in recent films watched on
That's
my
what you're
phone.
pretending you're doing. You're probably checking your Twitter. So Subrat, go ahead.
I mean, I don't know whether. I mean, there are just so many of them. I mean, just to sort of go down the memory lane and suggesting some films, but I'll just keep throwing films, right? So, I mean, we did speak about this screwball comedy sort of time. So, I think the Lady Eve would be one. I think the Noah films of that time, whether it's the Postman Rings Twice or...
I remember once, I think the first time we met in person, you gave a 40-minute lecture to an enraptured group of people on noir and the different kinds of noir and whatever, but we can handle that some other time. Are you also a fan of noir?
Yeah. Well, I've actually hosted a lot of online film discussions about film noir of the 1940s. And in fact, the next discussion will actually be looking at some films that are technically genres like westerns, but which are very much 1940s noirs as well. Treasure of the Sierra Madre and films like that. But yeah, so noir. I could easily make up a list of noir films exclusively.
The next time we meet, we should talk only about noir, and I have a title for the episode. Because if you're talking about the history of noir from beginning to end...
Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark. Thank you. Subrat, back to you.
I used that as a title of a blog post once.
Yeah, now you're preempting my jokes. It's like we're becoming a married couple or something, Jay. Not good.
So I mean, of the 40s, yeah, I mean, Postman Rings Twice, Key Largo, that's the Florida Noah, that's Sunshine Noah. वहाँ पे अंधेरा नहीं है सब, although they're a little later.
There's a film from that period, which since we're talking like this and we're doing the Jugal Bandi, definitely an underseen film compared to a lot of major noir films of that time. It's a B movie, generally regarded as a B movie, called Gun Crazy, which is interesting in particular because it's nearly 20 years before Bonnie and Clyde, and it's one of the prototypes of the couple on the run film, the couple sort of operating outside the law on the run, and it does some very interesting things with location for a film made in 1949. It does some very interesting things with location shooting, with long takes. There's one shot, coincidentally I mentioned the Palathara film just now, which is a single take shot from the front of a car. Gun Crazy has a bank heist which is shot exclusively from the back of the car that the couple are sort of they park outside the bank and then he goes in and so on. It's a very unusual long take for that period. So that would be one on my list as well. You mentioned Lady Eve. Now, if you're talking about Preston Sturges, I'm a huge fan of Sullivan's Travels, which of course is the film that the Coen brothers referenced in
the O Brother Where
the O Brother Where Art Thou, because that title appears in Sullivan's Travels for the first time. There's so many others. There are the westerns of I know there's very strong Hollywood film bias going on here of a certain period, but the westerns made by Anthony Mann in the early 50s with Jimmy Stewart, films like Winchester 73 and Bend of the River, which were just such interesting films. Psychological westerns, as you'd call them, where the accent is a little less on action and shootouts and a little more on characters and their interactions.
I mean, I'll continue. I mean, you'll get more than 5 Amit now.
Please go ahead. The more the better.
Yeah. I mean, just to sort of...
my listeners don't have a life. What are they going to do, man? 5 घंटे का episode सुना है तो कुछ movie भी देख लेंगे 4 ठो.
The 40s, even in the Hindi films, I think. I mean, some of the early Dilip Kumar, I think, is quite good. Shaheed, for instance. I like it. The prints might be poor, so you have to figure out if you're able to get good prints. Andaz of Mehboob Khan is lovely. I mean, it's a love triangle. Raj Kapoor, Dilip Kumar, Nargis, great songs. Naushad and Majroo. And in Andaz, I mean, just to go down this general rabbit hole, I mean, actually in Andaz, Rafi was singing for Raj Kapoor and Mukesh was singing for Dilip Kumar. And that was how it was for some time. Dilip Kumar found Rafi as his voice a little later, although in Shaheed, Watan ke Vaste, Watan ke Naujawaan Shaheed Ho was a Rafi song. But Talat was singing quite often for Dilip Kumar. In fact, almost the voice of Dilip Kumar in the early 50s. And in Andaz, Jhoom Jhoom Ke Nacho Aaj, Tu Kahe Agar, etc. were all Mukesh songs, which was picturized on Dilip Kumar. Some of those early V. Shantaram films also of 1940s are quite good.
Or the 30s even.
The 30s.
Or the Duniya Na Mane.
And Aurat and not Aurat, what is that other one? The one that had... Sai Pranchpe's mother. But anyway, so these a couple of those films which from Hindi of the 40s, 50s and 60s. There are, I mean, I'm generally a Billy Wilder fan. The guy just had range. So, I mean, again, if people, these are very famous films of those times, but if people have not watched it, I would suggest, Some Like It Hot is just a great film. Absolutely fun.
I think during our last conversation, Amit, I actually mentioned Ace in the Hole, Billy Wilder's Ace in the Hole,
I was going to come to it.
as one of the somewhat under the radar films that...
I think Ace in the Hole is just a fantastic film. This is a Kirk Douglas movie. Billy Wilder movie. This is almost like this Peoply Live kind of, copied it. So there's this
70 years ago with this whole media circus.
So Kirk Douglas is he's been fired from his job in New York or somewhere, and he goes somewhere down to Colorado or somewhere looking for a job. He's just a sort of a, investigative journalist or whatever. He's just a guy who's looking for stories to, again, redeem himself. And finds a story of a guy who while drilling something is gone into a gadda inside, and then
stuck in a cave.
And then the story is that this guy wants to prolong the story for as long as possible, with some disastrous consequences eventually.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, and this is like Wilder simultaneously was doing all kinds of things here. He's just amazing, and a whole lot of them who came from Austria, Germany. These are not actually English-speaking people.
Yeah, they brought a very particular sensibility from there. The Lubitsch came first, then Wilder assisted him. That's the whole bunch of them just played a big part in fashioning the Hollywood of that time also.
In fact, there is this movie called Sweet Smell of Success, Burt Lancaster film.
And Tony Curtis,
Just absolutely a great film.
Very hard-hitting film again about partly about the media and what it can do.
And there's a cinematographer. There's a Chinese origin cinematographer, right?
James Wong Howe.
Who's the cinematographer here?
Yeah. It's a beautiful looking film. Yeah. Closer home, one of the films that I in fact I think I may have mentioned it to Subrat before we started, that I watched, and one of the reasons it strikes me is because both because I really enjoyed watching it. I think watching it for the first time properly as an adult, also because there's an excellent print of it available online. Gulzar's Mere Apne, which is a 1971 film, and of course we were talking about Hal Chal Theek Thaak Hai some time back. That's the name of the song in Mere Apne, which is a very hard-hitting commentary on various things, various problems that the country was facing at that time in 1970-71. And as is so often the case, when we are living in the present moment, there's this tendency to sort of the recency bias or whatever, to think that the problems we are facing today are exclusively of today. And very often it's quite surprising to go back and look at a film made 50 or 60 or 70 years ago and see the same things being talked about. I don't remember now if in our previous talk if I mentioned mentioned this wonderful 1953 film called 1952 film called called Mr. Sampath, which was a
Motilal.
it's based very loosely on an R.K. Narayan novel, but the film is and it's a remake of the Tamil film Miss Malini, but here's a film made less than 5 years into independence, a time that we sort of, the persistent narrative is that it's a time of Nehruvian idealism, etc. It's like biting into a sour lemon, and it's got a very sarcastic song called "Achhe Din Aa Rahe Hain, Hurrah," where the song lyrics are about how Achhe Din are never actually going to come, but it's this ironical thing going on in 1952.
Padmini is there, right?
Padmini and Motilal.
He's the agent kind of thing, and then
It's a very I always refer to that film. When I often get people telling me with great authority, "Jaane Bhi To Yaro" is the first black comedy satire in Indian cinema, and I say Hindi cinema में भी नहीं है. Please,
Hold my drink.
So this is another, coming back to what we discussed earlier. People just when you don't have a sense of deeper history, which is fine, most of us, it's not like we can know everything or be fully formed or something, but then it would be nice not to make big statements saying that this film is the first example when you don't know what has gone before. So Mr. Sampath is one example. Mere Apne, of course, is not a hard-hitting satire in the same way, but it's got that song and it's got a few scenes about unemployed youth in the India of that time, very disgruntled by the situation that they're in, but finding some succor through through an old woman played by Meena Kumari, who becomes like a nani figure to all of them. Lovely print online. Really
some
interesting.
sucker. Yeah, for a moment I heard it as the
Yes.
other sucker. So
Yes.
I was thinking,
But 50s again, so for instance, sticking to some of the Hindi films of the 50s, I would still, for those who haven't seen Bimal Roy films, and Jay, when I attended one of his film appreciation classes where you took us through the Diya song of Parak.
Oh, Parak, yeah. Lovely, the photography, yeah.
So Parak is a very good film. The plot is like, there is a village and there is like the whole village ecosystem, panchayat, ye wo, and but there is a particular event that triggers chaos there, which is, and it's a nicely done thing where everybody then starts suspecting, and the people are jockeying for things. Great songs, of course. O Sajna Barkha Bahar Aayi, Salil at just peak form. But that's a good movie. There's a movie called Unche Log. Again, I recommend that. There's a movie made by a very old sort of director of the 30s who was still working then, called Fani Majumdar. And Unche Log is a copy of a Tamil, play called Major Chandrakant. K. Balachandra had written that. Ashok Kumar and Firoz Khan in one of his early films. Dekhna chahiye. It's like good story. Has one great Rafi song, Jag Dile Deewana.
you sing.
No, I don't sing. Please don't.
Otherwise, I would have asked you to sing a little bit of it.
It's just it's Chitragupt, the father of Anand Milind. His music and Majru's lyrics. But the film is great. If you just if you can't watch it, just read the plot somewhere. On IMDb or something. It's a great plot. To have made that film in the 60s. Fani Majumdar, by the way. Just to go back into time, in the 30s, Calcutta was a big hub of Indian with new theatres, right? So there was this guy called B.N. Sarkar. B.N. Sarkar was a sort of thoda aristocratic, feudal sort of a guy with a lot of land and everything. He had gone to London, studied in wherever, Cambridge, etc. And he was very fascinated by films. So he came back to India and he set up this new theatre. And then he just decided that all good talent should come here. And the fact that there was generally this whole Bengali Renaissance, etc. So there were people who were writing, listening to music and all that. So some of the earliest playback stuff, music and all of that was done in Calcutta with new theatres. So there was this three guys, Raichand Boral, R.C. Boral, Timir Baran. So these couple of people came in and they started playing. I mean, they started actually giving playback music. And till then, the classical Indian music has no concept of harmony. There is no guitar in the sense, right? So it's like monotone. It's a single instrument or two instruments going. So in that sense, R.C. Boral was actually almost the pioneer of bringing the notion of music in that sense of having harmony and different instruments and getting organs and all of that into this. Why did I go here? Oh, from Fani Majumdar. Okay, so now and then he got some of the best directors. So one of the big directors then who he sort of nurtured was P.C. Barua, who made the first Devdas. And the first Devdas, again, if you look at the title credits there, the editor was, or whatever, assistant was Rishikesh or Bimal Roy. Bimal Roy. And then Bimal Roy's editor was Rishikesh. And then he got K.L. Sehgal. And it's very difficult. I mean, now we sort of caricature that particular singing style and all, but I mean, there was no such phenomena that people have seen after, in the sense of how popular he was and just the quality of his voice and all of that. And so first Devdas had K.L. Sehgal. It was great songs. And then new theatres made some great K.L. Sehgal films. One of them was called President, which had that Ek Bangla Bane Nyara. Hugely popular song. And that film was made by this guy called Nitin Bose, who later goes to Bombay and makes Ganga Jamuna and all that, although critics believe that Dilip Kumar only made the film. And then there was a movie called Street Singer, which had the greatest pairing possible of them, right? Which is K.L. Sehgal and Kanan Devi. And then K.L. Sehgal has that song called Babul Mora Nayyar Chhutona, which is actually the song written by Wajid Ali Shah. I mean, it's a fantastic thing, right? So Wajid Ali Shah has been driven out of Awadh. And Wajid Ali Shah, if you remember, he was not necessarily interested in all these statecraft, warfare, etc. Loses Awadh. And he's famously that guy whose portraits always have him exposing his left nipple. Right? So then they exile him to Calcutta. And then while going, he writes this Babul Mora Nayyar Chhutana, meaning I'm leaving this. And of course, going back to the biryani story, Wajid Ali Shah is the reason why Calcutta biryani has the potato.
Why?
Because they came in here, they were there, he was living off a British pension. So they wanted to add substance as the story goes. Nobody knows this for a fact. So they wanted to add a little bit of weight to the biryani. They didn't have enough meat, so they started adding potatoes. So Wajid Ali Shah came to Calcutta, started living in a particular place, brought in two iconic Calcutta dishes, the Calcutta biryani, and there is something, if you go to Calcutta, there is something called the rezala. Rezala is a particular kind of chicken or mutton dish. Both were brought in by Wajid Ali Shah. Why are we at Wajid Ali Shah? Okay,
This is the best kind of conversation.
So while we were on Wajid Ali Shah, one of the things that the really interesting discoveries I made fairly recently was that when Satyajit Ray was making Shatranj Ke Khiladi, his first choice for Wajid Ali Shah was Asrani.
Asrani?
He wanted Asrani to,
My God.
which might have been quite interesting actually. I mean, maybe not the perfect physical fit, in terms of, but that might have been interesting.
But Amjad was a good fit.
He was very good fit. He worked very well eventually. But this came from the letters that Ray and Suresh Jindal exchanged, which are collected in this new book on Shatranj Ke Khiladi, where Suresh Jindal reproduces one of the early letters where Ray is saying, I'd like to sort of just meet Asrani to talk about this.
Yeah, anyway,
maybe Asrani refused to expose his left nipple.
Possibly. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, carry on.
I think Asrani, being an FTII graduate, said, "मैं left बाकी सब कर दूँगा,
right wala dekhna hai to dekh lo." Yeah, carry on.
So anyway, Street Singer had that Babul Mora Nayyar Chhutana first time with Wajid Ali Shah, iconic song. And then Kanan Devi was there. Kanan Devi also used to sing some of the great songs, but the Kanan Devi is known for that one song after. She also moved to Bombay because eventually things started shutting down in Kolkata, largely because the partition meant that almost 60% of the audience went away. So the commercially films became difficult. But Karan Devi, there is this very famous song called Tufan Mail. Ye Jeevan Hai Tufan Mail. Huge hit of the early 40s. Anyway, but if anybody is interested ever to, if you have the time and the inclination, dive a bit deeper into KL Sehgal, you'll not be disappointed if you are keeping an open mind about it.
What I'm going to ask both of you to do is I'm going to ask both of you to make a Spotify playlist or maybe multiple Spotify playlists of music that you love from that era or whatever, categorize it as you want, which is why I said maybe multiple ones, and I'll link them from the show notes.
Right.
So if you can do that for me, that'll be quite...
I have some Spotify playlist of the episodes that we did of Halchal done by people who liked that episode so much that every little snippet of song or something that we would do, they would note it down and then they would have the...
Wonderful. So I'm now outsourcing that to you, though I know you're very
So anyway,
busy.
we were in 60s, right?
Correct,
So
correct. Long way to go.
We'll carry on. 70s, I think I would say that there are a bunch of films of... I mean, the whole parallel cinema movement. Like, for instance, I mean, late 60s, 70s, I would definitely again recommend Sara Akash. I think people have watched Rajnigandha enough, but so that's a good movie. I think during that time, even Sara Akash, these are all stories of this Nai Kahani movement that was happening in India in Hindi literature. So Sara Akash also is a story from the Nai Kahani movement. Rajnigandha, which was written by the original story was by a lady called Munnu Bhandari, who passed away just during the pandemic.
Who was married to Rajendra Yadav, who wrote Sara Akash.
Correct. So I was going to bring that connection. And so her story was called Ye Sach Hai. It starts off beautifully. I mean, the way she starts, Ye Sach Hai. So yeah, those two, Bhuvan Shom as well. I mean, Suhasini Mule and Paldat, and sort of interesting kind of a film, which people can watch. And in Hollywood again, I think we've never come back to the Brian De Palma conversation. But I mean, I was saying that earlier. People have watched Coppola and Godfather and everything, but there is a Coppola movie called The Conversations. That's a thing that I would suggest. There's an actor called John Cazale. I don't know if people know enough about
Deer Hunter also.
Yeah, so John Cazale is a guy who only acted in 5 films.
And all were nominated.
All were nominated for Oscars.
Picture.
2 won Best Oscar film.
And he was dying during Deer Hunter. That was the last one.
The Deer Hunter also.
Deer Hunter, Godfather 2.
And the Godfather. And
Godfather, yeah, both the Godfathers, yeah. And then he was there in Conversations.
And he was Meryl Streep's boyfriend at the time.
Yeah. Meryl Streep, in fact, John Cazale and Pacino were best of buddies because they were in the theatre scene. And they would act in a lot of Broadway plays and stuff. And then Cazale came in through Pacino, and then by the time Deer Hunter was almost completing shooting, he had contracted cancer. And Meryl Streep, it's like that Catherine Hepburn story. She absolutely cared for him till the end, and therefore, anyway, that's a different thing. So conversation, but I mean, maybe Jay will pipe in on Brian De Palma, a guy who possibly has, again, the later work possibly has not held up. But his during that time, he used to make some quite interesting films. I mean, there is a movie called Sisters. I don't know if you...
Sisters is great. Yeah. Well, to me, I mean, obviously no disrespect to any of the others because they all, the Godfather and the Godfather Part 2 are just stunningly great films, and what Scorsese did, etc. But to me personally, De Palma is the most interesting of all of them in terms of. What his understanding of cinema, and his ability to just take enormous risks and just make films that were incredibly uneven in places, but just put everything that he needed to put into them.
So and, Blowout is one. The Travolta.
So Blowout and Conversation are 2 films that I actually sort of did a session about jointly last year.
जहाँ पे वो last में ना he mixes the sound and the video together and then realizes what's happened is very different from what he was thinking. Same with
it's also the part tribute to Blow Up and Antonio Blow Up.
and Sisters again
Sisters is an absolute favorite of mine.
of De Palma. So again, people who have, and of course, again, if people have not watched Altman, one is an Altman Noah called The Long Goodbye.
Long Goodbye, yeah.
Which has Elliot Gould, who
Best known to people of my generation as Ross and Monica's dad in Friends. Not at all known to people of the generation after mine, because Friends is cancelled.
Friends is also cancelled. All whites.
No, I mean also apparently full of jokes that trigger people.
Yeah, but if you look closely enough, everything is cancelled.
Yeah, so Altman had Long Goodbye. Altman had Nashville.
I love Nashville.
Nashville is like, how can you make a film where there are some 25 characters all speaking simultaneously and there is all kinds of music?
I think Jay might remember it. Nashville must have been in one of my top 10 lists, which I used to give in my Callow days.
And then
you still haven't given me your top 10 list from your non-Callow days.
I'll have to recommend 5 at the end of this, so I'll do that.
So 5 Bansalis and what else?
Nice one. I mean, we could actually.
You can't include Khamoshi, because Khamoshi is the Bansali. Everybody says that's my favorite Bansali because it's the most understated, etc. You can't. You have to talk about
that is the only tolerable Bansali, but I didn't like even that actually. But anyway, I'll come to my list at the end. First, let us take our journey through the decades. Like, in a sense, the journey of Subrat, from what we understand it today, is really, you could write a book and call it From Bhansali to Beyonce, because he's confessed to liking both, I think, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I think So again, I think people must watch some of them. For instance, Altman, and I guess one of the things, I mean, just the 4 or 5 of them that came up at the same time, right? Scorsese, Coppola, Brian De Palma. Who am I missing?
Lucas around that time.
Lucas, Kubrick, Altman. So I mean,
Prakash Mehra
as well. But it's funny that I think Spielberg also at the time. So it's funny that Spielberg and Scorsese, Spielberg always knew some kind of a thing about the pulse of the mass, and I think he was very good at that, and not too sort of taken in by vision, etc., and very sort of that kind of a guy. And I think Scorsese, because his films were in some sense very sort of internal, they were always biopic-like, with story of a person. I mean, everything. I mean, including some of his names of his films are also very sort of Ye Hai, Taxi Driver, King of Comedy, Raging Bull, Aviator, so on and so forth. So I think that's why they kind of, whereas Coppola was big theme guy, it's a bada theme. And I think once the time went, those themes didn't resonate, and the other guy was, I think, Palma, who was very style sort of driven guy. I think then the style went, I think, वो थोड़ा dated हो गया, and they could not keep up with the style. But then during those times, those guys just did fantastic work.
Well, from the same generation, there's also, with a little before them, there was Arthur Penn, who also, and one of the conversations I'm hoping to have sometime soon with my online group is some of the really under the radar films of the 70s that belong broadly to this group of directors. So one of the films, for instance, is The Missouri Breaks, which has Marlon Brando and Jack Nicholson, which is directed by Arthur Penn, which is a quite interesting film. It's not really a major work in that sense, but it's interesting that there's also Scarecrow with Gene Hackman and the very young Al Pacino, which is interesting. That some of these that are worth looking at. When Coppola was when he was being set up as the leader of this group of directors, Peter Bogdanovich was right up there with it, except that Bogdanovich, of course, he made 2 or 3 very acclaimed films, and then he sort of faded.
The Last Picture Show.
The Last Picture Show is just fantastic. Paper Moon. Even Bogdanovich is the Noah.
Even Targets. Which with Boris Karloff, is an interesting meta film. But of course, Bogdanovich eventually I think went more in the direction of being a film historian and
nice interviews, great conversation.
And talking about book recommendations, Bogdanovich's book of conversations with Orson Welles. Yeah. This is Orson Welles is one of the most interesting. It's easily up there with the Hitchcock Truffaut book, which always gets so much.
Actually, Bogdanovich did did a screwball comedy for the 70s, updated
What's
on
Up Doc?
What's Up Dog with Barbara Streisand.
A tribute to Bringing Up Baby.
Bringing Up Baby.
Because he was a huge fan of Howard Hawks. So Bogdanovich was also one of the great champions of Howard Hawks. Who did we mention Hawks?
We have not mentioned Hawks, but yeah. So
we've mentioned him now.
So along with Preston Sturges, the other guy was Howard Hawks, who had this. I mean, this whole idea of something called an Hawksian woman or the Hawksian heroine, right? So who, like the Barbara Steinweg and Bringing Up Baby, the front page ka film kya bana tha?
His Girl Friday.
His Girl Friday.
So he also is another director, and this is something I've experienced firsthand, through a somewhat acrimonious exchange online. The sort of director that you just sort of end up having to defend because, he was very much in some ways, in some superficially interpreted ways, he was very much a male director, whether he had a masculine, he was a man's man, from a certain period, and some of that gets reflected in his films, though for my money, his best films have fascinating women characters
and who are like always retorting.
But of course, this of course ties into the ways in which one has different ideological lenses while watching films. His Girl Friday, which to my mind is such an empowering film from, though of course I'm speaking as a guy also, from the gender parity point of view, especially because it was a remake of a play and a film where Hawks and his writers took a male character and turned that male character into a woman with a lot of power within the story. But I had a bit of an online argument once with someone who said His Girl Friday is a chauvinistic film because this woman it ends with this woman following Cary Grant out of the room.
Yeah, I think जो ये सब करते हैं ना, their lives are so sad because they're not taking in art for its own sake, for the beauty and the joy that is in art. हर चीज पे ये लेंस लगा रहे हैं कि what can I get offended by to show how virtuous I am.
Well, we should keep in mind that we are, after all, three men talking about this right now, so maybe we should be a bit circumspect. But it's not just art for art's sake. It's also that my problem with this sort of ideological interpretation of a certain sort is that once you have those blinkers on, you sometimes just prevent yourself from seeing the entirety of the work.
Exactly.
You just you see only what you need to see. And again, coming back to what we said earlier, that you need a single takeaway from the work. Is this film, is it a liberal film or a or a regressive film? Is it progressive or regressive? Is it liberal or conservative? And you're looking for, or you're asking reductive questions like that, you will only get reductive answers which you'll supply yourself. Whereas a lot of the sorts of films we are talking about are much more complex in terms of their entirety, in terms of what they're doing. And I'm not even saying that somebody who makes this point about a Howard Hawks film or a John Ford film is wrong. I'm not saying that, but
it is one point. There is so much else.
It is one way of looking at something, and there are the counterpoints to it within the same work. So Hawks is.
Hawks also Hawks directed The Big Sleep, the original Philip Marlowe,
which is one of the most incomprehensible great films ever made at the plot level, because even Raymond Chandler had no idea who the murderer was, who one of the murderers was.
And then he also did he do To Have and Have Not? Yeah. So he did To Have and Have Not. Here's a trivia quiz question. To Have and Have.
Faulkner, Hemingway.
Have and Have Not.
Has he spoiled the question?
He spoiled the question.
Why do you spoil questions?
Oh, it was an actual question. Maybe we'll take another break.
Amit ko pooch raha tha.
Yes.
Very sad.
The only film which has a screenplay that's done by 2 Nobel Prize winners.
Amazing question. You messed it up. Anyway, carry on.
Anyway, so we went to Hawks because we were on Bogdanovich and
70s हो गया.
So Bogdanovich ये क्या कर रहा था? What's Up Dog, Last Picture Show, Paper Moon. I think after that he disappeared. 70s हो गया. 70s, if you take Hindi, I think some of the Masala, Vijay Anand, Goldie, which is Johnny Mera Naam and Jewel Thief. Great fun films.
There's also this little film which I realized that no young person, quote unquote, in any of the classes I've taught has seen. Many of them have heard of it. Sholay, 1975, and it's I was having this discussion about Sanjeev Kumar the other day. Who, as you know, he passed away in at a young in the mid 1980s, and therefore is sort of completely under the radar of many people who were not around when those films were coming out. So there are people who sort of vaguely know who Sanjeev Kumar is because they've seen him in a poster of Sholay with a shawl. So they sort of figure that that's the person. So these are people who know Sholay by name. Some of them know The Godfather by name, but watching these films is out of the question. End of rant.
Brutal. I mean, they should, like, if there's a serial killer in Delhi who is going around killing young people who don't appreciate cinema adequately,
The fingers
yeah,
must, the needle of suspicion.
the needle of suspicion has to go to,
This would have to be the grandson of the disco killer, the disco dancer killer.
we don't know your antecedents too well. So, what is one to say? All right, back to Subrat for the 800th time.
Yeah, so the 80s. Yeah, I mean, the 80s.
80s is only Back to the Future and Mr. India.
Back to the Future, Mr. India. Mr. India is good fun.
And Amit's favorite Sridevi film, Nagina.
The film Nagina.
I thought you were going to say John Huston's dead, but
Ungli
never mind.
mein
Nagina
anguthi,
pe aa gaye.
Ungli mein anguthi, anguthi
Same
mein
here.
Nagina. Harmesh Malhotra was the guy who used to make these Nagina films. Nigahein, Nagina, Harmesh Malhotra. He made these movies. I mean, no, you don't need to know him for any other reason except this.
But are you recommending these
No,
films? Or?
no. I see. I think if I remember right, Jay had recommended Rahul Ravel, who I can't recommend enough. I mean, he was great fun. Then I will recommend a few J.P. Datta films of the 80s.
Yeah, of course. J.P. Datta, Mukul Anand to some degree
Yeah.
also.
So
These are directors who had some sort of, the visual sensibility at a time when there wasn't that much of it happening in the Hindi mainstream.
Hatyar and
When
stuff.
Hatyar, Gulami.
And then, of course, Rajiv Rai. I mean, maybe it was my time and whatever the time and context in which I saw Yodh, the Tridev to, matlab, I mean, if you want to watch an 80s film for India, watch Tridev. Matlab, Tezab, Bezab hai, maine pyar kiya. Tridev is the ultimate 80s masala film. There are three big heroes. There is Amresh Puri. And every single guy that you see in 80s movie Piche as one of the henchmen is there. In fact, all of them are there together in one song, Raat Bhar Jam Se Jam Takrayega, where they are trying to disrobe Sangeeta Bijlani, through the song one after one.
No, the much bigger villains gallery though was in Naseeb.
Naseeb also, yes. But, I have personal liking for Dan Dhanoa, Mahesh Anand, these sidey guys.
Okay. Those
Underappreciated sidekicks.
Dan Dhanoa, Mahesh Anand, Dilip Tahil is there. What is that? That Sapru, Tej Sapru, Seema Sapru's brother. Seema Sapru, the person who was there in every Ramse films. And in fact, 80s to Ramse films bhi dekhne chahiye.
Yeah, we haven't even come to Ramse. I mean, Shamu Das Gupta's book, my friend Shamu Das Gupta, which I wrote an introduction for.
Do Gaz Zameen Ke Niche was the early 70s film, which was the film that established Ramse. This Imtiaz, the brother of Amjad Khan, is the character, is the sort of the bad guy there. But 80s Ramse really took off with one movie called V Rana. And
Purana Mandir. Which unofficially, though it's not there on any records apparently because of the way records were maintained or not maintained for smaller towns, but apparently it was the second biggest hit of the year in Hindi cinema.
Monish Bahal's debut.
Yeah.
And it has some good songs also.
मुझे लग रहा है कि शो नोट्स बनाते बनाते इस एपिसोड के लिए मैं पागल हो जाऊंगा.
Yeah.
So
and you'll have to just in the interest of research, you'll have to watch all these films also.
Fat chance of me doing that. but just putting the show notes only will take a week. But sorry, Subrat bhai.
So I mean, people should watch Veerana. People should watch some of those early Govinda films, and of course Babbar Subhash. Babbar Subhash we've already spoken about, but some of these early Govinda films, the guy was so happy.
Yeah, he was a force of nature, even before the David Dhawan phases.
Before that I'm saying.
So films like Ilzam and all, I remember having a sense, though I think I was already, getting phased out of the world of Hindi cinema around that time. My mother would end up being a big Govinda fan in the 90s. But I remember just having a sense that here is someone who's very unusual, who's just this presence.
Very uninhibited.
So far you've made predictions about two young Bollywood stars. One is Govinda, one is Ranveer Singh. So well done. That's a good track record.
About Govinda, his Yeah. Even on Govinda, he felt that there is something.
He felt that there
even
is something,
before
and it turned out that
David
there
Dhawan
was.
thing.
Yeah.
So
So-
Ilzam, I mean, all that I am a street dancer and main aaya tere liye. I mean,
Yeah.
just great. Govinda was good fun, even before David Dhawan. तो वो है, it is, I think in Hollywood, like I said, you can do some of this Peter Weir watching, and you can do
We haven't
Back to
even
Future.
really got into world cinema, or what we call world cinema.
It is.
Anyway, but I think we just started off with Amit asking us for 5 recommendations each.
मैं तो अब तो decade
And
में चल रहे हैं.
we've basically gone through all of film history, and you need to come and help me teach this class that I'm starting from next month, especially with all the PC Barua and KL Sehgal context that you're providing.
Happy to do. So I mean,
They can't cancel PC Barua at
No, they
least,
can't.
because
They
he's PC. Sorry.
Yeah, we have not done world cinema, but 80s was a good time for some of that also. I mean, we had-
Absolutely.
So Amit, you have to now give us your list
पहले
of.
भाई को खत्म करने दो.
Oh, okay. 90s. Then of course there are. I think I did mention John Dahl. I think there are, of course, Tarantino came, Roberto Rodriguez. There are some smaller films of these guys. I mean, for instance, Jackie Brown, I think, is a better Tarantino film than most. I don't know what you think about.
Well, I'm sort of my favorite is actually Pulp Fiction, which is a very boring thing to say, but
But yeah, I mean, we've missed one of his strengths, as I discovered when I was just talking to him before this. The whole Wes Craven and John Carpenter stuff, Halloween and Nightmare on Elm Street, which I just absolutely enjoyed a lot. Scream had some of the early stars. I mean, all kinds of the first Scream, they were all young.
the early 90s also, and this I just remembered because I was discussing this with someone recently, has one of the great, I mean, to my mind, action films, Terminator 2.
I saw it
Judgment
just
Day.
2 months back.
And Amit, I just find myself appreciating that film more and more because I feel again at risk of sounding like this old person who can't take too much of the new, but that isn't it, because there's another much more recent film that I love is Mad Max Fury Road, which I think is just a wonderful film. Just no qualification at all that it's a wonderful action film, whatever. But jokes about Christopher Nolan aside, because obviously the guy has a lot of strengths, etc. One of the problems I have with his Batman films is that. The action sequences in them are so cluttered. I very often just can't make sense of them. I can't make sense of them at the level of where is one character in relation to the other character. What is with the more there's such a thing as doing chaos deliberately, which is a different thing. But with some of the action sequences in Christopher Nolan's films, including The Dark Knight and so on, I just get the impression that it's just messy because he hasn't been able to declutter it. And then when I look at something like Mad Max Fury Road or the Terminator 2, those are examples to my mind of really clean action films where you're getting the thrill and the adrenaline and there's a lot going on at the same time, but exactly what's happening at all the time.
I rewatched it 2 months back because I was showing it to my 13-year-old. कि चलो तू भी थोड़ा देखना तो चालू कर. So you are right. The first, that motorbike chase, this guy goes above it's just spatially you are there, right? You are right. I mean, a lot of broader Avenger and this Marvel Universe stuff, sometimes spatially I can't make out what is happening because it's all three-dimensional stuff that's happening. Here, वो clear है, इधर से आ रहा है, उधर से जा रहा है.
So I think that's something that you can't, it is you just have to acknowledge that when it happens. I don't know what you think of Mad Max Fury Road, if you've seen it or something, but
To my, I intended to see it, but I haven't seen it yet, so I will see it now. But what I did read about it was somebody saying something to the effect of, if you watch it at double speed, everything still makes sense. I don't know what that means. I don't watch films at double speed, by the way.
no, but I don't think you should do that.
So
with
I
this
don't,
one,
yeah,
anyway.
or there was some meta comment on it so well constructed that it, whatever. I mean,
Charlize
forgot.
Theron is good in that. Actually, the great part about 90s and 2000s that I have enjoyed, and now again it has also started becoming a bit of a thing, which it's fine. I mean, it's like my early fascination for Mithun and Govinda. Then later I realized that itself has become sort of everybody that. I have always been fan of Nicolas Cage and Keanu Reeves, and I'm so glad that today there is one separate cult of Keanu Reeves and Nicolas Cage, so much so that there is a separate film about Nicolas Cage being Nicolas Cage, which was about 2 months back, 1 month back, that has come out.
First I saw Nicolas Cage was in Wild at Heart.
Yeah.
Lynch ka. I think it won the Golden Palm at Cannes.
No, Nicolas Cage is there in there is a John Dahl movie in which Nicolas Cage is there. I think it's called, what is it called? The Last Seduction or something. And of course, the other guy was Edward Norton, who I used to love in those late 90s films.
उसने Antivirus भी बहुत अच्छी बनाई.
American Violence, whatever, American
History X.
History X and Rounders as well. You must like Rounders. It's a poker film.
I like Rounders. I mean, all poker films get poker completely wrong,
including this one.
But Rounders is fine. I mean, ठीक है थोड़ा सा वो है, but it doesn't commit sacrilegious.
Right.
I mean, it simplifies as Hollywood must.
Yeah.
But it's.
But 90s again on the Hindi, and actually 80s there is a movie called New Delhi Times. This is
It's a very fine
Shashi
film.
Kapoor and
Anand Sharma or
Ramesh Sharma.
Ramesh
Sharma. Great film. Gulzar's script. I like the film. That was a good film. 90s again, I think one of the, of course, Satya and other things changed stuff, but the Drohkal of Nilani I had enjoyed at that time. There were some classic masala stuff of 90s also, which is not bad. Gupt, for instance, again coming back to Rajiv Rai and Mohra, both. Wow, total.
And this millennium we're not talking about at all, because we need to get to Amit's list.
You know what I'm thinking is that, और कोई सुने ना सुने इस episode को, Rajiv Rai सुनेगा.
I mean, more than Rajiv Rai, I hope Sonam listens to it. Sonam is his wife. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, she might send you fan email.
Not Sonam Kapoor, but Sonam the original.
All three of us are old enough to get that.
By the way, whose original name was Bakhtiyar Khan.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I'll not bore with 2000s and 2010s, but that's a whole list of stuff that people can watch. I think a lot of it is not very obscure.
So, Amit, your 15 favorite Hindi masala films of the 2000s.
Yeah, so funda क्या है कि when I sent you guys this email saying कि 5 film आप name करो underappreciated, then I thought that shit, why did I volunteer myself for this? And I didn't really feel like choosing 5, and also I keep talking about films, so I don't want to go through the same ones कि decalogue अच्छा है, ये अच्छा है, वो अच्छा है. I've spoken so much about films. So I decided to narrow the focus down so sharply that it becomes easy to choose. So I narrowed the focus to films that I watched at Mami over the last 3-4 years. World cinema that I discovered there. So very quickly, these are the films I'd recommend. There's a very fine film called Wild, directed by Nicolette Krebitz. Have you seen it? So it's a lovely film about this woman it's a German film, who's in the city and she's got a bad job and her boss is an asshole and she's kind of fed up, and once in a while she'll go out into the woods, into the forest and all of that. And through a mysterious turn of events, she kidnaps a wolf. And she gets a wolf back in her apartment with her. And I think the wolf, if I remember correctly, is kind of sedated when she manages to bring it back, but obviously snaps out of that state. And now there's a lot of work. She's got to feed the wolf. She's got to build a relationship with the wolf. She's got to make sure the wolf doesn't kill her. And it's very interesting how it develops. It's a very interior psychological kind of film.
I'm assuming this is a real wolf. It's not
It's
a
a real
wolf
wolf.
played by Andy Serkis or something.
No, it's a real wolf, and it's a lovely film. Sexual overtones and all that, and it's a very a different kind of film. Just to have the courage to conceive of it and then make it so well, kind of really impressed me. Another film is actually a mainstream Hollywood film that didn't get any Oscar nominations, didn't make waves, which is very sad. It's called Waves. It's by a director called Trey Edward Schultz. And I thought it's an absolute masterpiece when I saw it. And it did get some rave reviews from some people I respect, but made absolutely no mark either in the box office or at the Oscars or whatever. And it's a lovely film which has two sort of rhythms to it, and like if you enjoy listening to if you enjoy the part that music can play in a film really well, you kind of get it here, where the first half of the film about this young man who's pumped up and on adrenaline and all of that, the first half of the film, it's like the music is just driving it forward. There is this relentless propulsion that is happening till, giving nothing away, the guy dies, and then the rest of the film follows his sister and how she copes with it, and it's very quiet, slow, lot of tehrav. It's a sudden change in rhythm, and yet it's so beautiful, and these halves fit together so well. So I thought it was a masterpiece, but just went unnoticed by almost everyone. The third film, perhaps controversial, is Gaspar Noé's film Climax, which is about a bunch of people at a party and somebody mixes psychedelic stuff in their drinks, I think LSD, and it just goes nuts. And it's a film that doesn't have a logical plot from a point of view of things happening beyond what I just told you. It's kind of hard to describe, but they kind of go mad, everything goes crazy, and it's just so visceral. It's like you're sitting in a movie hall and everything about it, and it's a very choreographed film in the sense there's a lot of movement, a lot, the way everything comes together. I thought that was very visceral.
Gaspar Noé film about people not being intoxicated would be quite visceral anyway. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, and yeah, so and the film is oddly described as a psychological horror, but I don't even know if it's that. I don't know if any category really fits. And another film described as psychological horror, which I think is again a phosphate, is Darren Aronofsky's Mother, which again had similar visceral experience. The plot makes absolutely no sense, and half the people I was with in the hall when we saw it were just like, "What the fuck is this? Makes no sense." And the other half is just reeling like I was at the sheer force of the film. And again, it's one of those things where you just have to kind of sit back and experience it and leave your brain out of it. So if you misplace your brain, Jay, as you were saying you'll never do, you should probably watch this. And finally, a film I mentioned earlier in this episode, One Cut of the Dead, by Shinichiro
Japanese,
Ueda, Japanese horror film. And it's like a film within a film. It's about a bunch of guys trying to make a single cut film, and it's a horror film and what happens to them. And it is no other film that I have ever seen has communicated the joy of cinema better than this. I mean, at the surface level, it's a bunch of guys trying to make a film and taking joy in that. But the joy I got from sitting in the audience was kind of incredible. So I narrowed my gaze down to films I've seen at Mummy in the last 5 years. And these five would be, among the ones that really hit me hard and moved me. So yeah, that's my list.
that's a great list. So you'll have that on the show notes as well, right? So
I'll have these on the show notes. I
you'll
don't even
send
know
it.
how many of these will be available. Like there's another great film called Echo by Dren Jerka, which I didn't mention because I've spoken about it before on this show, and I couldn't even find a link to that. I mean, it's nowhere. No
I
one's.
think Mother is there
Mother,
on one of
Mother,
the
of
OTTs,
course.
but
Yeah.
I don't know about the others.
I don't know about Wild. I don't. Yeah, but so couple of final questions before we our shout out at the end. And question for you, Subrat. हालचाल ठीक ठाक है? What happened to that? आप क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? That was a very fine podcast that you used to run with your friend.
Well, Pawan and I ran it, not finding enough time. Pawan normally has many other things that he keeps dabbling with. I have the pandemic gave us some spare time, so we did that. We did 10 episodes, each episode running over 3 hours, so that's good quality content, including one episode where we spoke at length on Mr. Sampat, actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow. I'll look out for it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's you'll have to go through a lot of draws before you reach that. So, but
Immense modesty in calling it draws. These beautiful conversations about films from two people who are clearly so passionate about it, right?
so it's films and books and I mean, so every time there is a theme, so it's about like we take a theme of train and then we talk about films on train and books on train, and with Indian context mostly, very little outside of India thing. But anyway, so hopefully again we'll get it started. I mean, there is enough and more material to speak about. But yeah, I mean, we thoroughly enjoyed the 10 episodes over 3 hours, and both of us have sort of the same kind of experiences, and we do remember quite a bit, like the jingles and the opening credits of all the Dharavahiks, which we do. Well, that's, I mean, someday we'll... But we have a lot of Hindi literature recommendations there, because Pawan reads a lot as well, especially Hindi.
Are you ever going to resume the podcast?
I mean, we've always been thinking, so we'll have to just one day decide and take the time and do that. It used to take a fair amount of production work, quite honestly, because we used to do it during the pandemic. It was at home, and I was doing much of that. I can't do that. So maybe if we get a studio, we just come together and start and finish within 3 hours, and that gets done. So that's that. Again, I think, there are some book recommendations. I like to read a lot. People can.
बता दो.
I,
अच्छा, you mean उसमें book
उसमें भी
recommendation?
है. General book recommendations, of course. There are. That I have all the time. People can. I've of late again I've gone back into some of the classics. I've reread Thomas Mann.
Magic Mountain,
Yeah,
Golden
the
Books.
Magic Mountain, Death in Venice. It's you read it again, you find there is so much there. It's great fun. Calvino again. Invisible Cities and.
My favorite Calvino is Cosmic Comics.
Cosmic Comics
Bunch of
is
delightful short stories.
So general. Calvino during pandemic, it was good to read again. It's so intricate. The plot has all kinds of things there. If on a winter's night, a traveler, and all of that. So read Calvino. People read. For me, read Rushdie as well. I'm a great Rushdie fan. I'm really sorry for what's happened to him.
I've been rereading A House for Mr. Biswas recently.
Great
Really
book.
enjoying it very much.
I think same. Naipaul. Bend in the River, House for Mr. Biswas. Fantastic. Middle March is one that I read again after a long time. Well deserved sort of thing where people say that it holds even after so many years. Again, read. I had not read Mrs. Dalloway. I read that during the pandemic. I had read To the Lighthouse, but I had not read this one. There are. Of course, we didn't talk about some of the. Actually, we didn't talk at all about English films.
We didn't talk, and also I wanted a Bollywood appreciation course, but we didn't. You guys didn't. I forgot to ask about that. So maybe next episode you can give me a Bollywood appreciation course.
We didn't do English films, but I'm a huge fan of that whole Graham Greene, Evelyn Waugh era. Waugh was just such a fantastic writer. The Decline and the Fall, Scoop, and just so much of satire, such gentle comedy. And of course, Green. Brighton Rock is one of my favorite books of all times. And the film, with Attenborough.
Attenborough as Pinky.
Yeah, Attenborough as Pinky. Just visceral film, and people don't realize how good an actor also Attenborough was. Very physical.
Green also did some very interesting film reviews in the 30s, including that notorious one about Shirley Temple, where he sort of just pointed out that many men watching her would not exactly be seeing her as a sweet little girl. And of course he got lacerated for it, because how dare you even bring up that possibility. It's
unnameable.
It clearly exists only in your mind. It can't exist anywhere else.
But again, I love that era. I like Kingsley Amis. I like, of course, his son as well. But Kingsley Amis, again, great, fantastic writing. Some of the J.G. Farrell, the Siege of Krishnapur, the Empire trilogy, again, fantastic books. People should.
Kingsley Amis, joined this gymnasium near his house to work out, and they were big fans of his, and they just felt so fortunate that he's joined them. So then renamed themselves Lucky Jim. Sorry for that.
Yeah, so and even those, like I said, those late 60s, early 70s Brit films, some of it they were carrying over the kitchen sink, sensibilities of the theater of that time into the films. And Michael Caine in the early 70s and all, again he was a kind of a force of nature. If you watch Alfie Get Shorty, Get Carter, Get Shorty, Get Carter, where he goes back.
And I think people of our age would fondly remember Blame It on Rio, which was actually released in India, but for different reasons and cinematic merit.
That was much later, though. That was the 80s.
I know, but that's
yeah. So anyway, books. That's pretty much it. I think I've thrown the kitchen sink at the whole question that you had.
Yeah, one of those people whose kitchen sink is full of books. So, question for Jay, and the final question for you, which is there something you'd like to plug on the show in terms of courses you teach and all of that, since you have film appreciation courses?
Well, I have been for the last 2 years since the pandemic, and since I discovered this, the existence of this lovely thing called Zoom. I've been hosting these. I taught a few courses as well, but what I've really preferred doing is hosting these online conversations, which are completely informal things, and I've built up quite a bank of people whose email IDs are on this mailing list of mine, and it's been fairly American cinema centric so far, and of the 30s, 40s, 50s, different genres. But I'm open to all sorts of conversations, and once a month or so, I try to have a solid online conversation. So if anyone wants to just follow me on either Facebook or Twitter or whatever, you'll get the information there. I usually put it up on my blog as well, Jabberwock, which is searchable if you just search with my name on Google. But yeah, anyone who's really interested in conversations about films, very informal, free flowing conversations where everybody can participate, just show up there or just get in touch, and all I need to do is put your mail ID on the list. That's it.
I'm on the mailing list. I took his
I'm also on the
one
mailing
of the
list.
early. I think the first course that he did, I took
but
it.
I haven't attended any of them because
But I've been a bit remiss in attending the Baithaks.
No, that's okay. Most people, there are usually not more than 20, 25
And I
people
would,
show up.
I would completely, thoroughly enjoy it. I don't know why. For some reason, I only get to know the day later that, oh, ye kal ho gaya, so on and so forth. So maybe I just need to sort of put it on my calendar.
That's understandable. I mean, but you have been getting the mails,
Yeah,
right?
we've been getting.
I have been getting the
mail.
mails very much, but I think for the next few weeks, I certainly can't attend one because I'll be making the show notes for this episode.
Yeah.
Right, so finally, all three of us have to make a shout out. I'll start. Shout out to Daddu.
Shout out to Daddu, the founder of Warsaw Mumblecore, and a guy who has tried to delete his, digital footprint. But I have that photograph of his in green shirt and with not a single strand of hair on his head.
I have the address of the cave in Yemen where he currently resides.
Absolutely.
And I have none of this information, but shout out to Daddu nonetheless.
Excellent, guys. Thank you so much. You've been very patient, and this is longer than the longest Bollywood film, right? And hopefully much more worth it. So
Not Gangs of Wasipur.
Not Tamas also. Tamas was 8 hours.
okay, I lose, but thank you so much for coming in. This has been
Bollywood.
great.
Chalo, thank you, Amit. Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
If you enjoyed listening to this, check out the show notes. You can spend the next 10 years watching every film in there. You can follow Jay on Twitter at JayArjun. Subrat is inactive on social media, but you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Scene and the Unseen at sceneunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Scene and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to sceneunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.